From the Tomb, translated from the French of de Maupassant by E.C. Wagoner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. From the Tomb by Guy de Maupassant. The guests filed slowly into the hotel's great dining hall and took their places. The waiters began to serve them leisurely, to give the tardy ones time to arrive, and to save themselves the bother of bringing back the courses. And the old bathers, the yearly habitués, with whom the season was far advanced, kept a close watch on the door each time it opened, hoping for the coming of new faces. New faces, the single distraction of all pleasure resorts. We go to dinner chiefly to canvass the daily arrivals, to wonder who they are, what they do, and what they think. A restless desire seems to have taken possession of us, a longing for pleasant adventures, for friendly acquaintances, perhaps for possible lovers. In this elbow-to-elbow life, our unknown neighbors become of paramount importance. Curiosity is piqued, sympathy on the alert, and the social instinct doubly active. We have hatreds for a week, friendships for a month, and view all men with the special eyes of watering-place intimacy. Sometimes, during an hour's chat after dinner, under the trees of the park, where ripples a healing spring, we discover men of superior intellect and surprising merit, and a month later have wholly forgotten these new friends, so charming at first sight. There, too, more especially than elsewhere, serious and lasting ties are formed. We see each other every day. We learn to know each other very soon, and in the affection that springs up so rapidly between us, there is mingled much of the sweet abandon of old and tried intimates. And later on, how tender are the memories, cherished of the first hours of this friendship, of the first communion in which the soul came to light, of the first glances that questioned and responded to the secret thoughts and interrogatories the lips have not dared yet to utter, of the first cordial confidence and delicious sensation of opening one's heart to someone who has seemed to lay bare to you his own. The very dullness of the hours, as it were, the monotony of days all alike, but renders more complete the rapid budding and blooming of friendship's flower. That evening, then, as on every evening, we awaited the appearance of unfamiliar faces. There came only two, but very peculiar ones, those of a man and a woman, father and daughter. They seemed to have stepped from the pages of some weird legend, and yet there was an attraction about them, albeit an unpleasant one, that made me set them down at once as the victims of some fatality. The father was tall, spare, a little bent, with hair blanched white, too white for his still young countenance, and in his manner, and about his person, the sedate austerity of carriage that bespeaks the Puritan. The daughter was, possibly, some 24 or 25 years of age. She was very slight, emaciated, her exceedingly pale countenance bearing a languid, spiritless expression, one of those people whom we sometimes encounter, apparently too weak for the cares and tasks of life, too feeble to move or do the things that we must do every day. Nevertheless, the girl was pretty, with the ethereal beauty of an apparition. It was she, undoubtedly, who came for the benefit of the waters. They chanced to be placed at table immediately opposite to me, and I was not long in noticing that the father, too, had a strange affection, something wrong about the nerves, it seemed. Whenever he was going to reach for anything, his hand, with a jerky twitch, described a sort of fluttering zigzag before he was able to grasp what he was after. Soon, The motion disturbed me so much, I kept my head turned in order not to see it. But not before I had also observed that the young girl kept her glove on her left hand while she ate. Dinner ended, I went out as usual for a turn in the grounds belonging to the establishment. A sort of park, I might say, stretching clear to the little station of Auvergne, Châtel-Guyon, nestling in a gorge at the foot of the high mountain, from which flowed the sparkling, bubbling springs, hot from the furnace of an ancient volcano. Beyond us there, the domes, small, extinct craters, of which Châtel-Guyon is the starting point, raised their serrated heads above the long chain, while beyond the domes came two distinct regions, one of them needle-like peaks, the other of bold, precipitous mountains. It was very warm that evening, and I contented myself with pacing to and fro under the rustling trees, gazing at the mountains, and listening to the strains of the band pouring from the casino, situated on a knoll that overlooked the grounds. Presently, I perceived the father and daughter coming toward me with slow steps. I bowed to them in that pleasant continental fashion with which one always salutes his hotel companions. The gentleman halted at once. "Pardon me, sir," said he, "but may I ask if you can direct us to a short walk, easy and pretty, if possible?" "Certainly," I answered, and offered to lead them myself to the valley through which the swift river flows, a deep, narrow cleft between two great declivities, rocky and wooded. They accepted, and as we walked, we naturally discussed the virtue of the mineral waters. They had, as I had surmised, come there on his daughter's account. "She has a strange malady," said he, "the seat of which her physicians cannot determine. She suffers from the most inexplicable nervous symptoms. Sometimes they declare her ill of a heart disease, sometimes of a liver complaint, again of a spinal trouble. At present they attribute it to the stomach, that great motor and regulator of the body, this protean disease of a thousand forms, a thousand modes of attack. It is why we are here. I, myself, think it is her nerves. In any case, it is sad." This reminded me of his own jerking hand. "It may be hereditary," said I. "Your own nerves are a little disturbed, are they not?" "Mine?" he answered tranquilly. "Not at all. I have always possessed the calmest nerves." Then, suddenly, as if bethinking himself, "For this," touching his hand, "is not nerves, but the result of a shock, a terrible shock that I suffered once. Fancy it, sir! This child of mine has been buried alive." I could find nothing to say. I was dumb with surprise. "Yes," he continued, "buried alive. But hear the story, it is not long. For some time past, Juliet had seemed affected with a disordered action of the heart. We were finally certain that the trouble was organic and feared the worst. One day it came, she was brought in lifeless, dead. She had fallen dead while walking in the garden. Physicians came in haste, but nothing could be done. She was gone. For 2 days and nights I watched beside her myself, and with my own hands placed her in her coffin, which I followed to the cemetery, and saw placed in the family vault. This was in the country, in the province of Lorraine. It had been my wish, too, that she should be buried in her jewels, bracelets, necklace, and rings, all presents that I had given her, and in her first ball dress. You can imagine, sir, the state of my heart in returning home. She was all that I had left. My wife had been dead for many years. I returned, in truth, half mad, shut myself alone in my room, and fell into my chair dazed, unable to move, merely a miserable breathing wreck. Soon my old valet, Prosper, who had helped me place Juliet in her coffin and lay her away for her last sleep, came in noiselessly to see if he could not induce me to eat. I shook my head, answering nothing. He persisted. Monsieur is wrong. This will make him ill. Will Monsieur allow me, then, to put him to bed? No, no, I answered. Let me alone. He yielded and withdrew. How many hours passed I do not know. What a night! What a night! It was very cold. My fire of logs had long since burned out in the great fireplace, and the wind, a wintry blast, charged with an icy frost, howled and screamed about the house, and strained at my windows with a curiously sinister sound. Long hours, I say, rolled by. I sat still where I had fallen, prostrated, overwhelmed, my eyes wide open, but my body strengthless, dead, my soul drowned in despair. Suddenly, the great bell gave a loud peal. I gave such a leap that my chair cracked under me. The slow, solemn sound rang through the empty house. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who could be coming at such an hour? Twice again the bell pulled sharply. The servants would never answer, perhaps never hear it. I took up a candle and made my way to the door. I was about to demand, "Who is there?" But, ashamed of the weakness, nerved myself and drew back the bolt. My heart throbbed, my pulse beat. I threw back the panel brusquely, and there, in the darkness, saw a shape like a phantom, dressed in white. I recoiled, speechless with anguish, stammering, Who are you?" A voice answered, "It is I, father." It was my child, Juliet. Truly, I thought myself mad. I shuddered, shrinking backward before the spectre as it advanced, gesticulating with my hand to ward off the apparition. It is that gesture which has never left me. Again the phantom spoke. "Father, father, see, I am not dead. Someone came to rob me of my jewels. They cut off my finger. The flowing blood revived me." And I saw then that she was covered with blood. I fell to my knees panting, sobbing, laughing all in one. As soon as I regained my senses, but still so bewildered, I scarcely comprehended the happiness that had come to me. I took her in my arms, carried her to her room, and rang frantically for Prosper to rekindle the fire, bring a warm drink for her, and go for the doctor. He came running, entered, gazed a moment at my daughter in the chair, gave a gasp of fright and horror, and fell back, dead. It was he who had opened the vault, who had wounded and robbed my child, and then abandoned her, for he could not efface all trace of his deed, and he had not even taken the trouble to return the coffin to its niche. Sure, besides, of not being suspected by me who trusted him so fully. We are truly very unfortunate people, monsieur. He was silent. Meanwhile, the night had come on, enveloping in the gloom the still and solitary little valley. A sort of mysterious dread seemed to fall upon me in presence of these strange beings, this corpse come to life, and this father with his painful gestures. "Let us return," said I. "The night has grown chill." And still in silence, we retraced our steps back to the hotel, and I shortly afterward returned to the city. I lost all further knowledge of the two peculiar visitors to my favorite summer resort. End of From the Tomb.
Ring Once for Death by Robert Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.A. Wells. Ring Once for Death by Robert Arthur. The power of the old gods was certainly nothing for Mark and Edith, a modern 20th century couple, to worry about. After all, everybody dies. 20 years had left no trace inside Sam Key's little shop on Mott Street. There were the same dusty jars of ginseng root and tiger's whiskers, the same little bronze Buddhas, the same gimcracks mixed with fine jade. Edith Williams gave a little murmur of pleasure as the door shut behind them. "Mark," she said, "it hasn't changed. It doesn't look as if a thing has been sold since we were here on our honeymoon." "It certainly doesn't," Dr. Mark Williams agreed, moving down the narrow aisle behind her. "If someone hadn't told us Sam Key was dead, I'd believe we'd step back 20 years in time, like they do in those scientific stories young David reads." "We must buy something," his wife said, "for a 20th anniversary present for me. Perhaps a bell?" From the shadowy depths of the shop, a young man emerged, American in dress and manner despite the oriental contours of his face and eyes. "Good evening," he said. "May I show you something? We think we want a bell." Dr. Williams chuckled, "But we aren't quite sure. You're Sam Key's son?" "Sam Key, Jr. My honored father passed to the halls of his ancestors 5 years ago. I could just say that he died." Black eyes twinkled, but customers like the more flowery mode of speech. They think it's quaint. "I think it's just nice and not quaint at all," Edith Williams declared. "We're sorry your father is dead. We'd hoped to see him again. 20 years ago, when we were a very broke young couple on a honeymoon, he sold us a wonderful rose crystal necklace for half price." "I am sure he still made a profit." The black eyes twinkled again. "But if you'd like a bell, here are small temple bells, camel bells, dinner bells." But even as he spoke, Edith Williams' hand darted to something at the back of the shelf. "A bell carved out of crystal," she exclaimed, "and rose crystal at that. What could be more perfect? A rose crystal wedding present and a rose crystal anniversary present." The young man half stretched out his hand. "I don't think you want that," he said. "It's broken." "Broken?" Edith Williams rubbed off the dust and held the lovely bell shape of crystal, the size of a pear, to the light. "It looks perfect to me." "I mean, it's not complete." Something of the American had vanished from the young man. "It has no clapper. It will not ring." "Why, that's right." Mark Williams took the bell. "The clapper's missing." "We can have another clapper made," the wife declared. "That is, if the original can't be found." The young Chinese shook his head. "The bell and the clapper were deliberately separated by my father 20 years ago." He hesitated, then added, "My father was afraid of this bell." "Afraid of it?" Mark Williams raised his eyebrows. The other hesitated again. "It will probably sound like a story for tourists," he said, "but my father believed it. The bell was supposedly stolen from the temple of a sect of Buddhists, somewhere in the mountains of China's interior. Just as many Occidentals believe that the Christian Judgment Day will be heralded by a blast on St. Peter's trumpet, so this small sect is said to believe that when a bell like this one is rung, a bell carved from a single piece of rose crystal and consecrated by ceremonies lasting 10 years, any dead within sound of it will rise and live again." "Heavenly!" Edith Williams cried, and no pun intended. "Mark, think what a help this bell will be in your practice when we make it ring again." To the Chinese she added, smiling, "I'm just teasing him. My husband is really a very fine surgeon." The other bowed his head. "I must tell you," he said, "you will not be able to make it ring. Only the original clapper, carved from the same block of rose crystal, will ring it. That is why my father separated them." Again he hesitated. "I have only told you half of what my father told me. He said that, though it defeats death, death cannot be defeated. Robbed of his chosen victim, he takes another in his place. Thus, when the bell was used in the temple of its origin, let us say when a high priest or a chief had died, a slave or servant was placed handy for death to take, when he had been forced to relinquish his grasp upon the important one." He smiled and shook his head. "There," he said, A preposterous story. Now, if you wish it, the bell is $10. Plus, of course, sales tax. The story alone is worth more, Dr. Williams declared. I think we'd better have it sent. Hadn't we, Edith? It'll be safer in the mail than in our suitcase. Sent? His wife seemed to come out of some deep feminine meditation. Oh, of course. And as for its not ringing, I shall make it ring. I know I shall. If the story is true, Mark Williams murmured. I hope not. The package came on a Saturday morning when Mark Williams was catching up on the latest medical publications in his untidy, book-lined study. He heard Edith unwrapping paper in the hall outside. Then she came in with a rose crystal bell in her hands. Mark, it's here, she said. Now to make it ring. She plumped herself down beside his desk. He took the bell and reached for a silver pencil. Just for sake of curiosity, he remarked. And not because I believe that delightful sales talk we were given. Let's see if it will ring when I tap. It should, you know. He tapped the lip of the bell. A muted thunk was the only response. Then he tried with a coin, a paper knife, and the bottom of a glass. In each instance, the resulting sound was nothing like a bell ringing. If you finish, Mark, Edith said then with feminine tolerance, let me show you how it's done. Gladly, her husband agreed. She took the bell and turned away for a moment. Then she shook the bell vigorously. A clear, sweet ringing shivered through the room, so thin and ethereal that small voluntary shivers crawled up his spine. Good Lord, he exclaimed. How did you do that? I just put the clapper back in place with some thread, Edith told him. The clapper? He struck his forehead with his palm. Don't tell me. The crystal necklace we bought 20 years ago. Of course. Her tone was composed. As soon as young Sam Key told us about his father separating the clapper and the bell, I remembered the central crystal pendant on my necklace. It is shaped like a bell clapper. We mentioned it once. I guessed right away we had the missing clapper, but I didn't say so. I wanted to score on you, Mark. She smiled affectionately at him. And because, you know, I had a queer feeling Sam Key Jr. wouldn't let us have the bell if he guessed we had the clapper. I don't think he would. Mark Williams picked up his pipe and rubbed the bowl with his thumb. Yet he really didn't believe that story he told us any more than we do. No, but his father did. And if old Sam Key had told it to us, remember how wrinkled and wise he seemed? I do believe we'd have believed the story. You're probably right. Dr. Williams rang the bell and waited. The thin, sweet sound seemed to hang in the air a long moment, then was gone. Nope, he said, nothing happened. Although, of course, that may be because there was no deceased around to respond. I'm not sure I feel like joking about the story. A small frown gathered on Edith's forehead. I had planned to use the bell as a dinner bell and to tell the story to our guests. But now, I'm not sure. Frowning, she stared at the bell until the ringing of the telephone in the hall brought her out of her abstraction. Sit still, I'll answer. She hurried out. Dr. Williams, turning the rose crystal bell over in his hand, could hear the sudden tension in her voice as she answered. He was on his feet when she re-entered. An emergency operation at the hospital, she sighed. Nice young man. Automobile accident? Fracture of the skull, Dr. Amos said. He wouldn't have disturbed you, but you're the only brain man in town, with Dr. Hendricks away on vacation. I know. He was already in the hall reaching for his hat. Man's work is from sun to sun, but a doctor's work is never done. He misquoted. I'll drive you. Edith followed him out. You sit back and relax for another 10 minutes. 2 hours later, as they drove homeward, the traffic was light, which was fortunate. More than once, Mark, in a frowning abstraction, found himself on the left of the center line and had to pull back into his own lane. He had lost patients before, but never without a feeling of personal defeat. Edith said he put too much of himself into every operation. Perhaps he did. And yet, no, there was every reason why the young man should have lived. Yet, just as Mark Williams had felt that he had been successful, the patient had died. In 20 years of marriage, Edith Williams had learned to read his thoughts at times. Now she put a hand comfortingly on his arm. "These things happen, darling," she said. "You know that. A doctor can only do so much. Some of the job always remains in the hands of nature, and she does play tricks at times." "Yes, confound it, I know it," her husband growled. "But I resent losing that lad. There was no valid reason for it." "Unless there was some complication I overlooked?" He shook his head, scowling. "I ordered an autopsy, but yes, I'm going to do that autopsy myself. I'm going to turn back and do it now. I have to know." He pulled abruptly to the left to swing into a side road and turn. Edith Williams never saw the car that hit them. She heard the frantic blare of a horn and a scream of brakes, and in a frozen instant realized that there had been someone behind them about to pass. Then the impact came, throwing her forward into the windshield and unconsciousness. Edith Williams opened her eyes. Even before she realized that she was lying on the ground and that the figure bending over her was a state trooper, she remembered the crash. Her head hurt, but there was no confusion in her mind. Automatically, even as she tried to sit up, she accepted the fact that there had been a crash. Help had come, and she must have been unconscious for several minutes at least. "Hey, lady, take it easy," the trooper protested. "You had a bad bump. You got to lie still until the ambulance gets here. It'll be along in 5 minutes. "Mark," Edith said, paying no attention. "My husband, is he all right?" "Now, lady, please. He's being taken care of. You—" But she was not listening. Holding to his arm, she pulled herself to a sitting position. She saw their car on its side some yards away. Other cars pulled up around them. A little knot of staring people saw them and dismissed them. Her gaze found her husband, lying on the ground a few feet away, a coat folded beneath his head. Mark was dead. She had been a doctor's wife for 20 years, and before that a nurse. She knew death when she saw it. "Mark!" The word was spoken to herself, but the trooper took it for a question. "Yes, lady," he said. "He's dead. He was still breathing when I got here, but he died 2-3 minutes ago." She got to her knees. Her only thought was to reach his side. She scrambled across the few feet of ground to him on her knees and crouched beside him, fumbling for his pulse. There was none. There was nothing. Just a man who had been alive and now was dead. Behind her, she heard a voice raised. She turned. A large, disheveled man was standing beside the trooper, talking loudly. "Now listen, officer," he was saying. "I'm telling you again, it wasn't my fault. The guy pulled sharp left in front of me. Not a thing I could do. It's a wonder we weren't all 3 of us killed. You could see by the marks on their car. It wasn't my fault." Edith Williams closed her mind to the voice. She let Mark's hand lie in her lap as she fumbled in her bag, which was somehow still clutched in her fingers. She groped for a handkerchief to stem the tears, which would not be held back. Something was in the way, something smooth and hard and cold. She drew it out and heard the thin, sweet tinkle of the crystal bell. She must have dropped it automatically into her bag as they were preparing to leave the house. The hand in her lap moved. She gasped and bent forward as her husband's eyes opened. "Mark!" she whispered. "Mark, darling!" "Edith?" Mark Williams said with an effort. "Sorry, damned careless of me. Thinking of the hospital." "You're alive," she said. "You're alive. Oh, darling, darling, lie still. The ambulance will be here any second." "Ambulance?" he protested. "I'm all right now. Help me up. Help me sit up." "But Mark—" "Just a bump on the head." He struggled to sit up. The state trooper came over. "Easy, buddy, easy," he said, his voice awed. "We thought you were gone. Now let's not lose you a second time." His mouth was tight. "Hey, gosh. Hey, I'm sure glad you're all right. the red-faced man said in a rush of words. Whew, fellow, you had me all upset, even though it wasn't my fault. I mean, how's a guy gonna keep from hitting you when... Catch him, Mark Williams cried, but the trooper was too late. The man plunged forward to the ground and lay where he had fallen, without quivering. The clock in the hall struck 2 with muted strokes. Cautiously, Edith Williams rose on her elbow and looked down at her husband's face. His eyes opened and looked back at her. You're awake, she said unnecessarily. I woke up a few minutes ago, he answered. I've been lying here thinking. I'll get you another phenobarbital. Dr. Amos said for you to take them and sleep until tomorrow. I know. I'll take one presently. You know, hearing that clock now just reminded me of something. Yes? Just before I came to this afternoon, after the crash, I had a strange impression of hearing a bell ring. It sounded so loud in my ears. I opened my eyes to see where it was. A bell? Yes, just auditory hallucination, of course. But Mark. Yes? A bell did ring. I mean, I had the crystal bell in my bag, and it tinkled a little. Do you suppose? Of course not. But though he spoke swiftly, he did not sound convincing. This was a loud bell, like a great gong. But I mean, Mark, darling, a moment earlier you had no pulse. No pulse? And you weren't breathing. Then the crystal bell tinkled and you... Nonsense. I know what you're thinking, and believe me, it's nonsense. But Mark, she spoke carefully, the driver of the other car? You had no sooner regained consciousness than he had a fractured skull, Dr. Williams interrupted sharply. The ambulance, in turn, diagnosed it. Skull fractures often happen to show themselves, and then, bingo, you keel over. That's what happened. Now let's say no more about it. Of course. In the hall, the clock struck the quarter hour. Shall I fix the phenobarbital now? Yes. No. Is David home? She hesitated. No, he hasn't gotten back yet. Has he phoned? He knows he's supposed to be in by midnight at the latest. No, he hasn't phoned. But there's a school dance tonight. That's no excuse for not phoning. He has the old car, hasn't he? Yes, you gave him the keys this morning, remember? All the more reason he should phone. Dr. Williams lay silent a moment. 2 o'clock is too late for a 17-year-old boy to be out. I'll speak with him. He won't do it again. Now please, Mark, let me get you the phenobarbital. I'll stay up until David... The ringing phone, a clamor in the darkness, interrupted her. Mark Williams reached for it. The extension was beside his bed. Hello? He said. And then although she could not hear the answering voice, she felt him stiffen. And she knew. As well as she could hear the words she knew, with a mother's instinct for disaster. Yes, Dr. Williams said. Yes, I see. I understand. I'll come at once. Thank you for calling. He slid out of bed before she could stop him. An emergency call. He spoke quietly. I have to go. He began to throw on his clothes. It's David, she said. Isn't it? She sat up. Don't try to keep me from knowing. It's about David. Yes, he said. His voice was very tired. David is hurt. I have to go to him. An accident. He's dead. He's dead. She said it steadily. David's dead, isn't he, Mark? He came over and sat beside her and put his arms around her. Edith, he said. Edith. Yes, he's dead. 40 minutes ago. A car went over a curve. They have him at the county morgue. They want me to identify him, Edith. You see, the car caught fire. I'm coming with you, she said. I'm coming with you. The taxi waited in a pool of darkness between 2 streetlights, the long, low building which was the county morgue. A blue lamp over its door stood below the street level. A flight of concrete steps went down to it from the sidewalk. 10 minutes before, Dr. Mark Williams had gone down those steps. Now he climbed back up them, stiffly, wearily, like an old man. Edith was waiting in the taxi, sitting forward on the edge of her seat, hands clenched. As he reached the last step, she opened the door and stepped out. "Mark," she asked shakily, "was it?" "Yes, it's David." His tone was monotone. "Our son. I've completed the formalities. For now, the only thing we can do is go home." "I'm going to him." She tried to pass. He caught her wrist. Discreetly, the taxi driver pretended to doze. "No, Edith, there's no need. You mustn't see him." "He's my son," she cried. "Let me go." "No. What have you got under your coat?" "It's the bell, the rose crystal bell," she cried. "I'm going to ring it where David can hear." Defiantly, she brought forth her hand, clutching the little bell. "I brought you back, Mark. Now it's going to bring back David." "Edith," he said in horror, "you mustn't believe that's possible. You can't. Those were coincidences. Now let me have it." "No, I'm going to ring it." Violently, she tried to break out of his grip. "I want David back. I'm going to ring the bell." She got her hand free. The crystal bell rang in the quiet of the early morning with an eerie thinness, penetrating the silence like a silver knife. "There," Edith Williams panted. "I've rung it. I know you don't believe, but I do. It'll bring David back." She raised her voice. "David!" She called, "David, son, can you hear me?" "Edith," Dr. Williams groaned, "you're just tormenting yourself. Come home. Please come home." "Not until David comes back. David, David, can you hear me?" She rang the bell again, rang it until Dr. Williams seized it, and she let him take it. "Edith, Edith," he groaned, "if only you had let me come alone." "Mark, listen." "What?" "Listen," she whispered with fierce urgency. He was silent, and then fingers of horror drew themselves down his spine at the clear, youthful voice that came up to them from the darkness below. "Mother! Dad! Where are you?" "David!" Edith Williams breathed. "It's David! Let me go! I must go to him!" "No, Edith!" her husband whispered frantically as the voice below called again. "Dad? Mother? Are you up there? Wait for me!" "Let me go!" she sobbed. "David, we're here! We're up here, son!" "Edith!" Mark Williams gasped. "If you've ever loved me, listen to me. You mustn't go down there. David, I had to identify him by his class ring and his wallet. He was burned, terribly burned. I'm going to him." She wrenched herself free and sped to the steps, up which now was coming a tall form, a shadow shrouded in the darkness. Dr. Williams, horror knotting his stomach, leaped to stop her, but he slipped and fell headlong on the pavement, so that she was able to pant down the stairs to meet the upcoming figure. "Oh, David!" she sobbed. "David!" "Hey, Mom." The boy held her steady. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. But I didn't know what had happened until I got home and you weren't there. And then one of the fellows from the fraternity called me. I realized they must have made a mistake and you'd come here. And I called for a taxi and came out here. My taxi let me off at the entrance around the block. And I've been looking for you down there." Poor Pete. "Pete?" she asked. "Pete Friedberg? He was driving the old car. I lent him the keys and my driver's license, and I shouldn't have. But he's older, and he kept begging me." Then it's Pete who was killed," she gasped. "Pete who was burned?" "Yes, Pete. I feel terrible about lending him the car, but he was supposed to be a good driver. And then them calling you and Dad thinking it was me." "Then Mark was right. Of course he was right." She was laughing and sobbing now. "It's just a bell. A pretty little bell. That's all." "Bell? I don't follow you, Mom." "Never mind," Edith Williams gasped. "It's just a bell. It hasn't any powers over life and death. It doesn't bring back and it doesn't take away. But let's get back up to your father. He may be thinking that the bell really worked." They climbed the rest of the steps. Dr. Mark Williams still lay there where he had fallen headlong on the pavement. The cab driver was bending over him, but there was nothing to be done. The crystal bell had been beneath him when he fell, and it had broken. One long, fine splinter of crystal was embedded in his heart. End of Ring Once for Death. Recording by J.A. Wells.
The Leather Funnel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Derida. The Leather Funnel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. My friend Lionel Dacre lived in the Avenue des Wagrams, Paris. His house was that small one, with the iron railings and grass plot in front of it, on the left-hand side as you passed down from the Arc de Triomphe. I fancy that it had been there long before the avenue was constructed, for the grey tiles were stained with lichens, and the walls were mildewed and discolored with age. It looked a small house from the street, 5 windows in the front, if I remember right, but it deepened into a single long chamber at the back. It was here that Dacre had that singular library of occult literature, and the fantastic curiosities which served as a hobby for himself and an amusement for his friends. A wealthy man of refined and eccentric tastes, he had spent much of his life and fortune in gathering together what was said to be a unique private collection of Talmudic, Kabbalistic, and magical works, many of them of great rarity and value. His tastes leaned towards the marvelous and the monstrous, and I have heard that his experiments in the direction of the unknown have passed all the bounds of civilization and of decorum. To his English friends he never alluded to such matters, and took the tone of the student and virtuoso. But a Frenchman, whose tastes were of the same nature, had assured me that the worst excesses of the Black Mass have been perpetrated in the large and lofty hall, which is lined with the shelves of his books, and the cases of his museum. Dacre's appearance was enough to show that his deep interest in these psychic matters was intellectual rather than spiritual. There was no trace of aestheticism upon his heavy face, but there was much mental force in his huge, dome-like skull, which curved upward from amongst his thinning locks, like a snow peak above its fringe of fir trees. His knowledge was greater than his wisdom, and his powers were far superior to his character. Small, bright eyes, buried deeply in his fleshy face, twinkled with intelligence and an unabated curiosity of life, but they were the eyes of a sensualist and an egotist. Enough of the man, for he is dead now, poor devil, dead at the very time that he had made sure that he had at last discovered the elixir of life. It is not with his complex character that I have to deal, but with the very strange and inexplicable incident which had its rise in my visit to him in the early spring of the year 82. I had known Dacre in England, for my researches in the Assyrian room of the British Museum had been conducted at the time when he was endeavoring to establish a mystic and esoteric meaning in the Babylonian tablets, and this community of interests had brought us together. Chance remarks had led to daily conversation, and that to something verging upon friendship. I had promised him that on my next visit to Paris I would call upon him. At the time when I was able to fulfill my compact, I was living in a cottage at Fontainebleau, and as the evening trains were inconvenient, he asked me to spend the night in his house. "I have only that one spare couch," said he, pointing to a broad sofa in his large salon. "I hope that you will manage to be comfortable there." It was a singular bedroom, with its high walls of brown volumes, but there could be no more agreeable furniture to a bookworm like myself, and there is no scent so pleasant to my nostrils as that faint, subtle reek which comes from an ancient book. I assured him that I could desire no more charming chamber and no more congenial surroundings. "If the fittings are neither convenient nor conventional, they are at least costly," said he, looking around at his shelves. "I have expended nearly $250,000 money upon these objects which surround you. Books, weapons, gems, carvings, tapestries, images. There is hardly a thing here which has not its history, and it is generally one worth telling." He was seated as he spoke at one side of the open fireplace, and I at the other. His reading table was on his right, and the strong lamp above it ringed with a very vivid circle of golden light. A half-rolled palimpsest lay in the center, and around it were many quaint articles of bric-a-brac. One of these was a large funnel, such as is used for filling wine casks. It appeared to be made of black wood, and to be rimmed with discolored brass. "That is a curious thing," I remarked. "What is the history of that?" "Ah," said he, "it is the very question which I have had occasion to ask myself. I would give a good deal to know. Take it in your hands and examine it." I did so, and found that what I had imagined to be wood was in reality leather, though age had dried it to an extreme hardness. It was a large funnel, and might hold a quart when full. The brass rim encircled the wide end, but the narrow was also tipped with metal. "What do you make of it?" asked Dacre. "I should imagine that it belonged to some vintner or malmster in the Middle Ages," said I. "I have seen in England leather drinking flagons of the 17th century, blackjacks as they were called, which were of the same color and hardness as this filler." "I dare say the date would be about the same," said Dacre, "and no doubt also it was used for filling a vessel with liquid. If my suspicions are correct, however, it was a queer vintner who used it, and a very singular cask which was filled. Do you observe nothing strange at the spout end of the funnel?" As I held it to the light, I observed that at a spot some 5 inches above the brass tip, the narrow neck of the leather funnel was all haggled and scored, as if someone had notched it round with a blunt knife. Only at that point was there any roughening of the dead black surface. "Someone has tried to cut off the bottleneck." "Would you call it a cut?" It is torn and lacerated. I must have taken some strength to leave these marks on such tough material, whatever the instrument may have been. But what do you think of it? I can tell you know more than you say." Dacre smiled, and his little eyes twinkled with knowledge. "Have you included the psychology of dreams among your learned studies?" he asked. "I didn't even know that there was such a psychology." "My dear sir, that shelf above the gem case is filled with volumes from Albernus Magnus onward, which deal with no other subject. It is a science in itself." "A science of charlatans." "The charlatan is always the prisoner. From the astrologer came the astronomer, from the alchemist the chemist, from the mesmerist to the experimental psychologist. The quack of yesterday is the professor of tomorrow. Even such subtle and elusive things as dreams will be in time reduced to systems and order. When that time comes, the researches of our friends in the bookshelf yonder will no longer be the amusement of the mystic, but the foundations of a science." "Supposing that is so, what has the science of dreams to do with a large black brass-rimmed funnel?" "I will tell you. You know that I have an agent who is always on the lookout for rarities and curiosities for my collection. Some days ago, he heard of a dealer upon one of the quays who had acquired some old rubbish found in a cupboard in an ancient house at the back of the Rue Marthon, in the Quarter Latin. The dining room of this old house is decorated with a coat of arms, chevrons, and bars rouge upon a field argent, which prove, upon inquiry, to be the shield of Nicholas de la Reine, a high official of King Louis XIV. There can be no doubt that the other articles in the cupboard date back to the early days of that king. The inference is, therefore, that they were all the property of this Nicholas de la Reine, who was, as I understand, the gentleman specifically concerned with the maintenance and execution of the draconic laws of that epoch." "What then?" "I would ask you now to take the funnel in your hands once more, and examine the upper brass rim. Can you make out any lettering upon it?" There were certainly some scratches upon it, almost obliterated by time. The general effect was of several letters, the last of which bore some resemblance to a B. "You make it a B?" "Yes, I do." "So do I. In fact, I have no doubt whatever that it is a B." "But the nobleman you mentioned would have had an R for his initial." "Exactly! That's the beauty of it. He owned this curious object, and yet he had someone else's initials upon it. Why did he do this?" "I can't imagine. Can you?" "Well, I might, perhaps, guess. Do you observe something drawn a little further along the rim?" "I should say it was a crown." "It is undoubtedly a crown.
But if you examine it in a good light, you will convince yourself that it is not an ordinary crown. It is a heraldic crown, a badge of rank, and it consists of an alternation of 4 pearls and strawberry leaves, the proper badge of a marquis. We may infer, therefore, that the person whose initials in the end was entitled to wear that coronet.
Then this common leather filler belonged to a marquis. Dacre gave a peculiar smile.
Or to some member of the family of a marquis, said he. So much we have clearly gathered from this engraved rim.
But what has all of this to do with dreams? I do not know whether it was from a look upon Dacre's face, or from some subtle suggestion in his manner, but a feeling of repulsion, of unreasoning horror came upon me as I looked at the gnarled old lump of leather.
I have more than once received important information through my dreams, said my companion in the didactic manner which he loved to affect. I make it a rule now, when I am in doubt upon any material point, to place the article in question beside me as I sleep, and to hope for some enlightenment. The process does not appear to me to be very obscure, though it has not yet received the blessings of orthodox science. According to my theory, any object which has been intimately associated with any supreme paroxysm of human emotion, whether it be joy or pain, will retain a certain atmosphere or association which it is capable of communicating to a sensitive mind. By a sensitive mind, I do not mean an abnormal one, but such a trained and educated mind as you or I possess.
You mean, for example, that if I slept beside that old sword upon the wall, I might dream of some bloody incident in which the very sword took part?
An excellent example, for, as a matter of fact, that sword was used in that fashion by me, and I saw in my sleep the death of its owner, who perished in a brink skirmish, which I have been able to identify, but which occurred at the time of the wars of the Frondists. If you think of it, some of our popular observances show that the fact that has already been recognized by ancestors, although we, in our wisdom, have classed it among superstitions.
For example?
Well, the placing of the bride's cake beneath the pillow in order that the sleeper may have pleasant dreams. That is one of the several instances which you will find set forth in a small brochure which I am myself writing upon the subject. But to come back to the point, I slept one night with this funnel beside me, and I had a dream which certainly throws a curious light upon its use and origin.
What did you dream?
I dreamed.
He paused, and an intent look of interest came over his massive face.
By Jove, that's well thought of, said he. This really will be an exceedingly interesting experiment. You are yourself a psychic subject, with nerves which respond readily to any impression.
I have never tested myself in that direction.
Then we shall test you tonight. Might I ask you as a very great favor, when you occupy that couch tonight, to sleep with this old funnel placed by the side of your pillow?
The request seemed to me a grotesque one, but I have myself, in my complex nature, a hunger, after all, which is bizarre and fantastic. I had not the faintest belief in Dacre's theory, nor any hopes for success in such an experiment. Yet it amused me that the experiment should be made. Dacre, with great gravity, drew a small stand to the head of my settee, and placed the funnel upon it. Then, after a short conversation, he wished me a good night, and left me. I sat for some little time smoking by the smoldering fire, and turning over in my mind the curious incident which had occurred, and the strange experience which might lie before me. Skeptical as I was, there was something impressive in the assurances of Dacre's manner and my extraordinary surroundings. The huge room, with the strange and often sinister objects which were hung around it, struck solemnity into my soul. Finally, I undressed, and, turning out the lamp, I lay down. After long tossing, I fell asleep. Let me try to describe as accurately as I can the scene which came to me in my dreams. It stands out now in my memory more clearly than anything which I have ever seen with my waking eyes. There was a room which bore the appearance of a vault. 4 spandrels from the corners ran up to join a sharp, cup-shaped roof. The architecture was rough, but very strong. It was evidently part of a great building. 3 men in black, with curious, top-heavy black velvet hats, sat in a line upon a red carpeted dais. Their faces were very solemn and sad. On the left stood 2 long-gowned men with portfolios in their hands, which seemed to be stuffed with papers. Upon the right, looking toward me, was a small woman with blonde hair and singular light blue eyes, the eyes of a child. She was past her first youth, but could not yet be called middle-aged. Her figure was inclined to stoutness, and her bearing was proud and confident. Her face was pale, but serene. It was a curious face, comely yet feline, with a subtle suggestion of cruelty above the straight, strong little mouth and chubby jaws. She was draped in some sort of loose white gown. Beside her stood a thin, eager priest, who whispered in her ear and continually raised a crucifix before her eyes. She turned her head and looked fixedly past the crucifix at the 3 men in black, who were, I felt, her judges. As I gazed, the 3 men stood up and said something, but I could distinguish no words, though I was aware that it was the central one who was speaking. They then swept out of the room, followed by the 2 men with the papers. At the same instant, several rough-looking fellows in stout jerkins came bustling in and removed the first red carpet, and then the boards from which formed the dais, so as to entirely clear the room. When this screen was removed, I saw some singular articles of furniture behind it. One looked like a bed with wooden rollers at each end and a winch handle to regulate its length. Another was a wooden horse. There were several other curious objects and a number of swinging cords which played over pulleys. It was not unlike a modern gymnasium. When the room had been cleared, there appeared a new figure upon the scene. This was a tall, thin person clad in black with a gaunt and austere face. The aspect of the man made me shudder. His clothes were all shining with grease and mottled with stains. He bore himself with a slow and impressive dignity, as if he took command of all things from the instant of his entrance. In spite of his rude appearance and sordid dress, it was now his business, his room, his to command. He carried a coil of light ropes over his left forearm. The lady looked him up and down with a searching glance, but her expression was unchanged. It was confident, even defiant. But it was very different with the priest. His face was ghastly white, and I saw the moisture glisten and run on his high, sloping forehead. He threw up his hands in prayer, and he stooped continually to mutter frantic words in the lady's ear. The man in black now advanced, and taking one of the cords from his left arm, he bound the woman's hands together. She held them meekly toward him as he did so. Then he took her arm with a rough grip and led her toward the wooden horse, which was a little higher than her waist. Onto this she was lifted and laid, with her back upon it and her face to the ceiling, while the priest, quivering with horror, had rushed out of the room. The woman's lips were moving rapidly, and though I could hear nothing, I knew that she was praying. Her feet hung down on either side of the horse, and I saw that the rough varlets in attendance had fastened cords to her ankles and secured the other ends to iron rings in the stone floor. My heart sank with me as I saw these ominous preparations, and yet I was held by the fascination of horror, and I could not take my eyes from the strange spectacle. A man had entered the room with a bucket of water in either hand. Another followed with a 3rd bucket. They were laid beside the wooden horse. The second man had a wooden dipper, a bowl with a straight handle in his other hand. This he gave to the man in black. At the same moment, one of the varlets approached with a dark object in his hand, which, even in my dream, filled me with a vague feeling of familiarity. It was a leather filler. With horrible energy he thrust it, but I could stand no more. My hair stood on end with horror. I writhed, I struggled, I broke through the bonds of sleep, and I burst with a shriek in my own life, and I found myself lying shivering with terror in the huge library, with the moonlight flooding through the window and throwing strange silver and black traceries upon the opposite wall. Oh, what a blessed relief to feel that I was back in the 19th century, back out of that medieval vault into a world where men had human hearts within their bosoms. I sat upon my couch, trembling in every limb, my mind divided between thankfulness and horror. To think that such things were even done, that they could be done without God striking the villains dead. Was it all a fantasy, or did it really stand for something which had happened in the black, cruel days of the world history? I sank my throbbing head upon my shaking hands. And then, suddenly, my heart seemed to stand still in my bosom, and I could not even scream. So great was my terror. Something was advancing toward me through the darkness of the room. It is a horror coming upon a horror which breaks a man's spirit. I could not reason. I
could not pray. I could only sit like a frozen image and glare at the figure which was coming down the great room. And then it moved into the white lane of moonlight, and I breathed once more. It was Dacre, and his face showed that he was as frightened as myself. "What's that, you? For God's sake, what's the matter?" he asked in a husky voice. "Oh, Dacre, I am glad to see you. I have been down in hell. It was dreadful." "Then it was you who screamed?" "I dare say it was. It rang through the house. The servants are all terrified." He struck a match and lit the lamp. "I think we may get the fire to burn up again," he added, throwing some logs upon the embers. "Good God, my dear chap, how white you are. You look as if you'd seen a ghost." "So I have. Several ghosts." "The leather funnel has acted, then?" "I wouldn't sleep near the infernal thing again for all the money you could offer me." Dacre chuckled. "I expected that you would have a lively night of it," said he. "You took it out of me in return, for that scream of yours wasn't a very pleasant sound at 2 a.m. I suppose from what you say that you have seen the whole dreadful business." "What dreadful business?" "The torture of the water. The extraordinary question, as it was called in the genial days of Le Rossolet. Did you stand it to the end?" "No, thank God I awoke before it really began." "Ah, it's just as well for you. I held out till the 3rd bucket. Well, it is an old story, and they were all in their graves now anyhow, so what does it matter how they got there? I suppose that you have no idea what it was that you've seen." "A torture of some criminal. She must have been a terrible malefactor indeed if her crimes are in proportion to her penalty." "Well, we have that small consolation," said Dacre, wrapping his dressing gown round him and crouching closer to the fire. "They were in proportion to her penalty. That is to say, if I am correct in the lady's identity." "How could you possibly know her identity?" For answer, Dacre took down an old vellum-covered volume from the shelf. "Just listen to this," said he. "It is in the French of the 17th century, but I will give you a rough translation as I go. You will judge for yourself whether I have solved the riddle or not. The prisoner was brought before the grand chambers and tournelles of Parliament, sitting as a court of justice, charged with the murder of Master Dreux d'Aubray, her father, and of her 2 brothers, Madames d'Aubray, one being a civil servant, and the other a councillor of Parliament. In person it seemed hard to believe that she had really done such wicked deeds, for she was of a mild appearance and of a short stature, with a fair skin and blue eyes. Yet the court, having found her guilty, condemned her to the ordinary and to the extraordinary question, in order that she might be forced to name her accomplices, after which she should be carried in a cart to the Place de Grève, there to have her head cut off, and her body being afterwards burned and her ashes scattered to the wind. The date of this entry is July 16th, 1676. It is interesting, said I, but not convincing. How do you prove the 2 women to be the same? I am coming to that. The narrative goes on to tell of the woman's behavior when questioned. When the executioner approached her, she recognized him by the cords which he held in his hands, and she at once held out her own hands to him. Look at him from head to foot without uttering a word. How is that? Yes, it was so. She gazed without wincing upon the wooden horse and rings which had twisted so many limbs and caused so many shrieks of agony, when her eyes fell upon the 3 pails of water, which were all ready for her. She said with a smile, "All that water must have been brought here for the purpose of drowning me, monsieur. You have no idea, I trust, of making a person of my small stature swallow it all. Shall I read the details of the torture?" "No, for heaven's sake, don't." Here is a sentence which must surely show that what is here recorded is the very scene which you have gazed upon tonight. The good Abbé Pirot, unable to contemplate the agonies which were suffered by his penitent, had hurried from the room. Does that convince you? It does entirely. There can be no question that it is indeed the same event. But who then is this lady whose appearance was so attractive and whose end was so horrible? For answer, Dacre came across to me and placed a small lamp upon the table which stood by my bed. Lifting up the ill-omened filler, he turned the brass rim so that the light fell upon it. Seen in this way, the engraving seemed clearer than on the night before. We have already agreed that this is the badge of a marquis, or a marquise, and we have also settled that the last letter is a B.
It is undoubtedly so.
I now suggest to you that the other letters from left to right are MM, a small d, A, a small d, and then the final B.
Yes, I'm sure that you're right. I can make out the two small d's quite plainly.
What I have read to you tonight, said Dacre, is the official record of the trial of Mary Madeleine d'Aubray, a Marquise of de Brinvilliers, one of the most famous poisoners and murderers of all time.
I sat in silence, overwhelmed at the extraordinary nature of the incidents and at the completeness of the proof which Dacre had exposed its real meaning. In a vague way, I remembered some details of the woman's career, her unbridled debauchery, and the cold-blooded and protracted torture of her sick father, the murder of her brothers for motives of petty gain. I recollected also that the bravery of her end had done something to atone for the horror of her life, and that all Paris had sympathized with her last moments, and blessed her as a martyr within a few days of the time when they had cursed her as a murderess. One objection, and one only, occurred to my mind. How came her initials and her badge of rank upon the filler? Surely they did not carry their medieval homage to the nobility to the point of decorating instruments of torture with their titles.
I was puzzled with the same point, said Dacre, but it admits of a simple explanation. The case excited extraordinary interest at the time, and nothing could be more natural than that Lorraine, the head of the police, should retain this filler as a grim souvenir. It was not often that a Marchioness of France underwent the extraordinary question. That he should engrave her initials upon it for the information of others was surely a very ordinary proceeding upon his part.
And this?
I asked, pointing to the marks on the leather neck. She was a cruel tigress, said Dacre as he turned away. I think it is evident that like the other tigresses, her teeth were both strong and sharp.
End of The Leather Funnel. Recording by David Derida.
At Old Man Eckert by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Henry. At Old Man Eckert by Ambrose Bierce. Philip Eckert lived for many years in an old, weather-stained wooden house about 3 miles from the little town of Marion in Vermont. There must be quite a number of persons living who remember him, not unkindly, I trust, and I know something of this story that I'm about to tell. Old Man Eckert, as he was always called, was not of a sociable disposition and lived alone. As he was never known to speak of his own affairs, nobody thereabout knew anything of his past, nor of his relatives if he had any. Without being particularly ungracious or repellent in manner or speech, he managed somehow to be immune to impertinent curiosity, yet exempt from the evil repute with which it commonly revenges itself when baffled. So far as I know, Mr. Eckert's renown as a reformed assassin or a retired pirate of the Spanish Main had not reached any ear in Marion. He got his living cultivating a small and not very fertile farm. One day he disappeared, and a prolonged search by his neighbors failed to turn him up or throw any light upon his whereabouts or whyabouts. Nothing indicated preparation to leave. All was as he might have left it, to go to the spring for a bucket of water. For a few weeks, little else was talked of in that region. Then Old Man Eckert became a village tale for the ear of the stranger. I do not know what was done regarding his property. The correct legal thing, doubtless. The house was standing, still vacant and conspicuously unfit, when I last heard of it, some 20 years afterward. Of course it came to be considered haunted, and the customary tales were told of moving lights, dolorous sounds, and startling apparitions. At one time, about 5 years after the disappearance, these stories of the supernatural became so rife, or through some attesting circumstances, seemed so important that some of the Marion's most serious citizens deemed it well to investigate, and to that end arranged for a night session on the premises. The parties to this undertaking were John Holcomb, an apothecary, Wilson Merle, a lawyer, and Andrus C. Palmer, the teacher of the public school, all men of consequence and repute. They were to meet at Holcomb's house at 8 o'clock in the evening of the appointed day and go together to the scene of their vigil, where certain arrangements for their comfort, a provision of fuel and the like, for the season was winter, had been already made. Palmer did not keep the engagement, and after waiting half an hour for him, the others went to the Eckert house without him. They established themselves in the principal room, before a glowing fire, and without other light than it gave, awaited events. It had been agreed to speak as little as possible. They did not even renew the exchange of views regarding the defection of Palmer, which had occupied their minds on the way. Probably an hour had passed without incident when they heard, not without emotion, doubtless, the sound of an opening door in the rear of the house, followed by footfalls in the room adjoining that in which they sat. The watchers rose to their feet, but stood firm, prepared for whatever might ensue. A long silence followed, how long neither would afterward undertake to say. Then the door between the two rooms opened, and a man entered. It was Palmer. He was pale, as if from excitement, as pale as the others felt themselves to be. His manner, too, was singularly distrait. He neither responded to their salutations, nor so much as looked at them, but walked slowly across the room in the light of the failing fire, and opening the front door, passed out into the darkness. It seems to have been the first thought of both men that Palmer was suffering from fright, that something seen, heard, or imagined in the back room had deprived him of his senses. Acting on the same friendly impulse, both ran after him through the open door, but neither they nor anyone ever again saw or heard of Andrus Palmer. This much was ascertained the next morning, during the session of Messrs. Holcomb and Merle at the haunted house. A new snow had fallen to the depth of several inches upon the old. In this snow, Palmer's trail from his lodging in the village to the back door of the Eckert house was conspicuous, but there it ended. From the front door nothing led away but the tracks of the two men who swore that he preceded them. Palmer's disappearance was as complete as that of Old Man Eckert himself, whom, indeed, the editor of the local paper somewhat graphically accused of having reached out and pulled him in. End of At Old Man Eckert's. Recording by Jim Henry.
A Tale of Terror by Thomas Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The following story I had from the lips of a well-known aeronaut, and nearly in the same words. It was on one of my ascents from Vauxhall, and a gentleman of the name of Maver had engaged himself as a companion in my aerial excursion. But when the time came, his nerves failed him, and I looked vainly around for the person who was to occupy the vacant seat in the car. Having waited for him till the last possible moment, and the crowd in the gardens becoming impatient, I prepared to ascend alone, and the last cord that attached me to the earth was about to be cast off, when suddenly a strange gentleman pushed forward and volunteered to go up with me into the clouds. He pressed the request with so much earnestness that, having satisfied myself by a few questions of his respectability, and had received his promise to submit in every point to my directions, I consented to receive him in lieu of the absentee, whereupon he stepped with evident eagerness and alacrity into the machine. In another minute we were rising above the trees, and in justice to my companion I must say that in all my experience no person at a first ascent had ever shown such perfect coolness and self-possession. The sudden rise of the machine, the novelty of the situation, the real and exaggerated dangers of the voyage, and the cheering of the spectators are apt to cause some trepidation, or at any rate excitement, in the boldest individuals, whereas the stranger was as composed and comfortable as if he had been sitting quite at home in his own library chair. A bird could not have seemed more at ease, or more in its element, and yet he solemnly assured me upon his honour that he had never been up before in his life. Instead of exhibiting any alarm at our great height from the earth, he evinced the liveliest pleasure whenever I emptied one of my bags of sand, and even once or twice urged me to part with more of the ballast. In the meantime, the wind, which was very light, carried us gently along in a north-east direction, and the day being particularly bright and clear, we enjoyed a delightful bird's-eye view of the great metropolis and the surrounding country. My companion listened with great interest while I pointed out to him the various objects over which we passed, till I happened casually to observe that the balloon must be directly over Hoxton. My fellow traveller then for the first time betrayed some uneasiness, and anxiously inquired whether I thought he could be recognized by anyone at our then distance from the earth. It was, I told him, quite impossible. Nevertheless, he continued very uneasy, frequently repeating, "I hope they don't see me," and entreating me earnestly to discharge more ballast. It then flashed upon me for the first time that his offer to ascend with me had been a whim of the moment, and that he feared the being seen at that perilous elevation by any member of his own family. I therefore asked him if he resided at Hoxton, to which he replied in the affirmative, urging again and with great vehemence the emptying of the remaining sandbags. This, however, was out of the question, considering the altitude of the balloon, the course of the wind, and the proximity of the sea-coast. But my comrade was deaf to these reasons. He insisted on going higher, and on my refusal to discharge more ballast, deliberately pulled off and threw his hat, coat, and waistcoat overboard. "Hurrah! That lightened her," he shouted. "But it's not enough yet." And he began unloosening his cravat. "Nonsense," said I. "My good fellow, nobody can recognize you at this distance, even with a telescope." "Don't be too sure of that," he retorted rather simply. "They have sharp eyes at Miles's." "At where?" "At Miles's madhouse." Gracious heaven! The truth flashed upon me in an instant. I was sitting in the frail car of a balloon, at least a mile above the earth, with a lunatic. The horrors of the situation, for a minute, seemed to deprive me of my own senses. A sudden freak of a distempered fancy, a transient fury, the slightest struggle might send us both at a moment's notice into eternity. In the meantime, the maniac, still repeating his insane cry of "Higher! Higher! Higher!" divested himself successively of every remaining article of clothing, throwing each portion as soon as taken off to the winds. The inutility of remonstrance, or rather the probability of its producing a fatal irritation, kept me silent during these operations. But judge of my terror when, having thrown his stockings overboard, I heard him say, "We are not yet high enough by 10,000 miles. One of us must throw out the other." To describe my feelings at this speech is impossible. Not only the awfulness of my position, but its novelty, conspired to bewilder me. For certainly no flight of imagination, no, not the wildest nightmare dream, had ever placed me in so desperate and forlorn a situation. It was horrible, horrible. Words, pleadings, remonstrances were useless, and resistance would be certain destruction. I had better have been unarmed in an American wilderness at the mercy of a savage Indian. And now, without daring to stir a hand in opposition, I saw the lunatic deliberately heave first one and then the other bag of ballast from the car, the balloon, of course, rising with proportionate rapidity. Up, up, up it soared, to an altitude I had never even dared to contemplate. The earth was lost to my eyes, and nothing but the huge clouds rolled beneath us. The world was gone, I felt, for ever. The maniac, however, was still dissatisfied with our ascent, and again began to mutter. "Have you a wife and children?" he asked abruptly. Prompted by a natural instinct, and with a pardonable deviation from truth, I replied that I was married, and had 14 young ones who depended on me for their bread. "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the maniac, with a sparkling of his eyes that chilled my very marrow. "I have 300 wives and 5,000 children, and if the balloon had not been so heavy by carrying double, I should have been home to them by this time." "And where do they live?" I asked, anxious to gain time by any question that first occurred to me. "In the moon," replied the maniac, "and when I have lightened the car, I shall be there in no time." I heard no more, for suddenly approaching me and throwing his arms around my body. End of A Tale of Terror. Recording by Patrick Wallace.
The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. The circumstances I'm about to relate to you have truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years, I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with reluctance, which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away. I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun and had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east. The month, December. The place, a bleak wide moor in the far north of England. And I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way. With the first feathery flakes of an incoming storm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the laden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand and stared anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, not the tiniest cultivated patch or fence or sheep track met my eyes in any direction. There was nothing for it but to walk on and take my chance of finding what shelter I could by the way. So I shouldered my gun again and pushed warily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak, and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile, the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this, the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already watching for me through the window of our little inn parlor, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and, having spent our autumn in the Highlands, we were now lodging in a remote little village situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love, and of course very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would. What I would not have given to have kept my word. Even now, weary as I was, I felt that with a supper, an hour's rest, and a guide, I might still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. And all this time the snow fell, and the night thickened. I stopped and shouted every now and then, but my shouts seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travelers who had walked on in the falling snow, until wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail and my resolution give away? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death. Death, I shuddered. How hard to die just now when my life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling, whose whole loving heart... But that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, louder and longer, and then listened eagerly. Was my shout answered? Or did I only fancy that I heard a far-off cry? I hallooed again, and again the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to great joy, face to face with an old man and a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "For what?" growled he, sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then, folks do get cast away hereabouts from time to time, and what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord's so minded? "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far am I now from Dwolding?" "A good 20 miles, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wake, and that's 12 miles to other side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," he said, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." "Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't o' no use," growled he. "He won't let you in, not he." "We'll see about that," I replied briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's naught to you," was the unceremonious reply. Well, well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and a supper tonight." You can try 'em," muttered my reluctant guide. And still shaking his head, he hobbled, gnome-like, away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, 'tis the house. Down, bay!" And he fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw in the little circle of light shed by the lantern that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked round with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served, apparently, a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with flour sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, flitches, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the center of the floor stood some huge object gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping cloth, and reached halfway up to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude movable platform with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal crudely fashioned. The speculum, so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument, and asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell rang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide, with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low black door on the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in without even waiting for invitation. A huge, white-haired old man rose from a table covered with books and papers, and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" he said. "How came you here? What do you want?" "James Murray, barrister at law, on foot across the moor, meat, drink, and sleep." He bent his bushy brows into a portentous frown. "Mine is not a house of entertainment," he said haughtily. "Jacob, how dare you admit this stranger?" "I didn't admit him," grumbled the old man. "He followed me over the moor, and shouldered his way in before me. I have no match for 6'2". "And pray, sir, By what right have you forced an entrance into my house? The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning. The right of self-preservation. Self-preservation? There is an inch of snow on the ground already, I replied briefly, and it would be deep enough to cover my body before daybreak. He strode to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out. It is true, he said. You can stay, if you choose, till morning. Jacob, serve the supper. With this he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I had disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Smaller and less incongruous in its arrangement than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to awaken my curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange diagrams, and in others covered with shelves crowded with philosophical instruments, the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios. On the other, a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-open door of a cupboard at the further end of the room, I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantel shelf beside me, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden. Every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen, yet seemed it stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid those wild and solitary moors. Over and over again I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what he could be. His head was singularly fine, but it was more the head of a poet than that of a philosopher. Broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair, it had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness that characterizes the head of Louis von Beethoven. There were the same deep lines about the mouth, and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me. I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir, said my entertainer. Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder. I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly and sat down to his own supper, which consisted, primitively, of a jug of milk and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, he said, Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Will you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long? Pray, interrogate me, I replied. I am heartily at your service. He bent his head in acknowledgment, leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees and his chin supported in the palms of his hands, stared fixedly into the fire, and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the latter progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied as well as my slight information permitted. But the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened, spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud, I had never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all systems of philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and still, leaning forward in the same moody attitude with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer. From practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reinbach, from Reinbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condillac, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi and mystics of the East were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seemed easy and harmonious upon his lips as sequences in music. By and by I forget now what link of conjecture or illustration he passed on that field which lies beyond the boundary line of even conjectural philosophy and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which under the names of ghosts, specters, and supernatural appearances have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages. "The world," he said, "grows hourly more and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius, and our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resists experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war as against the belief in apparitions? And yet, what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any facts in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various, attested by all races of men, in all ages, and in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savages of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. This phenomena is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical science, is put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of competent witness, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool. He spoke with bitterness, and having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands, and added with an altered voice and manner, "I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I, too, was branded as a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and hooted from that field of science in which I labored with honor during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now. The world has forgotten me as I have forgotten the world. You have my history." "It is a very sad one," I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer. "It is a very common one," he replied, "and I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man has suffered before me." He rose, as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window. "It has ceased snowing," he observed, as he dropped the curtain and came back to the fireside. "Ceased!" I exclaimed, starting eagerly to my feet. "Oh, if it were only possible, but no, it is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight." "Walk 20 miles tonight?" repeated my host. "What are you thinking of?" "Of my wife," I replied impatiently. "Of my young wife who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror." "Where is she?" "At Dwolding, 20 miles away." "At Dwolding?" he echoed thoughtfully. "Yes, the distance is true, is 20 miles. But are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours?" "So very, very anxious that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse." "Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate," he said, smiling. "The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwolding, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you into the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one? Easily, gladly. He smiled again, rang the bell, gave the old servant his directions, and taking a bottle of whiskey and wineglass from the cupboard in which he kept his chemicals, and said, "The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking out on the moor. A glass of usquebaugh before you start?" I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. "It is strong," he said, "but it will help keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night." I thanked him for his hospitality, and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall, Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide, white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound, save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet, disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in hand, and his shadow at his feet. I followed, with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears. His eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day, with surprise, how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images and fragments of splendid reasoning, in the very words in which he had uttered them, musing thus over what I had heard, and striving to recall a lost link here and there. I strode on at the heels of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt and said, "Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and you can't fail off the way." "This, then, is the old coach road?" "Aye, 'tis the old coach road." "And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?" "Night pon 3 mile." I pulled out my purse, and he became more communicative. "The road's a fair road enough," he said, "for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parpet's broken way. Close again the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident." "What accident?" The night mail pitched right over into the valley below. A good 50 feet, and more, just at the worst bit o' road in the whole country." "Horrible! Were many lives lost?" "All. 4 were found dead, and the other 2 died next morning." "How long is it since this happened?" "Just 9 year." "Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night." "Good night, sir, and thank ye." Jacob pocketed his half-crown, made a faint pretense of touching his hat, and trudged back by the way he had come. I watched the light of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for, despite the dead darkness overhead, the line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up enormous sums in my head and accumulated them at compound interest. I did my best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had just been listening, and to some extent I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder, and though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands, and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet, north country highway, I were scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I at first concluded that Jacob had retracted his steps and followed me, But even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel with the first and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seems strange that any private vehicle should take a road professedly disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied I could already see the dark outline of the carriage between them. It was coming up very fast and quite noiselessly, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me. Was it possible that I had passed the crossroads in the dark without observing the signpost? And could this be the very coach which I had come to meet? No need to ask myself that question a second time, for here came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, one outside passenger, and 4 steaming greys, all wrapped in a soft haze of light, through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up, the guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travelers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself on my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outside air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbor. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me, and yet he answered never a word. At any other time I should have felt, and perhaps expressed, some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I shivered from head to foot, and, turning to my left-hand neighbor, asked if he had any objection to opening a window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question somewhat more loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost patience and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation, apparently, of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last stages of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch. The leather fittings were crusted over with mold, and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse in which it had been moldering away for years, to do another day or 2 of duty on the road. I turned to the 3rd passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in a deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair?" He moved his head slowly, and looked me in the face, without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now when I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth between. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips, and a strange horror, a dreadful horror, came upon me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbor. He too was looking at me, with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glitter in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow. I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own, and saw... Oh, heaven, how shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men, like myself. A pale phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping to pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their eyes, their terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy burst from my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as the landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I woke up one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you, in half a dozen words, the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that had accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In this snowdrift, I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocketbook showed my name and address. My wife was summoned to nurse me. And, thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened to the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I have just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream, born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again, until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago, I was the fourth inside passenger in that phantom coach. End of The Phantom Coach.
The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Morrill. The Cats of Ulthar by H.P. Lovecraft. It is said that in Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Sky, no man may kill a cat, and this I can verily believe as I gaze upon him who sitteth purring before the fire. For the cat is cryptic, and close to strange things which men cannot see. He is the soul of antique Egyptus, and bearer of tales from forgotten cities in Meroe and Ophir. He is the kin of the jungle lords, and heir to the secrets of hoary and sinister Africa. The Sphinx is his cousin, and he speaks her language, but he is more ancient than the Sphinx, and remembers that which she hath forgotten. In Ulthar, before ever the burgesses forbade the killing of cats, there dwelt an old cotter and his wife who delighted to trap and slay the cats of their neighbors. Why they did this I know not, save that many hate the voice of the cat in the night, and take it ill that cats should run stealthily about yards and gardens at twilight. But whatever the reason, this old man and woman took pleasure in trapping and slaying every cat which came near to their hovel, and from some of the sounds heard after dark, many villagers fancied that the manner of slaying was exceedingly peculiar. But the villagers did not discuss such things with the old man and his wife, because of the habitual expression on the withered faces of the two, and because their cottage was so small and so darkly hidden under spreading oaks at the back of a neglected yard. In truth, much as the owners of cats hated these odd folk, they feared them more, and instead of berating them as brutal assassins, merely took care that no cherished pet or mouser should stray toward the remote hovel under the dark trees. When through some unavoidable oversight a cat was missed, and sounds heard after dark, the loser would lament impotently, or console himself by thanking fate that it was not one of his children who had thus vanished. For the people of Ulthar were simple, and knew not whence it is all cats first came. One day a caravan of strange wanderers from the south entered the narrow, cobbled streets of Ulthar. Dark wanderers they were, and unlike the other roving folk who passed through the village twice every year. In the marketplace they told fortunes for silver, and bought gay beads from the merchants. What was the land of these wanderers none could tell, but it was seen that they were given to strange prayers, and that they had painted on the sides of their wagons strange figures with human bodies, and the heads of cats, hawks, rams, and lions, and the leader of the caravan wore a headdress with 2 horns, and a curious disc betwixt the horns. There was in this singular caravan a little boy with no father or mother, but only a tiny black kitten to cherish. The plague had not been kind to him, yet had left him this small furry thing to mitigate his sorrow. And when one is very young, one can find great relief in the lively antics of a black kitten. So the boy, whom the dark people called Menace, smiled more often than he wept as he sat playing with his graceful kitten on the steps of an oddly painted wagon. On the 3rd morning of the wanderer's stay in Ulthar, Menace could not find his kitten, and as he sobbed aloud in the marketplace, certain villagers told him of the old man and his wife, and of sounds heard in the night. And when he heard these things, his sobbing gave place to meditation, and finally to prayer. He reached out his arms toward the sun, and prayed in a tongue no villager could understand, though indeed the villagers did not try very hard to understand, since their attention was mostly taken up by the sky and the odd shapes the clouds were assuming. It was very peculiar, but as the little boy uttered his petition, there seemed to form overhead the shadowy, nebulous figures of exotic things, of hybrid creatures crowned with horn-flanked discs. Nature is full of such illusions to impress the imaginative. That night the wanderers left Ulthar, and were never seen again, and the householders were troubled when they noticed that in all the village there was not a cat to be found. From each hearth the familiar cat had vanished. Cats large and small, black, gray, striped, yellow, and white. Old Grating, the burgomaster, swore that dark folk had taken the cats away in revenge for the killing of Menace's kitten, and cursed the caravan and the little boy. But Nith, the lean notary, declared that the old cotter and his wife were more likely persons to suspect, for their hatred of cats was notorious and increasingly bold. Still, no one durst complain to the sinister couple, even when little Atal, the innkeeper's son, vowed that he had at twilight seen all the cats of Ulthar in that accursed yard under the trees, pacing very slowly and solemnly in a circle around the cottage, 2 abreast, as if in performance of some unheard-of rite of beasts. The villagers did not know how much to believe from so small a boy, and though they feared that the evil pair had charmed the cats to their death, they preferred not to chide the old cotter till they met him outside his dark and repellent yard. So Ulthar went to sleep in vain anger, and when the people awakened at dawn, behold, every cat was back at his accustomed hearth. Large and small, black and gray, striped, yellow and white, none was missing. Very sleek and fat did the cats appear, and sonorous with their purring content. The citizens talked with one another of the affair, and marveled not a little. Old Grating again insisted it was the dark folk who had taken them, since cats did not return alive from the cottage of the ancient man and his wife. But all agreed on one thing, that the refusal of all the cats to eat their portions of meat or drink their saucers of milk was exceedingly curious, and for 2 whole days the sleek, lazy cats of Ulthar would not touch food, but only doze by the fire or in the sun. It was fully a week before the villagers noticed that no lights were appearing at dusk in the windows of the cottage under the trees. Then the lean Nith remarked that no one had seen the old man or his wife since the night the cats were away. In another week the burgomaster decided to overcome his fears and call at the strangely silent dwelling as a matter of duty, though in so doing he was careful to take with him Shang the blacksmith and Thule the cutter of stone as his witnesses. and when they had broken down the frail door they found only this: 2 cleanly picked human skeletons on the earthen floor, and a number of singular beetles crawling in the shadowy corners. There was subsequently much talk among the burgesses of Ulthar. Zath, the coroner, disputed at length with Nith, the lean notary, and Cranen and Shang and Thule were overwhelmed with questions. Even little Atal, the innkeeper's son, was closely questioned and given a sweet meat as a reward. They talked of the old cotter and his wife, of the caravan of dark wanderers, of small Menes and his black kitten, of the prayer of Menes and the sky during that prayer, of the doings of the cats on the night the caravan left, and of what was later found in the cottage under the dark trees in the repellent yard. And in the end the burgesses passed that remarkable law, which is told of by traders in Hatheg and discussed by travellers in Nir, namely, that in Ulthar no man may kill a cat. End of The Cats of Ulthar. Recording by Corey Morrill.
The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2018. The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. Through the windows of Jim Daly's saloon in the little town of C, the setting sun streamed in yellow patches, lighting up the glasses scattered on the tables and the faces of several men who were gathered near the bar. Farmers mostly they were, with a sprinkling of shopkeepers, while prominent among them was the village editor, and all were discussing a startling piece of news that had spread through the town and its surroundings. The tidings that Walter Stedman, a laborer on Albert Kenzie's ranch, had assaulted and murdered his employer's daughter, had reached them, and had spread universal horror among the people. A farmer declared that he had seen the deed committed as he walked through a neighboring lane, and, having always been noted for his cowardice, instead of running to the girl's aid, had hailed a party of miners who were returning from their midday meal through a field nearby. When they reached the spot, however, where Stedman, as they supposed, had done his black deed, only the girl lay there, in the stillness of death. Her murderer had taken the opportunity to fly. The party had searched the woods of the Kelsey estate, and just as they were nearing the house itself, the appearance of Walter Stedman, walking in a strangely unsteady manner toward it, made them quicken their pace. He was soon in custody, although he had protested his innocence of the crime. He said that he had just seen the body himself on his way to the station, and that when they had found him he was going to the house for help. But they had laughed at his story and had flung him into the tiny, stifling calaboose of the town. What were their proofs? Walter Stedman, a young fellow of about 26, had come from the city to their quiet town just when times were at their hardest, in search of work. The most of the men living in the town were honest fellows, doing their work faithfully when they could get it, and when they had socially asked Stedman to have a drink with them, he had refused in a rather scornful manner. That infernal city chap, he was called, and their hate and envy increased in strength when Albert Kelsey had employed him in preference to any of themselves. As time went on, the story of Stedman's admiration for Margaret Kelsey had gone afloat, with the added information that his employer's daughter had repulsed him, saying that she would not marry a common labourer. So Stedman, when this news reached his employer's ears, was discharged, and this, then, was his revenge. For them these proofs were sufficient to pronounce him guilty. Yet that afternoon, as Stedman, crouched on the floor of the calaboose, grew hopeless in the knowledge that no one would believe his story, and that his undeserved punishment would be swift and sure, a tramp, boarding a freight car several miles from the town, sped away from the spot where his crime had been committed, and knew that forever its shadow would follow him. From the tiny window of his prison, Walter Stedman could see the red glow of the heavens that betokened the setting of the sun. So the red sun of his life was soon to set, a life that had been innocent of all crime, and that now was to be ended for a deed that he had never committed. Most prominent of all the visions that swept through his mind was that of Margaret Kelsey, lying as he had first found her, fresh from the hands of her murderer. But there was another of a more tender nature. How long he and Margaret had tried to keep their secret, until Walter could be promoted to a higher position, so that he could ask for her hand with no fear of the father's antagonism. Then came the remembrance of an afternoon meeting between the two in the woods of the Kelsey estate. How, just as they were parting, Walter had heard footsteps near them, and, glancing sharply around, saw an evil, scowling, murderous face peering through the brush. He had started toward it, but the owner of the countenance had taken himself hurriedly off. The gossiping townspeople had misconstrued this romance, and when Albert Kelsey had heard of this clandestine meeting from the man who was later on to appear as a leader of the mob, and that he had discharged Stedman, they had believed that the young man had formally proposed, and had been rejected. But justice had gone wrong, as it had done innumerable times before, and will again. An innocent man was to be hanged, even without the comfort of a trial, while the man who was guilty was free to wander where he would. That autumn night the darkness came quickly, and only the stars did their best to light the scene. A body of men, all masked, and having as a leader one who had ever since Stedman's arrival in town cherished a secret hatred of the young men, dragged Stedman from the calaboose and tramped through the town, defying all, defying even God himself. Along the highway and into Farmer Brown's cross-cut they went, vigilantly guarding their prisoner, who, with the lanterns lighting up his haggard face, walked among them with the lagging step of utter hopelessness. "That's a good tree," their leader said presently, stopping and pointing out a spreading oak. When the slipknot was adjusted and Stedman had stepped on the box, he added, "If you've got anything to say, you'd better say it now." "I'm innocent, I swear before God," the doomed man answered. "I never took the life of Margaret Kelsey." "Give us your proof," jeered the leader, and when Stedman kept a despairing silence, he laughed shortly. "Ready, men?" He gave the order. The box was kicked aside, and then only a writhing body swung to and fro in the gloom. In front of the men stood their leader, watching the contortions of the body with silent glee. "I'll tell you a secret, boys," he said suddenly. "I was after that poor murdered girl myself. A damned little chance I had, but by... he had just as little." A pause. Then, "He's shunted this earth. Cut him down, you fellows." "It's no use, son. I'll give up the blasted thing as a bad job. There's something queer about that tree there. Do you see how its branches balance it? We have cut the trunk nearly in two, but it won't come down. There's plenty of others around. We'll take one of them. If I'd a long rope with me, I'd get that tree down, and yet the way the thing stands, it would be risking a fellow's life to climb it. It's got the devil in it, sure." So old Farmer Brown shouldered his axe and made for another tree, his son following. They had sawed and chopped and chopped and sawed, and yet the tall white oak, with its branches jutting out almost as regularly as if done by the work of a machine, stood straight and firm. Farmer Brown, well known for his weak, cowardly spirit, who in beholding the murder of Albert Kelsey's daughter had in his fright mistaken the criminal, now in his superstition let the oak stand, because its well-balanced position saved it from falling when other trees would have been down. And so this tree, the same one to which an innocent man had been hanged, was left for other work. It was a bleak, rainy night, such a night as can be found only in central California. The wind howled like 1,000 demons and lashed the trees together in wild embraces. Now and then the weird hoot, hoot of an owl came softly from the distance in the lulls of the storm, while the barking of coyotes woke the echoes of the hills into sounds like fiendish laughter. In the wind and rain a man fought his path through the bush and into Farmer Brown's cross-cut as the shortest way home. Suddenly he stopped, trembling as if held by some unseen impulse. Before him rose the white oak, wavering and swaying in the storm. "Good God, it's the tree I swung Stedman from!" he cried, and a strange fear thrilled him. His eyes were fixed on it, held by some undefinable fascination. Yes, there on one of the longest branches a small piece of rope still dangled. And then, to the murderer's excited vision, this rope seemed to lengthen, to form at the end into a slip-knot, a knot that encircled a purple neck, while below it writhed and swayed the body of a man. "Damn him!" he muttered, starting toward the hanging form as if about to help the rope in its work of strangulation. "Will he forever follow me? And yet he deserved it, the black-hearted villain. He took her life." He never finished the sentence. The white oak, towering above him in its strength, seemed to grow like a frenzied living creature. There was a sudden splitting sound. Then came a crash, and under the fallen tree lay Stedman's murderer, crushed and mangled. From between the broken trunk and the stump that was left, a grey, dim shape sprang out, and sped past the man's still form, away into the wild blackness of the night. End of The Vengeance of a Tree.
The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nefeli Vidali. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. I was sick unto death with that long agony. And when they at length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill-wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw that the decrees of what to me was fate were still issuing from those lips. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft, and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment. And then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white slender angels who would save me. But then, all at once there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre in my frame thrill, as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy, like a rich musical note, the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished as if magically from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness. Their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent, as if the soul into Hades. Then silence and stillness and night were the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define, or even to describe, yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber, no, in delirium, no, in a swoon, no, in death, no, even in the grave, all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet in a second afterward, so frail may that web have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon there are 2 stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if upon reaching the second stage we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled, yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coals that glow. Is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that the many may not view. Is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower. Is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavours to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments when I have dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. They tell also of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toil. After this, I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of the heart, and in my ears the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank. Then again sound, and motion, and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then very suddenly thought, and shuddering terror, and earnest endeavour to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavour have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far, I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dare not, to employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts, then, were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the Autos da Fe, and one of these had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This I at once saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore and stood in cold big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward, with my arms extended, and my eyes straining from their sockets in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not at least the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumours of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always deemed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness? Or what fate perhaps even more fearful awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness, I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out without being aware of the fact. So perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket when led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although, in the disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least I thought. But I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time, when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon awakening, and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward, I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the serge. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more when I arrived at the rag. There were in all then 100 paces, and, admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guesses at the shape of the vault, for vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope, in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first, I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavouring to cross in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance, which yet, in a few seconds afterward, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this. My chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips, and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time, my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapour, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I put forward my arm, and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sullen plunge into water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and as rapid closing of a door overhead while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more. And the death just avoided was of that very character which I had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny, there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering, my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish, rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind, I might have had the courage to end my misery at once, by a plunge into one of these abysses. But now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when once again I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild, sulphurous lustre, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble. Vain, indeed, for what could be of less importance under the terrible circumstances which environed me than the mere dimensions of my dungeon? But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavours to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration, I had counted 52 paces up to the period when I fell. I must then have been within a pace or two from the fragment of serge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon awakening, I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with a wall to the left, and ended it with a wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way, I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron or some other metal in huge plates whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks had given rise. The figures of fiends in aspects of menace, with skeleton forms and other more really fearful images, overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colours seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the centre yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back and at full length on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm to such an extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by the side on the floor. I saw, to my horror, that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels, a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time, as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward, the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief and, of course, slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking to the floor I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the wall which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops, hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this, it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor, also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity in torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents, the pit, whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself, the pit, typical of hell and regarded by rumor as the ultimate tool of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents, and I knew that surprise, or entrapment into torment, formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and a milder destruction awaited me. Milder. I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing oscillations of the steel. Inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages, down and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed, I wearied heaven with my prayer for its most speedy descent. I grew frantically mad, and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I fell, suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for, upon again lapsing into life, there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and who could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt inexpressibly sick and weak, as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but I felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations again and again. Notwithstanding its terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron, still the fraying of my robe would be all that for several minutes it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dare not go further than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if, in so dwelling, I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity. To the right, to the left, far and wide, with a shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart, with a stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternately laughed and howled, as the one or the other idea grew predominant. Down, certainly, relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled, violently, furiously, to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief, oh, how unspeakable. Still I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom, It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death-condemned even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibration would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought. It now occurred to me that the bandage or surcingle which enveloped me was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful in that case the proximity of the steel! The result of the slightest struggle, how deadly! Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint, and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back into its original position, when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I had previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once, with a nervous energy of despair, to attempt its execution. For many hours the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into a habitual seesaw or wave of the hand about the platter, and at length the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first, the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the cessation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back, many sought the well. But this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, 1 or 2 of the boldest leaped upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, they overran it and leaped in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat, their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom and chilled with a heavy clamminess my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt that the struggle would be over. Plainly I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must be already severed. With a more than human resolution, I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the robe. It had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free, and in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up by some invisible force through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free, I had but escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought, I rolled my eyes nervously around on the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly, it was obvious, had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period, I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illuminated the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about 1/2 inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared, and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavoured, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colours seemed blurred and indefinite. These colours had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of a wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid lustre of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal. Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapour of heated iron. A suffocating odour pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted, I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors, oh, most unrelenting, oh, most demoniac of men. I shrank from the glowing metal to the centre of the cell. Amid the thought of the fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illuminated its inmost recesses. Yet, for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself in upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak! Oh, horror! Oh, any horror but this! With a shriek I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I at first endeavoured to appreciate or understand what was taking place, but no long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the King of Terrors. The room had been square. I saw that 2 of its iron angles were now acute, 2 consequently obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge. But the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Fool! Might I not have known that into the pit it was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow? Or if even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its centre, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting into the abyss. It was that of General Lasalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. End of The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe.
Cold Ghost by Chester S. Gear. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Cold Ghost by Chester S. Gear. All Hager had to do was slow the dog sled to a walk, and his partner died. A perfect crime. No chance to get caught. In the valley, with the sheltering hills now behind them, the bitterly cold wind drove at the sled with unchecked ferocity. Gusts of snow came with the wind, thick and dry, the separate particles of it stinging on contact. The dogs made slow progress through the deep drifts. Hager's smoldering irritation blazed into abrupt rage. From his position at the rear of the sled, he lashed out with the driver's whip that he held in one heavily mittened hand, shouting behind the wool scarf covering the lower half of his face. The dogs lunged in their traces, whining. A couple floundered in the powdery footing and were immediately snapped at by their companions behind them. The snow was falling swiftly and with a sinister steadiness. It seemed to hang like a vast white curtain over the valley, obscuring the hills and the fanged outline of mountains beyond. The wind seized portions of the curtain and twisted it into fantastic shapes. The shapes of demons, Hager thought suddenly, for the scene through which he moved was a kind of hell, a white and frozen hell, with the howl of the wind like the despairing shrieks of tormented souls. Hager pictured himself as one of them, and Cahill, huddled in furs on the sled, another. He cursed behind the scarf as he thought of Cahill. This was Cahill's fault, their being out here in the storm. If it weren't for Cahill, he would be back at the cabin, snug and warm, logs blazing cheerfully in the fireplace. It was a rotten time for Cahill to have taken sick, Hager fumed, but it had happened. And it had left him with nothing else to do but pack their catch of furs, harness up the sled, and start out with Cahill for the doctor in Moose Gulch. He almost regretted having taken the furs. With Cahill an added burden on the sled, it was too large a load for the dogs to pull with the necessary speed and endurance. But he hadn't dared to leave the entire season's catch unguarded at the cabin. If some wanderer appeared in his and Cahill's absence, the furs would be an irresistible temptation. Fearing thus to leave the furs behind, and now endangered by their weight, Hager found the situation maddening, and the storm was making matters worse. It was near the end of winter, but the climate had chosen this moment to be at its most uncooperative. Hager muttered blackly against the storm, wondering why he had allowed his trapper's dream of wealth to lure him to this far northern corner of Alaska. It was a cold, bleak, and hostile country. Tiny settlements like Moose Gulch were few and far between. Of course, furs were at their best and most plentiful here. He and Cahill had proved that, for their catch was a large one. Hager's thoughts soared briefly above his bitter mood as he thought of the money the furs would bring, and of the things that the money would bring back in civilization. Added to what he had so far managed to save, his share would make almost enough to start a fox breeding ranch or a mink ranch. Almost enough, but not quite. That meant he would have to spend another winter in this location, and Hager flinched at the thought. He hated loneliness and the bitter sub-zero cold. Most of all, he hated the cold. Only a fur breeding ranch with large, warm living quarters would have made it bearable. Hager didn't know when the idea came to him. It must have been lying dormant for a long time in a far, dark corner of his mind, only now surging to the fore. Subconsciously, he must have prepared himself for this moment of inspiration. He wasn't sure. He was aware only of an interval while he plodded behind the sled, drawn by the struggling and panting team, cursing the dogs, cursing Cahill, and the fierce cold that mischievously searched out the most tender portions of his face beneath the hood of his parka. There was that moment, and then he found himself toying with the thought of murdering Cahill. With the other out of the way, the entire proceeds from the sale of furs would be his. There would be no necessity to split. He could start the fur ranch at once. He wouldn't have to spend another winter in this vicious cold. A dozen fascinating new possibilities opened up to Hager. It was as though he had been blind and was able to see only now. Breathtaking vistas blossomed before his awakened eyes. There was music in what he envisioned. Music and the voices of women, bright lights, color, movement, and the warmth of gentler climes. The brightest part of the picture was that Cahill's death need not be outright murder. The man was sick. His life depended on getting him into the hands of the doctor in Moose Gulch as quickly as possible. If Hager were simply to delay in reaching the settlement, Cahill would die as surely as though from the thrust of a knife or the impact of a bullet. Exposure to the biting cold would finish him, and nobody would know. Hager could always claim that he had hurried as best he could under the difficult, hampering circumstances of the storm, but that Cahill had died on the way. As easy as that. If martial art Maddox stuck his long nose into the matter, Cahill's unmarked body would be proof that there had been no foul play. Hager felt satisfied that his scheme was without loopholes. The idea had become a definite plan, and now his square lips hardened with determination behind the scarf. He looked at Cahill, dozing feverishly on the sled, with deep-set gray eyes that were bleak and implacable. Cahill would never reach Moose Gulch alive. With his grim purpose giving new drive to his actions, Hager glanced about him. It was difficult to see through the curtain of snow that hung between him and the landscape, but by squinting steadily through the momentary rifts made by the frigid lashing wind, he was able presently to discern that they were near the pass leading out of the valley. Beyond the pass, he knew, was a forest, dipping down to the banks of a frozen stream. The stream ran for several miles until it branched into a river, which in turn led directly into Moose Gulch. With these landmarks to guide him, a traveler through the snowbound wilderness could reach the settlement easily and quickly. But Hager didn't intend to do that. He now had time to kill. He chuckled darkly over the accuracy of the phrase. Plodding toward the pass, he deliberately slowed his steps. He no longer used the whip or shouted at the dogs for greater speed. The animals were grateful for the respite. They slackened their pace, tongues lolling and bushy tails waving as they bobbed in their plowed path through the white drifts. Cahill dozed on. Once or twice he moved restlessly amid the furs piled about him. It was as though some deep, Vague instinct warned him that something was wrong. Hager watched the other sharply for a time, then desisted to give his attention to maneuvering the sled through the pass. The forest appeared, the trees wraith-like under their thick white mantles of snow. Hager didn't follow the dip of the land that led toward the frozen stream. He guided the dogs in the opposite direction and began watching Cahill again. He hoped that the man would not awake until less familiar territory surrounded them. Cahill didn't awake. He dozed and tossed, his lips moving occasionally in a soundless mutter. His gaunt, leathery face was pale under its growth of grizzled whiskers. The snow-covered land rose, became rocky and difficult. The dogs began laboring with increasing weariness in their efforts to keep pulling the heavy sled. Hager realized he couldn't go in this direction much longer. When a ravine suddenly presented itself, relatively free of snow, he decided to call a halt. Unfastening the dogs, he left the ravine and began searching through the snow for brushwood. It took time, but Hager was in no hurry. He gathered an armful and finally returned to the sled. Cahill was awake. He had propped himself feebly among the furs, his gaunt face blank and drab with sickness. His filmed blue eyes fastened on Hager. "Water," he whispered. "Water, Matt." "Coming up," Hager said. "Just you wait a minute, Ben, and you'll get all the water you want." Cahill fell back among the furs, and Hager leisurely shaved kindling and stacked the wood, then sent it ablaze. The ravine was shielded from the wind, and the wood ignited without difficulty. At last Hager went to the sled and removed the small pack he had fortunately thought to bring along. His experience with the wilderness had trained him never to overlook the smallest precautions. Hager took a handled pan from the pack. He filled it with snow and then held the pan over the flames. When the snow melted, he filled a tin cup with the liquid and went over to Cahill. He had to steady the cup as the other drank. Finally, Cahill nodded. His eyes seemed to clear. He glanced about him, and a dim worry moved in his face. "Matt, where are we?" "Somewhere near Boot Valley." You mean we're lost?" "I sort of got mixed up in the storm. Nothing to worry about." Cahill shivered suddenly. "We got to reach town, Matt. Got to see the doctor." Hager nodded. "How do you feel?" "It's getting worse. I can feel it getting worse. I'm cold now, Matt. Before I was..." Cahill's voice trailed off. He had to make an effort before he was able to speak again. Got to see the doctor, Matt. Can't waste any time." "I know," Hager said, "but the team needs a little rest. They've had a lot of heavy hauling, and there's still a distance to go." Cahill nodded miserably, shivering. He burrowed into the furs, still shivering, breathing rapidly through parted lips. Slowly, the chill left him. His eyes clouded again, then his lids fell and he dozed once more. Hager brewed tea and drank it slowly, squatting before the fire. Then he packed and lighted his pipe. He stared into the flames with narrowed eyes, seeing his dreams pictured there. They were pleasant dreams. Hager remained in the ravine until the supply of wood was gone. Then he fastened the dogs back into their traces and resumed his position behind the sled. With shouts and cracks of the whip, he guided the animals out of the ravine, following the downward slope of the land this time. The snow stopped falling after a while, but the wind and the cold increased. The cold hung on the air like an enormous transparent weight. Somehow, it seemed to give an impossible crystalline purity to the snow blanketing the trees and the land. In doing so, it emphasized and magnified its very presence. It made itself something almost alive and sentient, icily malignant, overbearing, utterly cruel and without mercy. Hager cursed the cold with redoubled venom. Despite the thickness of his fur parka and the layers of clothing beneath, the cold seemed to soak into him like an all-penetrating liquid. He had to wave his arms and stamp his feet to fight back a creeping numbness. But The terrible chill could not subdue the flame of purpose burning in Hager's mind. That part of him remained keenly alert. The sled was moving in the direction of the stream, and he was careful to judge the distance carefully. He didn't want to approach too close. At just the right moment, he turned the sled at angle back toward the way from which it had come. It was his plan to keep zigzagging, approaching the stream and then retreating, always at a tangent. A great deal of time to be consumed in this way, with very little actual forward progress toward Moose Gulch. He repeated this maneuver again and again. Cahill roused a few times to inquire weakly about their progress. Always Hager gave the same answer. "We're getting there, Ben. It won't be long now. Don't you worry." After that, Cahill was silent. It seemed evident to Hager that the man was sinking rapidly, but not as rapidly as Hager wished. He knew he couldn't bear the paralyzing cold much longer, and his hatred of it grew. The sled reached a group of slab-like rock outcroppings that offered shelter from the slashing wind. Hager stopped the sled behind their protection for a short rest. The additional delay suited his plans. While the dogs huddled together in the snow, Hager went around the sled to get the pack. He glanced at Cahill's face, and his muscles became tense. Cahill's eyes were open. Cahill was watching him with a terrible steadiness and a soul-searing clarity. Cahill knew. Hager realized that Cahill must have been awake for quite some time, watching the actions of the sled. The man had clearly discovered Hager's deception. Hager felt transfixed by the accusing brightness in the other's eyes. He sensed that his guilt was written vividly and unmistakably in his face. He fumbled for words that would form an excuse, an apology, some sort of plausible lie, anything that would remove the dreadful knowledge in Cahill's eyes, but no words came. After a strained, bitter moment, Cahill spoke. His voice was low, yet somehow curiously distinct. "You're trying to kill me, Matt. I see it now. You aren't going straight toward Moose Gulch. You're tracking back and forth to waste time. You want me to die." "That isn't true," Hager blurted. I got lost. The storm and cold got me mixed up." Cahill went on as though he hadn't heard. "It's the furs, isn't it, Matt? You want all the money for yourself. With me out of the way, you won't have any trouble." "I got mixed up, I tell you," Hager insisted. Cahill said nothing further. With a burst of energy as sudden as it was amazing, he gripped the sides of the sled and began pushing himself erect. His strangely clear eyes were fixed on Hager. Mastering a brief surge of panic, Hager threw himself forward, forcing Cahill back into the sled. Cahill struggled a moment, but the reserve strength he had managed to summon quickly gave out. He fell back into the sled and lay limp and quiet, his eyes closed, breathing harshly and rapidly. Hager watched for several minutes, the cold creeping slyly into him with the inactivity. Then, assured that Cahill would make no further trouble, he obtained the pack. He fed the dogs this time, tossing them pieces of dried meat. They would need renewed strength and energy to take him the remaining distance to Moose Gulch. Finally, gathering brushwood, Hager built a small fire and brewed tea. He ate a couple of thick sandwiches as he drank the tea, chewing with methodical slowness and glancing at Cahill. The other hadn't stirred since making his accusation, but when Hager finished eating, Cahill's eyes opened once more. He looked at Hager for a long, breathless moment. Only a vestige of the unnatural brightness that had been in his eyes remained now. With what must have required a tremendous effort, he spoke. "You aren't going to get away with this, Matt. I'm going to get you. I'm going to make you pay." A moment longer, Cahill looked at Hager, and then the last remnant of brightness left his eyes. His lids fell slowly. He looked exhausted and seemed to be resting, but several minutes later, acting on a sudden realization, Hager felt for Cahill's pulse and found that the man was dead. Triumph spread through Hager like a heady warmth. It was over. The money from the furs would be his alone. He would have the fur ranch now. There was no hurry about that. He would travel a little first and have some fun. The best part of it was that he would never have to worry. Cahill's body was completely unmarked. It was very obvious that he had died of illness. There couldn't possibly be any suspicions. Then Hager recalled the threat Cahill had made before dying. Cahill had promised revenge, but there was nothing he could do now. Hager shrugged the memory away. The dead were dead. They could do no harm. Hager now lost no time in reaching Moose Gulch. He drove the dogs relentlessly, trotting behind the sled. Elation gave him strength. That took him easily over the miles. A short time before he entered the settlement, it began to snow again. Hager was pleased. The snow would cover up the tracks he had left in the event that Art Maddox did any snooping. He went directly to the doctor's home, carrying the body of Cahill inside. He cleverly played the part of a man reluctant to believe that his partner had died. "Isn't there something you can do, Doc?" he asked anxiously. "Maybe it isn't too late." The other straightened from his examination of Cahill and shook his white thatch. His round, ruddy features were sympathetic. "I'm afraid it's all over. Ben Cahill's as dead as he'll ever be. Most likely he passed away some time before you were able to reach town. Nothing left to do now but turn him over to the undertaker. That's me, in case you don't know. In Moose Gulch, it takes 2-3 jobs to keep a man fairly busy." Hager sighed and looked properly grief-stricken. "Well, I'll leave you to take care of things, Doc. Do a good job. Nothing but the best, you know. Ben was the finest partner a man could ever have." Hager left and proceeded to visit acquaintances in the settlement, spreading the news of Cahill's death. He was showered with condolences, which he accepted with a suitable air of melancholy. Later, eating supper in the tiny dining room of Moose Gulch's small frame hotel, he was joined at the table by Art Maddox. The marshal was a tall, raw-boned man with a long nose and protruding eyes that looked deceptively mild. His presence filled Hager with a vague dread. "Heard Ben Cahill took sick and died while you were bringing him into town," Maddox began. "Sure is too bad. How did it happen?" Hager explained, adhering closely to essential facts, though he omitted certain others and stretched a point here and there. He finished, "I tried to get Ben into town as fast as I could, but it was snowing hard and I almost got lost a couple of times. Ben was sick bad, and with the cold and all, he died on the way." "It kind of looks like you expected that to happen," Maddox said. Hager grew tense. "What do you mean?" "The way you took the furs along kind of makes it look like you expected Ben Cahill to die. Besides, you ought to have known that the furs would slow you down on the trip to town." "I was afraid to leave the furs at the cabin," Hager defended. "Suppose somebody stole them while me and Ben were gone. A whole season's catch. I just couldn't take a chance." Maddox nodded with evident reluctance. "That's true enough, I guess. I was just sort of wondering about it." He stood up. "Well, sorry to have bothered you." Hager made a generous gesture. "No bother at all." He watched as Maddox left the room, grinning inwardly. Maddox apparently suspected something in his snooping, suspicious way, but the only point of attack he'd been able to find was one for which Hager had a satisfactory explanation. Hager felt certain that he wouldn't be questioned again, and with the snow blotting out the erratic trail the sled had left, he was confident that he had nothing to fear from Maddox any longer. The grin crept out around his square lips. He was safe. He had committed the perfect crime. Hager checked in at the hotel, and after a pleasant evening, spent at one of Moose Gulch's 2 saloons, he returned and went to bed. He had a restless night. The hotel was warm enough, and the covers on the bed thick, but a strange feeling of cold seemed to envelop him. And though he emptied the bottle of whiskey he had brought with him, the cold persisted. He slept fitfully, Once he dreamed that he was tied naked to the sled and being driven by Cahill through a terrific snowstorm. The cold was so intense it seared him like fire. He awoke, shivering, a vivid recollection of Cahill's gaunt, accusing features in his mind. Again he seemed to hear Cahill's dying promise. "You aren't going to get away with this, Matt. I'm going to get you. I'm going to make you pay." And now, shuddering with that weird cold that seemed to enclose him like a huge, vengeful fist, Hager wondered. The cold remained with him in the days that followed. It not only remained, it grew more unbearable. Hager began to have a persecuted feeling. The cold stayed with him wherever he went. Even near hot stoves or in heated rooms, he felt chilled. No one else seemed to notice it. The cold seemed intended for him alone. More and more he wondered about Cahill's threat. He was materialistic. He didn't believe in ghosts, but he knew that he was being haunted by an unnatural cold that nobody else seemed able to feel. He cast about for a method of escaping the cold. The obvious solution was to leave Moose Gulch, as he had intended all along. In his mind, the cold was somehow connected with the settlement, through Cahill, who was buried there. A trip to one of the warm southern regions in the States, he decided, should bring relief. He sold the furs, and with the money took passage on a plane that operated between the settlement and a large town some distance away. Continuing to travel by plane, he presently arrived in Seattle. Still, the cold remained with him. The miles he had put between Moose Gulch and himself hadn't done any good. Nothing seemed to help. Heavy clothes, nourishing foods, whiskey, vigorous exercise. Nothing brought him the warmth he was beginning to crave as an addict craves dope. Desperately, he resumed his trip, traveling by air and then by train, and finally grasping at any means of transportation that happened to be most convenient. The cold traveled with him. It enveloped him like a shell. It was an invisible prison, shutting him away from the world of warmth. The climate grew increasingly mild and balmy as he progressed southward, but the chill that always surrounded him grew worse. More often now he thought of Cahill's grim promise. "I'm going to get you. I'm going to make you pay." It repeated itself over and over in his mind. It was emphasized by the invisible blanket of cold wrapped inescapably about him. Once in a hotel room where he had been drinking steadily, Hager's despair rose in him to the point of madness. He leapt from the bed, hurling an empty whiskey bottle against the wall, screaming mingled curses and entreaties. "Damn you, Cahill! Leave me alone! Haven't you had enough? How much longer are you going to keep torturing me? Leave me alone, do you hear? Leave me alone!" Cahill didn't seem to hear. Or if he did, he paid no attention. The cold stayed. Hager began to lose weight. His stocky figure became gaunt. His cheeks sunken. Dark hollows cupped his feverishly bright eyes. His hands trembled. He jerked nervously at sudden noises. In Los Angeles, he yielded to a wild impulse and visited a doctor. He explained his symptoms, omitting their true cause, and pleaded for help. The doctor gave him a complete physical examination, though it was evident from the man's expression of perplexity that he had learned nothing. "I can't understand it," he told Hager. "There's nothing seriously wrong with you. All you need is plenty of food and rest. You're probably just imagining things." Hager groaned, paid his bill, and fled. Several days later found him in Mexico. It was warm, but he didn't feel it. He knew with a terrible certainty that he would never feel warmth again, and he was tired of futilely trying to escape something from which there was no escape. He rented a small house on the outskirts of a town far from the border and hired an elderly Mexican named Pancho to attend to his needs. Pancho was a good servant, but he was evidently greatly puzzled by Hager. According to the stories Pancho told his cronies in the town, his gringo master insisted that a hot fire be kept going constantly in the fireplace. And in this warm weather, too, as if that alone wasn't enough. The gringo also kept himself wrapped thickly in blankets. It was all very strange. The gringo, he said, was being tormented by a demon. The people of the town, a simple folk to whom the supernatural was as real as the sun in the sky, were sympathetic. A priest at the church promptly volunteered his aid. He had, as Pancho subsequently explained to Hager when he appeared with the man, an enviable reputation for his skill in exorcising devils and evil spirits. Hager seized at the hope. He clutched at the priest eagerly. "Try it. Pray for me. Do something. Anything." The priest nodded gravely and began his task. It worked. Hager felt warm again. A wild delight filled him. For the first time he became aware that the room was stifling, but the mere fact that he was able to feel it seemed the most wonderful thing in the world. He had a sense of freedom as complete as though he had been released into the sunlight after long confinement in a lightless dungeon. He wrung the priest's hand, forced money on him, and then told Pancho he was throwing a fiesta for the entire town that evening. Pancho was to take care of the details immediately. No expense was to be spared. For the rest of the day, Hager soaked himself in the sunlight, reveling in the delicious warmth, and when evening came, he attended the fiesta in high spirits. He ate tortillas, drank wine, and danced with innumerable dark-eyed senoritas. It was late when he returned to the house with Pancho. He found a robed figure waiting patiently at the door. It was the priest. Something about the man's solemn expression filled Hager with dread. "What's the matter?" he demanded. "Has something happened?" In his halting English, Pancho translated the gist of the priest's explanation. "The padre say he can no help you, senor. He say he have, how you call, vision. It tell him you must pay." There was more, but Hager didn't need any more to know that he was being refused further help for the crime he had committed. A short while after the priest left, he felt the cold again. Pancho built a fire in the fireplace, and Hager crouched before it, huddled in blankets and shivering. He was still there when Pancho went to bed, and he was still there when Pancho awoke in the morning, but he was no longer shivering. He no longer felt the cold. He was dead. It had been a warm night. The fire had been hot, the blankets numerous and thick. Yet Hager had frozen to death. End of Cold Ghost by Chester S. Gear.
A Gentle Ghost by Mary E. Wilkins, from A New England Nun and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Gentle Ghost by Mary E. Wilkins. Out in front of the cemetery stood a white horse and a covered wagon. The horse was not tied, but she stood quite still, her 4 feet widely and ponderously planted, her meek white head hanging. Shadows of leaves danced on her back. There were many trees about the cemetery, and the foliage was unusually luxuriant for May. The 4 women who had come in the covered wagon remarked it. "I never saw the trees so forward as they are this year, seems to me," said one, gazing up at some magnificent gold-green branches over her head. "I was saying so to Mary this morning," rejoined another. "They're uncommon forward, I think." They loitered along the narrow lanes between the lots, 4 homely, middle-aged women, with decorous and subdued enjoyment in their worn faces. They read with peaceful curiosity and interest the inscriptions on the stones. They turned aside to look at the tender, newly blossomed spring bushes, the flowering almonds and the bridal wreaths. Once in a while They came to a new stone, which they immediately surrounded with eager criticism. There was a solemn hush when they reached a lot where some relatives of one of the party were buried. She put a bunch of flowers on a grave, then she stood looking at it with red eyes. The others grouped themselves deferentially aloof. They did not meet anyone in the cemetery until just before they left. When they had reached the rear and oldest portion of the yard, and were thinking of retracing their steps, they became suddenly aware of a child sitting in a lot at their right. The lot held 7 old leaning stones, dark and mossy, their inscriptions dimly traceable. The child sat close to one, and she looked up at the staring knot of women with a kind of innocent keenness, like a baby. Her face was small and fair and pinched. The women stood eyeing her. "What's your name, little girl?" asked one. She had a bright flower in her bonnet and a smart lift to her chin, and seemed the natural spokeswoman of the party. Her name was Holmes. The child turned her head sideways and murmured something. "What? We can't hear. Speak up. Don't be afraid. What's your name?" The woman nodded the bright flower over her and spoke with sharp pleasantness. "Nancy Wren," said the child, with a timid catch of her breath. "Wren?" The child nodded. She kept her little pink curving mouth parted. "It's nobody I know," remarked the questioner reflectively. "I guess she comes from over there." She made a significant motion of her head towards the right. "Where do you live, Nancy?" she asked. The child also motioned towards the right. "I thought so," said the woman. "How old are you?" "10." The women exchanged glances. "Are you sure you're telling the truth?" The child nodded. "I never saw a girl so small for her age, if she is," said one woman to another. "Yes," said Mrs. Holmes, looking at her critically. "She is dreadful small. She's considerable smaller than my Mary was. Is there any of your folks buried in this lot?" said she, fairly hovering with affability and determined graciousness. The child's upturned face suddenly kindled. She began speaking with a soft volubility that was an odd contrast to her previous hesitation. "That's mother," said she, pointing to one of the stones, "and that's father, and there's John, and Margaret, and Mary, and Susan, and the baby, and here's Jane." The women stared at her in amazement. "Was it your—" began Mrs. Holmes, but another woman stepped forward, stoutly impetuous. "Land, it's the Blake lot," said she. "This child can't be any relation to 'em. You hadn't ought to talk so, Nancy." "It's so," said the child, shyly persistent. She evidently hardly grasped the force of the woman's remark. They eyed her with increased bewilderment. "It can't be," said the woman to the others. "Every one of them Blakes died years ago." "I've seen Jane," volunteered the child, with a candid smile in their faces. Then the stout woman sank down on her knees beside Jane's stone and peered hard on it. "She died 40 year ago this May," said she, with a gasp. "I used to know her when I was a child. She was 10 years old when she died. You ain't ever seen her. You hadn't ought to tell such stories." "I ain't seen her for a long time," said the little girl. "What made you say you'd seen her at all?" said Mrs. Holmes, sharply, thinking this was capitulation. "I did used to see her a long time ago, and she used to wear a white dress and a wreath on her head. She used to come here and play with me." The women looked at each other with pale, shocked faces. One nervous, one shivered. "She ain't quite right," she whispered. "Let's go." The women began filing away. Mrs. Holmes, who came last, stood about for a parting word to the child. "You can't have seen her," said she, severely, "and you are a wicked girl to tell such stories. You mustn't do it again, remember." Nancy stood with her hand on Jane's stone, looking at her. She did, she repeated with mild obstinacy. There's something wrong about her, I guess, whispered Mrs. Holmes, rustling on after the others. I say she looked kind of queer the minute I set eyes on her, said the nervous woman. When the four reached the front of the cemetery, they sat down to rest for a few minutes. It was warm, and they had still quite a walk, nearly the whole width of the yard, to the other front corner where the horse and wagon were. They sat down in a row on a bank. The stout woman wiped her face. Mrs. Holmes straightened her bonnet. Directly opposite across the street stood two houses, so close to each other that their walls almost touched. One was a large square building, glossily white, with green blinds. The other was low, with a facing of whitewashed stonework reaching to its lower windows, which somehow gave it a disgraced and menial air. There were, moreover, no blinds. At the side of the low building stretched a wide plowed field, where several halting old figures were moving about planting. There was none of the brave hope of the sower about them. Even across the road one could see the feeble stiffness of their attitudes, the half palsied fling of their arms. I declare, I shouldn't think them old men over there would ever get that field planted, said Mrs. Holmes, energetically watchful. In the front door of the square white house sat a girl with bright hair. The yard was full of green light from two tall maple trees, and the girl's hair made a brilliant spot of color in the midst of it. "That's Flora Dunn over there on the doorstep, ain't it?" said the stout woman. "Yes, I should think you could tell her by her red hair." "I knew it. I should have thought Mr. Dunn would have hated to have had their house so near the poorhouse. I declare I should." "Oh, he wouldn't mind," said Mrs. Holmes. "He's as easy as old Tilly. It wouldn't have troubled him any if they'd set it right in his front yard. But I guess she minded some. I heard she did. John said there wa'n't any need of it. The town wouldn't have set it so near if Mr. Dunry had set his foot down. He wouldn't have it there. I s'pose they wanted to keep that big field on the side clear. Out they would have moved it along a little if he'd made a fuss. I tell you what 'tis, I've about made up my mind. I dun know as it's Scripture, but I can't help it if folks don't make a fuss. They won't get their rights in this world. If you jest lay still and don't rise up, you're going to get stepped on. If people like to be, they can. I don't." "I should have thought he'd have hated to have the poorhouse quite so close," murmured the stout woman. Suddenly Mrs. Holmes leaned forward and poked her head among the other three. She sat on the end of the row. "Say," said she, in a mysterious whisper, "I want to know if you've heard the stories about the Dunn house." "No, what?" chorused the other women, eagerly. They bent over towards her till the four faces were in a knot. "Well," said Mrs. Holmes, cautiously, with a glance at the bright-headed girl across the way, "I heard it pretty straight. They say the house is haunted." The stout woman sniffed and straightened herself. "Haunted," repeated she. "They say that ever since Jenny died, there's been queer noises round the house that they can't account for. You see that front chamber over there, the one next to the poorhouse? Well, that's the room, they say." The women all turned and looked at the chamber windows, where some ruffled white curtains were fluttering. "That's the chamber where Jenny used to sleep, you know," Mrs. Holmes went on, "and she died there. Well, they said that before Jenny died, Flora had always slept there with her, but she felt kind of bad about going back there, so she thought she'd take another room. Well, there was the awfullest moaning and taking on up in Jenny's room when she did, that Flora went back there to sleep. I shouldn't have thought she could," whispered the nervous woman, who was quite pale. "The moaning stopped just as soon as she got in there with the light. You see, Jenny was always terrible timid and afraid to sleep alone, and had a lamp burning all night, and it seemed to them just as if it really was her, I s'pose." I don't believe one word of it, said the stout woman, getting up. It makes me all out of patience to hear people talk such stuff, just because the Dunns happen to live opposite a graveyard. I told it just as I heard it, said Mrs. Holmes stiffly. Oh, I ain't blaming you. It's the folks that start such stories that I ain't got any patience with. Think of that dear, pretty little 16-year-old girl haunting a house. Well, I've told it just as I heard it, repeated Mrs. Holmes, still in a tone of slight umbrage. I don't ever take much stock in such things myself. The four women strolled along to the covered wagon and climbed in. I declare, said the stout woman, conciliatingly, I dun know when I've had such an outing. I feel as if it had done me good. I've been wanting to come down to the cemetery for a long time, but it's most more'n I want to walk. I feel real obliged to you, Miss Holmes. The others climbed in. Mrs. Holmes disclaimed all obligations gracefully, established herself on the front seat, and shook the reins over the white horse. Then the party jogged along the road to the village, past outlying farmhouses and rich green meadows, all freckled gold with dandelions. Dandelions were in their height. The buttercups had not yet come. Flora Dunn, the girl on the doorstep, glanced up when they started down the street. Then she turned her eyes on her work. She was sewing with nervous haste. "Who are these folks? Did you see, Flora?" called her mother out of the sitting room. "I didn't notice," replied Flora, absently. Just then the girl whom the women had met came lingeringly out of the cemetery and crossed the street. "There's that poor little Wren girl," remarked the voice in the sitting room. "Yes," assented Flora. After a while she got up and entered the house. Her mother looked anxiously at her when she came into the room. "I'm all out of patience with you, Flora," said she. "You're just as white as a sheet. You'll make yourself sick. You're acting dreadful foolish." Flora sank into a chair and sat staring straight ahead with a strained, pitiful gaze. "I can't help it. I can't do any different," said she. "I shouldn't think you'd scold me, mother." "Scold you? I ain't scolding you, child, but there ain't any sense in your doing so. You'll make yourself sick, and you're all I've got left. I can't have anything happen to you, Flora." Suddenly Mrs. Dunn burst out in a low wail, hiding her face in her hands. "I don't see you're much better yourself, mother," said Flora, heavily. "I don't know as I am," sobbed her mother, "but I've got you to worry about besides everything else. Oh dear, oh dear, dear!" "I don't see any need of your worrying about me." Flora did not cry, but her face seemed to darken visibly with a gathering melancholy, like a cloud. Her hair was beautiful, and she had a charming delicacy of complexion, but she was not handsome. Her features were too sharp, her expression too intense and nervous. Her mother looked like her as to the expression. The features were widely different. It was as if both had passed through one corroding element which had given them the similarity of scars. Certainly a stranger would at once have noticed the strong resemblance between Mrs. Dunn's large, heavy-featured face and her daughter's thin, delicately outlined one, a resemblance which 3 months ago had not been perceptible. "I see if you don't," returned the mother. "I ain't blind." "I don't see what you are blaming me for." "I ain't blaming you, but it seems to me that you might just as well let me go up there and sleep as you." Suddenly the girl also broke out into a wild cry. "I ain't going to leave her. Poor little Jenny, poor little Jenny! You needn't try to make me, mother. I won't." "Flora, don't." "I won't, I won't, I won't! Poor little Jenny! Oh dear, oh dear!" "What if it is so? What if it is her? Ain't she got me as well as you? Can't her mother go to her?" "I won't leave her. I won't, I won't!" Suddenly Mrs. Dunn's calmness seemed to come uppermost, raised in the scale by the weighty impetus of the other's distress. Flora," said she, with mournful solemnity, "you mustn't do so. It's wrong. You mustn't wear yourself out over something that maybe you'll find out wasn't so some time or other. Mother, don't you think it is? Don't you? Don't you think it is? Don't you?" "I don't know what to think, Flora." Just then a door shut somewhere in the back part of the house. "There's father," said Mrs. Dunn, getting up, "and the fire ain't made." Flora rose also, and went about helping her mother to get supper. Both suddenly settled into a rigidity of composure. Their eyes were red, but their lips were steady. There was a resolute vein in their characters. They managed themselves with wrenches, and could be hard even with their grief. They got tea ready for Mr. Dunn and his 2 hired men, then cleared it away, and sat down in the front room with their needlework. Mr. Dunn, a kindly, dull old man, was in there too, over his newspaper. Mrs. Dunn and Flora sewed intently, never taking their eyes from their work. Out in the next room stood a tall clock, which ticked loudly. Just before it struck the hours, it made always a curious grating noise. When it announced in this way the striking of 9, Mrs. Dunn and Flora exchanged glances. The girl was pale, and her eyes looked larger. She began folding up her work. Suddenly a low moaning cry sounded through the house, seemingly from the room overhead. "There it is!" shrieked Flora. She caught up a lamp and ran. Mrs. Dunn was following, when her husband, sitting near the door, caught hold of her dress with a bewildered air. He had been dozing. "What's the matter?" said he, vaguely. "Don't you hear it? Didn't you hear it, father?" The old man let go of her dress suddenly. "I didn't hear nothing," said he. Hark! But the cry, in fact, had ceased. Flora could be heard moving about in the room overhead, and that was all. In a moment Mrs. Dunn ran upstairs after her. The old man sat staring. "It's all dumb foolishness," he muttered, under his breath. Presently he fell to dozing again, and his vacantly smiling face lopped forward. Mr. Dunn, slow-brained, patient, and unimaginative, had had his evening naps interrupted after this manner for the last 3 months, and there was as yet no cessation of his bewilderment. He dealt with the simple, broad lights of life. The shadows were beyond his speculation. For his consciousness, his daughter Jenny had died and gone to heaven. He was not capable of listening for her ghostly moans in her little chamber overhead, much less of hearing them with any credulity. When his wife came downstairs finally she looked at him sleeping there with a bitter feeling. She felt as if set about by an icy wind of loneliness. Her daughter, who was after her own kind, was all the one to whom she could look for sympathy and understanding in this subtle perplexity which had come upon her, and she would rather have dispensed with that sympathy and heard alone those piteous, uncanny cries, for she was wild with anxiety about Flora. The girl had never been very strong. She looked at her distrustfully when she came down the next morning. "Did you sleep any last night?" said she. "Some," answered Flora. Soon after breakfast they noticed the little Wren girl stealing across the road to the cemetery again. "She goes over there all the time," remarked Mrs. Dunn. "I believe she runs away. See her look behind her." "Yes," said Flora apathetically. It was nearly noon when they heard a voice from the next house calling, "Nancy, Nancy, Nancy Wren." The voice was loud and imperious, but slow and evenly modulated. It indicated well its owner. A woman who could regulate her own angry voice could regulate other people. Mrs. Dunn and Flora heard it understandingly. "That poor little thing will catch it when she gets home," said Mrs. Dunn. "Nancy, Nancy, Nancy Wren," called the voice again. "I pity the child if Mrs. Gregg has to go after her. Maybe she's fell asleep over there. Flora, why don't you run over there and get her?" The voice rang out again. Flora got her hat and stole across the street a little below the house, so the calling woman should not see her. When she got into the cemetery, she called in her turn, letting out her thin, sweet voice cautiously. Finally she came directly upon the child. She was in the Blake lot, her little, slender body, in its dingy cotton dress, curled up on the ground close to one of the graves. No one but nature tended those old graves now, and she seemed to be lapsing them gently back to her own lines, at her own will. Of the garden shrubs which had been planted around them, not one was left but an old, low-spraying white rosebush, which had just gotten its new leaves. The Blake lot was at the very rear of the yard, where it verged upon a light wood, which was silently stealing its way over its own proper boundaries. At the back of the lot stood a thicket of little thin trees with silvery twinkling leaves. The ground was quite blue with hostonias. The child raised her little fair head and stared at Flora, as if just awakened from sleep. She held her little pink mouth open. Her innocent blue eyes had a surprised look, as if she were suddenly gazing upon a new scene. "Where's she gone?" asked she, in her sweet feeble pipe. "Where's who gone?" "Jane." "I don't know what you mean. Come, Nancy, you must go home now." "Didn't you see her? Didn't you see her?" "I didn't see anybody," answered Flora, impatiently. "Come." "She was right here." "What do you mean?" "Jane was standing right here, and she had her white dress on, and a wreath." Flora shivered, and looked around her fearfully. The fancy of the child was overlapping her own nature. "There wasn't a soul here. You've been dreaming, child. Come." "No, I wasn't. I've seen them blue flowers, and the leaves winking all the time. Jane stood right there." The child pointed with her tiny finger to a spot at her side. "She hadn't come for a long time before," she added. "She stayed down there." She pointed at the grave nearest her. "You mustn't talk so," said Flora, with tremulous severity. "You must get right up and come home. Mrs. Gregg has been calling you and calling you. She won't like it." Nancy turned quite pale around her little mouth, and sprang to her feet. "Is Miss Gregg coming?" "She will come, if you don't hurry." The child said not another word. She flew along ahead through the narrow paths, and was in the almshouse door before Flora crossed the street. "She's terrible afraid of Mrs. Gregg," she told her mother when she got home. Nancy had disturbed her own brooding a little, and she spoke more like herself. "Poor little thing, I pity her," said Mrs. Dunn. Mrs. Dunn did not like Mrs. Gregg. Flora rarely told a story until she had ruminated a while over it herself. It was afternoon, and the two were in the front room at their sewing, before she told her mother about Jane. "Of course she must have been dreaming," Flora said. "She must have been," rejoined her mother. But the two looked at each other, and their eyes said more than their tongues. Here was a new marvel, new evidence of a kind which they had heretofore scented at, these two rigidly walking New England souls, yet walking, after all, upon narrow paths through dark meadows of mysticism. If they never lost their footing, the steaming damp of the meadows might come in their faces. This fancy, delusion, superstition, whichever one might name it, of theirs had lasted now 3 months, ever since young Jenny Dunn had died. There was apparently no reason why it should not last much longer, if delusion it were. The temperaments of these two women, naturally nervous and imaginative, overwrought now by long care and sorrow, would perpetuate it. If it were not delusion, pray what exorcism, what spell of book and bell could lay the ghost of a little timid child who was afraid alone in the dark? The days went on, and Flora still hurried up to her chamber at the stroke of 9. If she were a moment late, sometimes if she were not, that pitiful low wail sounded through the house. The strange story spread gradually through the village. Mrs. Dunn and Flora were silent about it, but Gossip is herself of a ghostly nature, and minds not keys nor bars. There was quite an excitement over it. People affected with morbid curiosity and sympathy came to the house. One afternoon the minister came and offered a prayer. Mrs. Dunn and Flora received them all with a certain reticence. They did not concur in their wishes to remain and hear the mysterious noises for themselves. People called them dreadful close. They got more satisfaction out of Mr. Dunn, who was perfectly ready to impart all the information in his power and his own theories in the matter. "I never heard a thing but once," said he, "and then it sounded more like a cat to me than anything. I guess Mother and Flora are kinda nervous." The spring was waxing late when Flora went upstairs one night with the oil low in her lamp. She had neglected filling it that day. She did not notice it until she was undressed. Then she thought to herself that she must blow it out. She always kept a lamp burning all night, as she had in timid little Jenny's day. Flora herself was timid now, so she blew the light out. She had barely laid her head upon the pillow when the low moaning wail sounded through the room. Flora sat up in bed and listened, her hands clenched. The moan gathered strength and volume. Little broken words and sentences, the piteous ejaculations of terror and distress, began to shape themselves out of it. Flora sprang out of bed and stumbled towards her west window, the one on the almshouse side. She leaned her head out, listening a moment. Then she called her mother with wild vehemence, but her mother was already at the door with a lamp. When she entered, the moans ceased. "Mother," shrieked Flora, "it ain't Jenny. It's somebody over there at the poorhouse. Put the lamp out in the entry, and come back here and listen." Mrs. Dunn set out the lamp and came back, closing the door. It was a few minutes first, but presently the cries recommenced. "I'm going right over there," said Mrs. Dunn. "I'm going to dress myself and go over there. I'm going to have this affair sifted now." "I'm going too," said Flora. It was only 9:30 when the two stole into the almshouse yard. The light was not out in the room on the ground floor, which the overseer's family used for a sitting room. When they entered, the overseer was there asleep in his chair, his wife sewing at the table, and an old woman in a pink cotton dress apparently doing nothing. They all started and stared at the intruders. "Good evening," said Mrs. Dunn, trying to speak composedly. "We thought we'd come in. We got kind of started. Oh, there 'tis now. What is it, Miss Gregg?" In fact, at that moment the wail, louder and more distinct, was heard. "Why, it's Nancy," replied Mrs. Gregg with dignified surprise. She was a large woman with a masterly placidity about her. "I heard her a few minutes ago," she went on, "and I was going up there to see her, if she hadn't stopped. Mr. Gregg." A heavy, saturnine old man, with a broad, bristling face, sat staring stupidly. The old woman in pink calico surveyed them all with an impersonal grin. "Nancy," repeated Mrs. Dunn, looking at Mrs. Gregg. She had not fancied this woman very much, and the two had not fraternized, although they were such near neighbors. Indeed, Mrs. Gregg was not of a sociable nature, and associated very little with anything but her own duties. "Yes, Nancy Wren," she said with gathering amazement. "She cries out this way most every night. She's 10 years old, but she's as afraid of the dark as a baby. She's a queer child. I guess maybe she's nervous. I don't know but she's got notions into her head, staying over in the graveyard so much. She runs away over there every chance she can get, and she goes over a queer rigmarole about playing with Jane, and her being dressed in white and a wreath. I found out she meant Jane Blake, that's buried in the Blake lot. I knew there wa'n't any children round here, and I thought I'd look into it. You know it says 'Our Father and Our Mother' on the old folks' stones, and there she was, calling them father and mother. You'd thought they was right there. I've got most out of patience with the child. I don't know nothing about such kind of folks." The wail continued. "I'll go right up there," said Mrs. Gregg, determinedly, taking a lamp. Mrs. Dunn and Flora followed. When they entered the chamber to which she led them, they saw little Nancy sitting up in bed, her face pale and convulsed, her blue eyes streaming with tears, her little pink mouth quivering. "Nancy," began Mrs. Gregg in a weighty tone. But Mrs. Dunn sprang forward and threw her arms around the child. "You got frightened, didn't you?" whispered she, and Nancy clung to her as if for life. A great wave of joyful tenderness rolled up in the heart of the bereaved woman. It was not, after all, the lonely and fearfully wandering little spirit of her dear Jenny. She was peaceful and blessed, beyond all her girlish tumults and terrors. But it was this little living girl. She saw it all plainly now. Afterwards it seemed to her that any one but a woman with her nerves strained and her imagination unhealthily keen through watching and sorrow would have seen it before. She held Nancy tight and soothed her. She felt almost as if she held her own Jenny. "I guess I'll take her home with me, if you don't care," she said to Mrs. Gregg. "Why, I don't know as I've got any objections, if you want to," answered Mrs. Gregg, with cold stateliness. "Nancy Wren has had everything done for her that I was able to do," she added, when Mrs. Dunn had wrapped up the child and they were all on the stairs. "I ain't coaxed and cuddled her, because it ain't my way. I never did with my own children." "Oh, I know you've done all you could," said Mrs. Dunn, with abstracted apology. "I just thought I'd like to take her home to night. Don't you think I'm blaming you, Miss Gregg?" She bent down and kissed the little tearful face on her shoulder. She was carrying Nancy like a baby. Flora had hold of one of her little dangling hands. "You shall go right upstairs and sleep with Flora," Mrs. Dunn whispered in the child's ear, when they were going across the yard, "and you shall have the lamp burning all night, and I'll give you a piece of cake before you go." It was the custom of the Dunns to visit the cemetery and carry flowers to Jenny's grave every Sunday afternoon. Next Sunday little Nancy went with them. She followed happily along, and did not seem to think of the Blake lot. That pitiful fancy, if fancy it were, which had peopled her empty childish world with ghostly kindred, which had led into it an angel playmate in white robe and crown, might lie at rest now. There was no more need for it. She had found her place in a nest of living hearts, and she was getting her natural food of human love. They had dressed Nancy in one of the little white frocks which Jenny had worn in her childhood, and her hat was trimmed with some ribbon and rosebuds which had adorned one of the dead young girls a year before. It was a beautiful Sunday. After they left the cemetery they strolled a little way down the road. The road lay between deep green meadows and cottage yards. It was not quite time for the roses, and the lilacs were turning gray. The buttercups in the meadows had blossomed out, but the dandelions had lost their yellow crowns, and their filmy skulls appeared. They stood like ghosts among crowds of golden buttercups, but none of the family thought of that. Their ghosts were laid in peace. End of A Gentle Ghost by Mary E. Wilkins.
Grand Dame's Ghost Story by C.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Grand Dame's Ghost Story by C.D. I don't know whether you ever tell your children ghost stories or not. Some mothers don't. But our mother, though of German descent, was strong-minded on the ghost subject, and early taught all of her children to be fearless mentally as well as physically. And, though dearly fond of hearing ghost stories, especially if they were real true ghost stories, we were sadly skeptical as to there being anything of the kind that could harm. We were quite learned in ghostly lore, knew all about doppelgangers, will-o'-wisp, blue lights, etc., and we could not have a greater treat for good behavior than for our mother to draw on her store of supernatural tales for our entertainment. The story I am about to relate she told us one stormy night, when, gathered round her chair in her own cozy sanctum, before a cheerful fire, we ate nuts and apples, and listened while she recited an true tale, told her by her grandmother, who herself witnessed the vision. It was a fearful night. The wind sobbed and wailed round the house like lost spirits mourning their doom. The rain beat upon the casements, and the trees, writhing in the torture of the fierce blast, groaned and swayed until their tops almost swept the earth. Bright flashes of lightning pierced even through the closed shutters and heavy curtains, and the thunder had a sullen, threatening roar that made your blood creep. It was a night to make one seek to shut out all sound, draw the curtains close, stir the fire, and nestle deep in the armchair before it, with feet upon the fender, and have something cheerful to think or talk about. But I was all alone, none in the house with me but the servants, and the servants' wing was detached from the main part of the building, for I do not care to have menials near me, and I had no loved ones near. It was just such a night that Nancy Black died. What a fearful night for the soul to leave its earthly home and go out into the vast, unknown future! I spoke aloud, as rousing from a train of thought. I drew my heavy mantle closer round me, wheeled my armchair nearer the fire, and cuddled down in it, burying my feet in the foot-cushion to warm them, for I felt strangely cold. I was in the library. It was my usual sitting-room, for I seldom used the parlors. What was the use? My books were my friends. I loved best to be with them. My children dead or married and away, the cold, grand parlors always seemed gloomy and sad. The ghosts of departed pleasures haunted them, and I cared not to enter them. It was a long, wide room across the hall from the parlors, running the whole length of the house, and was lined with shelves from floor to ceiling. My husband's father had always been a bibliomaniac, and my husband had had a leaning that way also, and the shelves held many an old rare work that was worth its weight in gold. The fire, though burning brightly, did not illume one half the room, of which, sitting in the chimney corner, I commanded a full view, and had been looking at the shadows playing on the furniture and shelves, as the flame shot up, and after flickering a moment, would die out, leaving a gloom which would break away into fantastic shadows, as the firelight would again shoot up. While watching the gleams of light and darkling shades, unconsciously the wailing of the storm outside attracted my attention. There seemed to be odd noises of tapping on the windows, and sobs and sighs, as though someone was entreating entrance from the fierce tumult. And as I sat there, again I thought of Nancy Black, the old schoolgirl friend who had loved me so dearly, and the night when she went forth to meet the doom appointed her. Resting my head upon my hand, I sat gazing in the fire, thinking over her strange life, and still stranger death, and wondering what could have become of the money and jewels that I knew she had once possessed. While sitting thus, a queer sensation crept over me. It was not fear, but a feeling as though, if I looked up, I'd see something frightful. A shiver, not like that of cold, ran from my head to my feet, and a sensation as though someone was breathing icy cold breath upon my forehead, the same feeling you would cause by holding a piece of ice to your cheek. It flooded over my face and finally settled round my lips, as though the unseen one was caressing me, thrilling me with horror. But I am not fearful, nervous, nor imaginative, and resolutely throwing off the dread that fell upon me, I turned round and looked up, and there, so close by my side that my hand, involuntarily thrown out, passed through her seeming form, stood Nancy Black. It was Nancy Black, and yet not Nancy Black. Her whole body had a semi-transparent appearance, just as your hand looks when you hold it between yourself and a strong light. Her clothing, apparently the same as worn in life, had a wavy, seething, flickering look, like flames have, and yet did not seem to burn. "In the name of God, Nancy Black, what brought you here, and whence came you?" I exclaimed. A hollow whisper followed. "Thank you, my old friend, for speaking to me. And oh, how deeply I thank you for thinking of me tonight. I shall have rest." "Rest?" I heard echoed, and a jeering laugh rang through the room that made her quiver at its sound. "I have been near you often, but always failed to find you in a condition when you would be en rapport before tonight. What I came for I will tell you. Whence I come you need not know. Suffice it to say, that were I happy I would not be here on such an errand, nor on such a night. It is only when the elements are in a tumult, and the winds wail and moan, that we come forth. When you hear these sounds, it is souls of the lost you hear mourning their doom. 'Tis then they wander up and down, to and fro, their only release from their fearful home of torture and undying pain. I have come to tell you that you must go over to the old house, and in the back room I always kept locked, have the carpet taken up from toward the fireplace. You will see a plank with a knothole in it. Remove that, and you will find what caused me to lose my soul. Have prayers said for me, for 'tis well to pray for the dead. The money and jewels give in charity. Bury in holy ground the others you find, and pray for them and me. Ah, Jeanette, you thought your old friend, though strange and odd, pure and innocent. It is a bitter part of my punishment that I must change your thought of me. Farewell! Do not fail me, and I shall trouble you no more. But whenever you hear that wind howl and sweep round the house as it does tonight, know that the lost are near. It is their swift flight through space, fleeing before the scourge of memory and conscience, that causes that sound, that tomorrow you may not think you are dreaming. Here's a token." And she touched the palm of my hand with her fingertips, and as you see, my child, to this day there are 3 crimson spots in the palm of my hand that nothing will eradicate. Do not fail me, and pray for us, Jeanette, pray." And with a longing, wistful gaze and a deep sobbing sigh, Nancy Black faded from my sight. "Am I dreaming?" I exclaimed, as I rose from my chair and rang the bell. When the servant entered, I bade him attend to the fire and light the lamps, and I went through the room to see if any unusual arrangement of the furniture could have caused the appearance. But nothing was apparent, and I bade him send my maid to attend me in my chamber, for I could not help feeling unwilling to remain in the library any longer that evening. While making my toilet for the night, my maid said, "Have you burned your hand, madame?" Glancing hastily down, I saw 3 dark crimson spots upon the palm of my left hand. They had an odd look, seared as though touched by a red-hot iron, yet the flesh was soft, not burned, and not painful. Making some excuse for it, I did not allude to it again, and dismissed her speedily, that I might reflect undisturbed over the singular occurrence. There were the marks upon my hand. I could not remove them, and they did not fade. In fact, their deep red made the rest of the palm lose its pinkish hue, and look pale from the strong contrast. Could I have been asleep and dreamed it all, and by any means have done this to myself? I thought, but finally concluded that on the morrow I'd go over to Nancy Black's old residence and settle the question, and with that conclusion had to content myself until the morrow came. Nancy Black was an old friend from my girlhood, who had owned large property in the town, and lived all alone in a spacious stone house directly opposite my home, and who, when dying, had left me the sole legatee of her property. When morning came I took the keys, and with my maid went over to Nancy's house. It had never been disturbed since her death, which was sudden and somewhat singular, and the furniture remained just as she left it when taken to her last resting-place. We went to the room Nancy had directed. I bade Sarah take up the carpet, and sure enough there was a plank with a knothole in it. So I sent her from the room and lifted the plank myself, and there, between the 2 joints, rested a long box, the lid not fastened. Opening it, I was horrified to see 2 skeletons, those of an infant and of a woman, small in stature and delicate frame. In a moment it flashed before me that I saw all that remained of Nancy Black's younger sister, a girl of 17, who had left home somewhat mysteriously years ago, and had died while absent. At least that was the version Nancy had given of her absence, and no one had dreamed of doubting it. Her tale was so naturally told. Left orphans when Lucy was only 2 years and Nancy 18, she had devoted her life to the care of this young girl. And when she found her sister had fallen, she, in her pride of name and position, had destroyed mother and child, that her shame might not be known, and had lived all those dreary years in that house with her fearful secret. Round the box, heaped up on every side, were money and jewels, and a parchment scroll among them had written on it, Lucy's share of our father's estate. I carried out Nancy's wishes to the letter, for I now firmly believed that she had come to me herself that night. To avoid scandal resting on the dead, I took our clergyman into my confidence, and with his assistance had the remains buried quietly in consecrated ground. The money and jewels were given to the poor, and the old building I turned into a home for destitute females. And morning and night, as I kneel in prayer, I pray forgiveness to rest upon Nancy Black and peace to her troubled soul. End of Grand Dame's Ghost Story.
The Corpse on the Grating by Hugh B. Cave. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Corpse on the Grating by Hugh B. Cave. It was 10 o'clock on the morning of December 5th when MS and I left the study of Professor Daimler. You are perhaps acquainted with MS. His name appears constantly in the pages of the Illustrated News, in conjunction with some very technical article on psychoanalysis or with some extensive study of the human brain and its functions. He is a psychofanatic, more or less, and has spent an entire lifetime of some 70-odd years in pulling apart human skulls for the purpose of investigation. Lovely pursuit. For some 20 years I have mocked him in a friendly, half-hearted fashion. I am a medical man, and my own profession is one that does not sympathize with radicals. As for Professor Daimler, the third member of our little triangle, perhaps if I take a moment to outline the events of that evening, the professor's part in what follows will be less obscure. We had called on him, MS and I, at his urgent request. His rooms were in a narrow, unlighted street just off the square, and Daimler himself opened the door to us. A tall, loosely built chap he was, standing in the doorway like a motionless ape, arms half extended. "I've summoned you, gentlemen," he said quietly, "because you two, of all London, are the only persons who know the nature of my recent experiments. I should like to acquaint you with the results." He led the way to his study, then kicked the door shut with his foot, seizing my arm as he did so. Quietly, he dragged me to the table that stood against the farther wall. In the same even, unemotional tone of a man completely sure of himself, he commanded me to inspect it. For a moment, in the semi-gloom of the room, I saw nothing. At length, however, the contents of the table revealed themselves, and I distinguished a motley collection of test tubes, each filled with some fluid. The tubes were attached to each other by some ingenious arrangement of thistles, and at the end of the table, where a chance blow could not brush it aside, lay a tiny phial of the resulting serum. From the appearance of the table, Daimler had evidently drawn a certain amount of gas from each of the smaller tubes, distilling them through acid into the minute phial at the end. Yet, even now, as I stared down at the fantastic paraphernalia before me, I could sense no conclusive reason for its existence. I turned to the professor with a quiet stare of bewilderment. He smiled. "The experiment is over," he said. "As to its conclusion, you, Dale, as a medical man, will be skeptical. And you," turning to MS, "as a scientist, you will be amazed. I, being neither physician nor scientist, am merely filled with wonder." He stepped to a long, square table-like structure in the center of the room. Standing over it, he glanced quizzically at MS, then at me. "For a period of 2 weeks," he went on, "I have kept on the table here the body of a man who has been dead more than a month. I have tried, gentlemen, with acid combinations of my own origination, to bring that body back to life, and I have failed. But, he added quickly, noting the smile that crept across my face, that failure was in itself worth more than the average scientist's greatest achievement. You know, Dale, that heat, if a man is not truly dead, will sometimes resurrect him. In a case of epilepsy, for instance, victims have been pronounced dead, only to return to life. Sometimes in the grave. I say, if a man be not truly dead, but what if that man is truly dead? Does the cure alter itself in any manner? The motor of your car dies. Do you bury it? You do not. You locate the faulty part, correct it, and infuse new life. And so, gentlemen, after remedying the ruptured heart of this dead man by operation, I proceeded to bring him back to life. I used heat. Terrific heat will sometimes originate a spark of new life in something long dead. Gentlemen, on the 4th day of my tests, following a continued application of electrical and acid heat, the patient... Daimler leaned over the table and took up a cigarette. Lighting it, he dropped the match and resumed his monologue. The patient turned suddenly over and drew his arm weakly across his eyes. I rushed to his side. When I reached him, the body was once again stiff and lifeless, and it has remained so. The professor stared at us quietly, waiting for comment. I answered him as carelessly as I could, with a shrug of my shoulders. Professor, have you ever played with the dead body of a frog? I said, softly. He shook his head silently. You would find it interesting sport, I told him. Take a common dry cell battery with enough voltage to render a sharp shock. Then apply your wires to various parts of the frog's anatomy. If you are lucky and strike the right set of muscles, you will have the pleasure of seeing the dead frog leap suddenly forward. Understand, he will not regain life. You have merely released his dead muscles by shock and sent him bolting. The professor did not reply. I could feel his eyes on me, and had I turned, I should probably have found MS glaring at me in honest hate. These men were students of mesmerism, of spiritualism, and my commonplace contradiction was not overwelcome. You are cynical, Dale, said MS coldly, because you do not understand. Understand? I am a doctor, not a ghost. But MS had turned eagerly to the professor. Where is this body, this experiment? He demanded. Daimler shook his head. Evidently he had acknowledged failure, and did not intend to drag his dead man before our eyes, unless he could bring that man forth alive, upright, and ready to join the conversation. I've put it away, he said distantly. There is nothing more to be done, now that our reverend doctor here insisted in making a matter-of-fact thing out of our experiment. You understand, I had not intended to go in for wholesale resurrection, even if I had met with success. It was my belief that a dead body, like a dead piece of mechanism, can be brought to life again, provided we are intelligent enough to discover the secret. And by God, it is still my belief. That was the situation then when MS and I paced slowly back along the narrow street that contained the professor's dwelling place. My companion was strangely silent. More than once I felt his eyes upon me in an uncomfortable stare, yet he said nothing. Nothing, that is, until I had opened the conversation with some casual remark about the lunacy of the man we had just left. You are wrong in mocking him, Dale, MS replied bitterly. Daimler is a man of science. He is no child, experimenting with a toy. He is a grown man who has the courage to believe in his powers. One of these days, he had intended to say that some day I should respect the professor's efforts. One of these days, the interval of time was far shorter than anything so indefinite. The first event, with its succeeding series of horrors, came within the next 3 minutes. We had reached a more deserted section of the square, a black, uninhabited street extending like a shadowed band of darkness between gaunt, high walls. I had noticed for some time that the stone structure beside us seemed to be unbroken by door or window, that it appeared to be a single gigantic building, black and forbidding. I mentioned the fact to MS. "The warehouse," he said simply. "A lonely, God-forsaken place. We shall probably see the flicker of the watchman's light in one of the upper chinks." At his words, I glanced up. True enough, the higher part of the grim structure was punctured by narrow, barred openings. Safety vaults, probably. But the light, unless its tiny gleam was somewhere in the inner recesses of the warehouse, was dead. The great building was like an immense burial vault, a tomb, silent and lifeless. We had reached the most forbidding section of the narrow street, where a single arch lamp overhead cast a halo of ghastly yellow light over the pavement. At the very rim of the circle of illumination, where the shadows were deeper and more silent, I could make out the black moldings of a heavy iron grating. The bars of metal were designed, I believe, to seal the side entrance of the great warehouse from night marauders. It was bolted in place and secured with a set of immense chains, immovable. This much I saw as my intent gaze swept the wall before me. This huge tomb of silence held for me a particular fascination, and as I paced along beside my gloomy companion, I stared directly ahead of me into the darkness of the street. I wished to God my eyes had been closed or blinded. He was hanging on the grating, hanging there, with white, twisted hands, clutching the rigid bars of iron, straining to force them apart. His whole distorted body was forced against the barrier, like the form of a madman struggling to escape from his cage. His face, the image of it, still haunts me whenever I see iron bars in the darkness of a passage, was the face of a man who had died from utter, stark horror. It was frozen in a silent shriek of agony, staring out at me with fiendish maliciousness. Lips twisted apart, white teeth gleaming in the light, bloody eyes with a horrible glare of colorless pigment, and dead. I believe MS saw him at the very instant I recoiled. I felt a sudden grip on my arm, and then, as an exclamation came harshly from my companion's lips, I was pulled forward roughly. I found myself staring straight into the dead eyes of that fearful thing before me, found myself standing rigid, motionless before the corpse that hung within reach of my arm. And then, through that overwhelming sense of the horrible, came the quiet voice of my comrade, the voice of a man who looks upon death as nothing more than an opportunity for research. "The fellow has been frightened to death, Dale. Frightened most horribly. Note the expression of his mouth, the evident struggle to force these bars apart and escape. Something has driven fear to his soul, killed him." I remember the words vaguely. When MS had finished speaking, I did not reply. Not until he stepped forward and bent over the distorted face of the thing before me did I attempt to speak. When I did, my thoughts were a jargon. "What in God's name," I cried, "could have brought such horror to a strong man? What—" "Loneliness, perhaps?" suggested MS with a smile. "The fellow is evidently of the Watchman. He is alone in a huge, deserted pit of darkness for hours at a time. His light is merely a ghostly ray of illumination, hardly enough to do more than increase the darkness. I have heard of such cases before." He shrugged his shoulders. Even as he spoke, I sensed the evasion of his words. When I replied, he hardly met my answer, for he had suddenly stepped forward, where he could look directly into those fear-twisted eyes. "Dale," he said at length, turning slowly to face me, "you ask for an explanation of this horror? There is an explanation. It is written with an almost fearful clearness on the fellow's mind. Yet, if I tell you, you will return to your old skepticism, your damnable habit of disbelief." I looked at him quietly. I had heard MS claim, at other times, that he could read the thoughts of a dead man by the mental image that lay on that man's brain. I had laughed at him. Evidently, in the present moment, he recalled those laughs. Nevertheless, he faced me seriously. "I can see two things, Dale," he said deliberately. "One of them is a dark, narrow room, a room piled with indistinct boxes and crates, and with an open door, bearing the black number 4167, and in that open doorway coming forward, with slow steps, alive, with arms extended, and a frightful face of passion, is a decayed human form. A corpse, Dale. A man who has been dead for many days, and is now alive. MS turned slowly and pointed with upraised hands to the corpse on the grating. That is why, he said simply, this fellow died from horror. His words died into emptiness. For a moment I stared at him. Then, in spite of our surroundings, in spite of the late hour, the loneliness of the street, the awful thing beside us, I laughed. He turned upon me with a snarl. For the first time in my life, I saw MS convulsed with rage. His old lined face had suddenly become savage with intensity. You laugh at me, Dale, he thundered. By God, you make a mockery out of a science that I have spent more than my life in studying. You call yourself a medical man, and you are not fit to carry the name. I will wager you, man, that your laughter is not backed by your courage. I fell away from him. Had I stood within reach, I'm sure he would have struck me. Struck me? And I have been nearer to MS for the past 10 years than any man in London. And as I retreated from his temper, he reached forward to seize my arm. I could not help but feel impressed at his grim intentness. Look here, Dale, he said bitterly. I will wager you £100 that you will not spend the remainder of this night in the warehouse above you. I will wager £100 against your own courage that you will not back your laughter by going through what this fellow has gone through. That you will not prowl through the corridors of this great structure until you have found room 4167 and remain in that room until dawn. There was no choice. I glanced at the dead man, at the face of fear and the clutching, twisted hands, and a cold dread filled me. But to refuse my friend's wager would have been to brand myself an empty coward. I had mocked him. Now, whatever the cost, I must stand ready to pay for that mockery. Room 4167? I replied quietly, in a voice which I made every effort to control, lest he should discover the tremor in it. Very well. I will do it. It was nearly midnight when I found myself alone, climbing a musty, winding ramp between the first and second floors of the deserted building. Not a sound, except the sharp intake of my breath, and the dismal creak of the wooden stairs echoed through that tomb of death. There was no light, not even the usual dim glow that is left to illuminate an unused corridor. Moreover, I had brought no means of light with me, nothing but a half-empty box of safety matches, which by some unholy premonition I had forced myself to save for some future moment. The stairs were black and difficult, and I mounted them slowly, groping with both hands along the rough wall. I had left MS some moments before. In his usual decisive manner, he had helped me to climb the iron grating and lower myself to the sealed alleyway on the farther side. Then, leaving him without a word, for I was bitter against the triumphant tone of his parting words, I proceeded into the darkness, fumbling forward until I had discovered the open door in the lower part of the warehouse. And then the ramp, winding crazily upward, seemingly without end. I was seeking blindly for that particular room which was to be my destination. Room 4167, with its high number, could hardly be on the lower floors. And so I had stumbled upward. It was at the entrance of the second-floor corridor that I struck the first of my desultory supply of matches, and by its light discovered a placard nailed to the wall. The thing was yellow with age and hardly legible. In the drab light of the match I had difficulty in reading it, but as far as I can remember, the notice went something like this. Warehouse Rules. 1. No light shall be permitted in any room or corridor as a prevention against fire. 2. No person shall be admitted to rooms or corridors unless accompanied by an employee. 3. A watchman shall be on the premises from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. He shall make the round of the corridors every hour during that interval, at 1/4 the hour. 4. Rooms are located by their numbers, the first figure in the room number indicating its floor location. I could read no further. The match in my fingers burned to a black thread and dropped. Then, with the burnt stump in my hand, I groped through the darkness to the bottom of the second ramp. Room 4167, then, was on the 4th floor, the topmost floor of the structure. I must confess that the knowledge did not bring any renewed burst of courage. The top floor. 3 black stair pits would lie between me and the safety of escape. There would be no escape. No human being in the throes of fear could hope to discover that tortured outlet, could hope to grope his way through the Stygian gloom down a triple ramp of black stairs. And even though he succeeded in reaching the lower corridors, there was still a blind alleyway, sealed at the outer end by a high grating of iron bars. Escape! The mockery of it caused me to stop suddenly in my ascent and stand rigid, my whole body trembling violently. But outside, in the gloom of the street, MS was waiting with that fiendish glare of triumph that would brand me a man without courage. I could not return to face him, not though all the horrors of hell inhabited this gruesome place of mystery, and horrors must surely inhabit it, else how could one account for that fearful thing on the grating below? But I had been through horror before. I had seen a man, supposedly dead on the operating table, jerk suddenly to his feet and scream. I had seen a young girl, not long before, awake in the midst of an operation, with the knife already in her frail body. Surely, after those definite horrors, no unknown danger would send me cringing back to the man who was waiting so bitterly for me to return. Those were the thoughts pregnant in my mind as I groped slowly, cautiously along the corridor of the upper floor, searching each closed door for the indistinct number 4167. The place was like the center of a huge labyrinth, a spider web of black, repelling passages, leading into some central chamber of utter silence and blackness. I went forward with dragging steps, fighting back the dread that gripped me as I went farther and farther from the outlet of escape. And then, after losing myself completely in the gloom, I threw aside all thoughts of return and pushed on with a careless, surface bravado, and laughed aloud. So, at length, I reached that room of horror, secreted high in the deeper recesses of the deserted warehouse. The number, God grant I never see it again, was scrawled in black chalk on the door. 4167. I pushed the half-open barrier wide and entered. It was a small room, even as MS had forewarned me, or as the dead mind of that thing on the grate had forewarned MS. The glow of my out-thrust match revealed a great stack of dusty boxes and crates, piled against the farther wall. Revealed, too, the black corridor beyond the entrance, and a small upright table before me. It was the table, and the stool beside it, that drew my attention, and brought a muffled exclamation from my lips. The thing had been thrust out of its usual place, pushed aside as if some frenzied shape had lunged against it. I could make out its former position by the marks on the dusty floor at my feet. Now it was nearer to the center of the room, and had been wrenched sideways from its holdings. A shudder took hold of me as I looked at it. A living person, sitting on the stool before me, staring at the door, would have wrenched the table in just this manner in his frenzy to escape from the room. The light of the match died, plunging me into a pit of gloom. I struck another and stepped closer to the table, and there, on the floor, I found 2 more things that brought fear to my soul. One of them was a heavy flash lamp, a watchman's lamp, where it had evidently been dropped in flight. But what awful terror must have gripped the fellow to make him forsake his only means of escape through those black passages? And the second thing, a worn copy of a leather-bound book, flung open on the boards below the stool. The flash lamp, thank God, had not been shattered. I switched it on, directing its white circle of light over the room. This time, in the vivid glare, the room became even more unreal. Black walls, clumsy, distorted shadows on the wall, thrown by those huge piles of wooden boxes. Shadows that were like crouching men, groping toward me. And beyond, where the single door opened into a passage of Stygian darkness, that yawning entrance was thrown into hideous detail. Had any upright figure been standing there, the light would have made an unholy phosphorescent specter out of it. I summoned enough courage to cross the room and pull the door shut. There was no way of locking it. Had I been able to fasten it, I should surely have done so. But the room was evidently an unused chamber, filled with empty refuse. This was the reason, probably, why the watchman had made use of it as a retreat during the intervals between his rounds. But I had no desire to ponder over the sordidness of my surroundings. I returned to my stool in silence, and stooping, picked up the fallen book from the floor. Carefully I placed the lamp on the table, where its light would shine on the open page. Then, turning the cover, I began to glance through the thing which the man before me had evidently been studying, and before I had read 2 lines, the explanation of the horrible thing struck me. I stared dumbly down at the little book and laughed harshly so that the sound of my mad cackle echoed in 1,000 ghastly reverberations throughout the dead corridors of the building. It was a book of horror, of fantasy, a collection of weird, terrifying, supernatural tales with grotesque illustrations in funeral black and white. And the very line I turned to, the line which had probably struck terror into that unlucky devil's soul, explained MS's decayed from human form, standing in the doorway with arms extended and a frightful face of passion. The same description lay before me, almost in my friend's words. Little wonder that the fellow on the grating below, after reading this orgy of horror, had suddenly gone mad with fright. Little wonder that the picture engraved on his dead mind was a picture of a corpse standing in the doorway of room 4167. I glanced at that doorway and laughed. No doubt of it. It was that awful description in MS's untempered language that had made me dread my surroundings, not the loneliness and silence of the corridors about me. Now, as I stared at the room, the closed door, the shadows on the wall, I could not repress a grin. But the grin was not long in duration. A 6-hour siege awaited me before I could hear the sound of human voice again. 6 hours of silence and gloom. I did not relish it. Thank God the fellow before me had foresight enough to leave this book of fantasy for my amusement. I turned to the beginning of the story. A lovely beginning it was, outlining in some detail how a certain Jack Fulton, English adventurer, had suddenly found himself imprisoned by a mysterious black gang of monks, or something of the sort, in a forgotten cell at the monastery of El Toro. The cell, according to the pages before me, was located in the empty, haunted pits below the stone floors of the structure. Lovely setting. And the brave Fulton had been secured firmly to a huge metal ring in the farther wall opposite the entrance. I read the description twice. At the end of it, I could not help but lift my head to stare at my own surroundings. Except for the location of the cell, I might have been in the same setting, the same darkness, same silence, same loneliness. Peculiar similarity. And then, Fulton lay quietly without attempting to struggle in the dark. The stillness of the vaults became unbearable, terrifying. Not a suggestion of sound, except the scraping of unseen rats. I dropped the book with a start. From the opposite end of the room in which I sat came a half-inaudible, scuffling noise. The sound of hidden rodents scrambling through the great pile of boxes. Imagination? I am not sure. At the moment, I would have sworn that the sound was a definite one, that I had heard it distinctly. Now, as I recount this tale of horror, I'm not sure. But I am sure of this. There was no smile on my lips as I picked up the book again, with trembling fingers, and continued. The sound died into silence. For an eternity, the prisoner lay rigid, staring at the open door of his cell. The opening was black, deserted, like the mouth of a deep tunnel leading to hell. And then suddenly, from the gloom beyond that opening, came an almost noiseless, padded footfall. This time there was no doubt of it. The book fell from my fingers, dropped to the floor with a clatter. Yet, even through the sound of its falling, I heard that fearful sound, the shuffle of a living foot. I sat, motionless, staring with bloodless face at the door of room 4167. And as I stared, the sound came again and again. The slow tread of dragging footsteps approaching along the black corridor without. I got to my feet like an automaton, swaying heavily. Every drop of courage ebbed from my soul as I stood there, one hand clutching the table, waiting. And then, with an effort, I moved forward. My hand was outstretched to grasp the wooden handle of the door, and I did not have the courage. Like a cowed beast, I crept back to my place and slumped down on the stool, my eyes still transfixed in a mute stare of terror. I waited. For more than half an hour I waited, motionless. Not a sound stirred in the passage beyond that closed barrier. Not a suggestion of any living presence came to me. Then, leaning back against the wall, a harsh laugh. I wiped away the cold moisture that had trickled over my forehead into my eyes. It was another 5 minutes before I picked up the book again. You call me a fool for continuing it? A fool? I tell you, even a story of horror is more comfort than a room of grotesque shadows and silence. Even a printed page is better than grim reality. And so I read on. The story was one of suspense, madness. For the next 2 pages I read a cunning description of the prisoner's mental reaction. Strangely enough, it conformed precisely with my own. Fulton's head had fallen to his chest, the script read. For an endless while he did not stir, did not dare to lift his eyes, and then, after more than an hour of silent agony and suspense, the boy's head came up mechanically, came up and suddenly jerked rigid. A horrible scream burst from his dry lips as he stared like a dead man at the black entrance to his cell. There, standing without motion in the opening, stood a shrouded figure of death, empty eyes, glaring with awful hate, bored into his own. Great arms, bony and rotten, extended toward him. Decayed flesh. I read no more. Even as I lunged to my feet with that mad book still gripped in my hand, I heard the door of my room grind open. I screamed in utter horror at the thing I saw there. Dead? Good God, I do not know. It was a corpse, a dead human body standing before me, like some propped-up thing from the grave. A face half-eaten away, terrible in its leering grin, twisted mouth with only a suggestion of lips curled back over broken teeth, hair writhing, distorted, like a mass of moving bloody coils, and its arms, ghastly white, bloodless, were extended towards me with open, clutching hands. It was alive! Alive! Even while I stood there, crouching against the wall, it stepped forward toward me. I saw a heavy shudder pass over it, and the sound of its scraping feet burned its way into my soul. And then, with its second step, the fearful thing stumbled to its knees. The white, gleaming arms, thrown into streaks of living fire by the light of my lamp, flung violently upwards, twisting towards the ceiling. I saw the grin change into an expression of agony, of torment, and then the thing crashed upon me, dead. With a great cry of fear, I stumbled to the door. I groped out of that room of horror, stumbling along the corridor. No light. I left it behind on the table to throw a circle of white light over the decayed living dead intruder who had driven me mad. My return down those winding ramps to the lower floor was a nightmare of fear. I remembered that I stumbled, that I plunged through the darkness like a man gone mad. I had no thought of caution, no thought of anything except escape. And then the lower door, and then the alley of gloom. I reached the grating, flung myself upon it, and pressed my face against the bars in a futile effort to escape. The same as the fear-tortured man who had come before me. I felt strong hands lifting me up, a dash of cool air, and then the refreshing patter of falling rain. It was the afternoon of the following day, December 6th, when MS sat across the table from me in my own study. I had made a rather hesitant attempt to tell him, without dramatics and without dwelling on my own lack of courage, of the events of the previous night. "You deserved it, Dale," he said quietly. "You are a medical man, nothing more, and yet you mock the beliefs of a scientist as great as Daimler. I wonder, do you still mock the professor's beliefs? That he can bring a dead man to life?" I smiled, a bit doubtfully. "I will tell you something, Dale," said MS deliberately. He was leaning across the table, staring at me. "The professor made only one mistake in his great experiment. He did not wait long enough for the effect of his strange acids to work. He acknowledged failure too soon and got rid of the body." He paused. "When the professor stored his patient away, Dale," he said quietly, "he stored it in the room 4170 at the Great Warehouse. If you are acquainted with the place, you will know that room 4170 is directly across the corridor from 4167. End of The Corpse on the Grating.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True, nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous. I have been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell, but then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded. With what caution, with what foresight, with what dissemination I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the week before I killed him, and every night about midnight I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have done so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray of light fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible for me to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moved more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he did not even dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were closed and fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no! It was a low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it had welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and I pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor, or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim, and it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open. I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctiveness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder and louder. Every instant the old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder, every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. I am. And now at the dead hour of night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew, louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once, only once, and in an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs, and then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber, and deposited it all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatsoever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart. For what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was of my own dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence I brought chairs into the room, and desired them there to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale, and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat, and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently, and with a heightened voice. Yes, the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles, in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men. But the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted, pleasantly and smiling. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no! No, they heard! Suspected! They knew! They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark! Louder! 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 Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart! End of The Telltale Heart.
The White Wolf of the Hartz Mountains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kolby Curran. The White Wolf of the Hartz Mountains by Frederick Marriott. Scarcely had the soldiers performed their task and thrown down their shovels, when they commenced an altercation. It appeared that this money was to be again the cause of slaughter and bloodshed. Philip and Krantz determined to sail immediately in one of the Perequas, and leave them to settle their disputes as they pleased. He asked permission of the soldiers to take from the provisions and water, of which there was ample supply, a larger proportion than was there to share, stating that he and Krantz had a long voyage and would require it, and pointing out to them that there were plenty of coconuts for their support. The soldiers, who thought of nothing but their newly acquired wealth, allowed him to do as he pleased, and having hastily collected as many coconuts as they could, to add to their stock of provisions before noon, Philip and Krantz had embarked and made sail in the Perequa, leaving the soldiers with their knives again drawn, and so busy in their angry altercation as to be heedless of their departure. There will be the same scene over again, I expect, observed Krantz, as the vessel parted swiftly from the shore. I have little doubt of it. Observe, even now they are at blows and stabs. If I were to name that spot, it should be the accursed isle. Would not any other be the same, with so much to inflame the passions of men? Assuredly, what a curse is gold! And what a blessing, replied Krantz. I am sorry Pedro is left with them. It is their destiny, replied Philip, so let's think no more of them. Now what do you propose? With this vessel, small as she is, we may sail over these seas in safety, and we have, I imagine, provisions sufficient for more than a month. My idea is to turn into the track of the vessels going to the westward, and obtain a passage to Goya. And if we do not meet with any, we can, at all events, proceed up the straits, as far as Pulu Pelong without risk. There we may safely remain until a vessel passes. I agree with you. It is our best, nay, our only, place, unless, indeed, we were to proceed to Cochin, where junks are always leaving for Goya. But that would be out of our way, and the junks cannot well pass us in the straits, without their being seen by us. They had no difficulty in steering their course. The islands by day, and the clear stars by night, were their compass. It is true that they did not follow the more direct track, but they followed the more secure, working up the smooth waters, and gaining to the northward more than the west. Many times they were chased by the Malay proas, which infested the islands, but the swiftness of their little pakora was their security. Indeed, the chase was, generally speaking, abandoned as soon as the smallness of the vessel was made out by the pirates, who expected that little or no booty was to be gained. That enemy and Philip's mission was the constant theme of their discourse, may easily be imagined. One morning, as they were sailing between the isles with less wind than usual, Philip observed, "Krantz, you said that there were events in your own life, or connected with it, which would corroborate the mysterious tale I confided to you. Will you now tell me to what you referred?" "Certainly," replied Krantz. "I have often thought of doing so, but one circumstance or another has hitherto prevented me. This is, however, a fitting opportunity. Prepare, therefore, to listen to a strange story, quite as strange, perhaps, as your own." "I take it for granted that you have heard people speak of the Hartz Mountains," observed Krantz. "I have never heard people speak of them that I can recall," replied Philip. "But I have read of them in some book, and of the strange things which have occurred there." "It is indeed a wild region," rejoined Krantz, "and many strange tales are told of it. But strange as they are, I have good reason for believing them to be true. I have told you, Philip, that I fully believe in your communion with the other world, that I credit the history of your father, and the lawfulness of your mission, for that we are surrounded, impelled, and worked upon by beings different in their nature from ourselves. I have had full evidence, as you will acknowledge, when I state what has occurred in my own family. Why such malevolent beings as I am about to speak of should be permitted to interfere with us, and punish, I may say, comparatively unoffending mortals, is beyond my comprehension, but that they are so permitted is most certain. The great principle of all evil fulfils his work of evil. Why, then, not of the other minor spirits of the same class?" inquired Philip. "What matters it to us whether we are tried by, and have to suffer from, the enmity of our fellow mortals, or whether we are persecuted by beings more powerful and more malevolent than ourselves? We know that we have to work out our salvation, and that shall be judged according to our strength. If then there be evil spirits who delight to oppress man, there surely must be, as Amin asserts, good spirits whose delight is to do him service. Whether then we have to struggle against our passions only, or whether we have to struggle not only against our passions, but also the dire influence of unseen enemies, we ever struggle with the same odds in our favour, as the good are stronger than the evil which we combat. In either case we are on the vantage ground, whether, as in the first, we fight the good cause single-handed, or as in the second, although opposed, we have the host of heaven ranged on our side. Thus are the scales of the divine justice evenly balanced, and a man is still a free agent, as his own virtuous or vicious propensities must ever decide whether he shall gain or lose the victory." "Most true," replied Krantz. "And now to my history. My father was not born, or originally a resident in the Hartz Mountains. He was the serf of a Hungarian nobleman, of great possessions in Transylvania, but although a serf, he was not by any means a poor or illiterate man. In fact, he was rich, and his intelligence and respectability were such, that he had been raised by his lord to the stewardship. But whoever may happen to be born a serf must he remain, even though he become a wealthy man, and such was the condition of my father. My father had been married for about 5 years, and by his marriage had 3 children, my eldest brother, Caesar, myself, Ermon, and a sister named Marcella. You know, Philip, that Latin is still the language spoken in that country, and that will account for our high-sounding names. My mother was a very beautiful woman, unfortunately more beautiful than virtuous. She was seen and admired by the lord of the soil. My father was sent away upon some mission, and during his absence my mother, flattered by the attentions and won the assiduities of this nobleman, yielded to his wishes. It so happened that my father returned very unexpectedly, and discovered the intrigue. The evidence of my mother's shame was positive. He surprised her in the company of her seducer. Carried away by the impetuosity of his feelings, he watched the opportunity of a meeting taking place between them, and murdered both his wife and her seducer. Conscious that, as a serf, not even the provocation which he had received would be allowed as a justification of his conduct, he hastily collected together what money he could lay his hands upon, and, as we were then in the depth of winter, he put his horses to the sleigh, and taking his children with him, he set off in the middle of the night, and was far away before the tragical circumstance had transpired. Aware that he would be pursued, and that he had no chance of escape if he remained in any portion of his native country in which the authorities could lay hold of him, he continued his flight without intermission until he had buried himself in the intricacies and seclusion of the Hartz mountains. Of course, all that I have now told you, I learned afterwards. My oldest recollections are knit to a rude yet comfortable cottage, in which I lived with my father, brother, and sister. It was on the confines of one of those vast forests which cover the northern part of Germany. Around it were a few acres of ground, which, during the summer months, my father cultivated, and which, though they yielded a doubtful harvest, were sufficient for our support. In the winter we remained much indoors, for, as my father followed the chase, we were left alone, and the wolves, during that season, incessantly prowled about. My father had purchased the cottage and land about it of one of the rude foresters, who gained their livelihood partly by hunting and partly by burning charcoal, for the purpose of smelting the ore from the neighbouring mines. It was distant about 2 miles from any other habitation. I can call to mind the whole landscape now, the tall pines which rose up on the mountain above us, and the wide expanse of the forest beneath, on the topmost boughs and heads of whose trees we looked down from our cottage, as the mountain below us rapidly descended into the distant valley. In summer time the prospect was beautiful, but during the severe winter a more desolate scene could not be well imagined. I said that, in the winter, my father occupied himself with the chase. Every day he left us, and often would he lock the door, that we might not leave the cottage. He had no one to assist him, or to take care of us. Indeed, it was not easy to find a female servant who would live in such solitude. But could he have found one, my father would not have received her, for he had imbibed a horror of the sex, as the difference of his conduct towards us, his 2 boys, and my poor little sister, Marcella, evidently proved. You may suppose we were sadly neglected. Indeed, we suffered much, for my father, fearful that we might come to some harm, would not allow us fuel when he left the cottage, and we were obliged, therefore, to creep under the heaps of bearskins, and there to keep ourselves as warm as we could until he returned in the evening, when a blazing fire was our delight. That my father chose this restless sort of life may appear strange, but the fact was that he could not remain quiet, whether from the remorse for having committed murder, or from the misery consequent on his change of situation, or from both combined. He was never happy unless he was in a state of activity. Children, however, when left much to themselves, acquire a thoughtfulness not common to their age. So it was with us, and during the short cold days of winter we would sit silent, longing for the happy hours when the snow would melt and the leaves would burst out, and the birds begin their songs, and when we should again be set at liberty. Such was our peculiar and savage sort of life until my brother Cesar was 9, myself 7, and my sister 5 years old, when the circumstances occurred on which is based the extraordinary narrative which I am about to relate. One evening my father returned home rather late than usual. He had been unsuccessful, and as the weather was very severe, and many feet of snow were upon the ground, he was not only very cold, but in a very bad humour. He had brought in wood, and we were all three gladly assisting each other in the blowing on the embers to create the blaze, when he caught poor little Marcella by the arm and threw her aside. The child fell, struck her mouth, and bled very much. My brother ran to raise her up. Accustomed to ill usage, and afraid of my father, she did not dare to cry, but looked up in his face very piteously. My father drew his stool nearer to the hearth, muttered something in abuse of women, and busied himself with the fire, which both my brother and I deserted when our sister was so unkindly treated. A cheerful blaze was soon the result of his exertions, but we did not, as usual, crowd round it. Marcella, still bleeding, retired to a corner, and my brother and I took our seats beside her, while my father hung over the fire gloomily and alone. Such had been our position for about half an hour, when the howl of a wolf, close under the window of the cottage, fell on our ears. My father started up and seized his gun. The howl was repeated. He examined the priming, and then hastily left the cottage, shutting the door after him. We all waited, anxiously listening, for we thought that if he succeeded in shooting the wolf, he would have returned in a better humour, and, although he was harsh to all of us, and particularly so to our little sister, still we loved our father, and loved to see him cheerful and happy, for what else had we to look up to? And I may here observe that perhaps there never were 3 children who were fonder of each other. We did not, like other children, fight and dispute together, and if, by chance, any disagreement did arise between my elder brother and me, little Marcella would run to us, and kissing us both, seal, through her entreaties, the peace between us. Marcella was a lovely, amiable child. I can recall her beautiful features even now. Alas, poor little Marcella! "She is dead, then?" observed Philip. "Dead? Yes, dead. But how did she die? But I must not anticipate, Philip. Let me tell my story." We waited for some time, but the report of the gun did not reach us, and my elder brother then said, "Our father has followed the wolf, and will not be back for some time. Marcella, let us wash the blood from your mouth, and then we will leave this corner, and go to the fire and warm ourselves." We did so, and remained there until near midnight, every minute wondering, as it grew later, why our father did not return. We had no idea that he was in any danger, but we thought that he must have chased the wolf for a very long time. "I will look out and see if father is coming," said my brother Caesar, going to the door. "Take care," said Marcella, "the wolves must be about now, and we cannot kill them, brother." My brother opened the door very cautiously, and but a few inches he peeped out. "I see nothing," said he, after a time, and once more he joined us at the fire. "We have had no supper," said I, for my father usually cooked the meat as soon as he came home, and during his absence we had nothing but the fragments of the preceding day. "And if our father comes home after his hunt, Caesar," said Marcella, "he will be pleased to have some supper. Let us cook it for him, and for ourselves." Caesar climbed upon the stool and reached down some meat. I forget now whether it was venison or bear's meat, but we cut off the usual quantity, and proceeded to dress it, as we used to do under our father's superintendence. We were all busy putting it into the platters before the fire, to await his coming, when we heard the sound of a horn. We listened. There was a noise outside, and a minute afterwards my father entered, ushering in a young female and a large dark man in a hunter's dress. Perhaps I had better now relate what was only known to me many years afterwards. When my father had left the cottage, he perceived a large white wolf about 30 yards from him. As soon as the animal saw my father, it retreated slowly, growling and snarling. My father followed. The animal did not run, but always kept at some distance, and my father did not like to fire until he was pretty certain that his ball would take effect. Thus they went on for some time, the wolf now leaving my father far behind, and then stopping and snarling defiance at him, and then again on his approach setting off at speed. Anxious to shoot the animal, for the white wolf is very rare, my father continued the pursuit for several hours, during which he continually ascended the mountain. You must know, Philip, that there are some peculiar spots on those mountains, which are supposed, and, as my story will prove, truly supposed to be inhabited by the evil influences. They are well known to the huntsmen, who invariably avoid them. Now, one of these spots, an open space in the pine forest above us, had been pointed out to my father as dangerous on that account. But whether he disbelieved these wild stories, or whether in his eager pursuit of the chase he disregarded them, I know not. Certain, however, it is that he was decoyed by the white wolf to this open space, when the animal appeared to slacken her speed. My father approached, came close up to her, raised his gun to his shoulder, and was about to fire, when the wolf suddenly disappeared. He thought that the snow on the ground must have dazzled his sight, and he let down his gun to look for the beast, but she was gone. How she could have escaped over the clearance without his seeing her was beyond his comprehension. Mortified at the ill success of his chase, he was about to retrace his steps, when he heard the distant sound of a horn. Astonishment at such a sound, at such an hour, in such a wilderness, made him forget for the moment his disappointment, and he remained riveted to the spot. In a minute the horn was blown a second time, and at no great distance my father stood still and listened. A third time it was blown. I forget the term used to express it, but it was a signal which, my father well knew, implied that the party was lost in the woods. In a few minutes more my father beheld a man on horseback, with a female seated on the crupper, entered the clear space, and ride up to him. At first my father called to mind the strange stories which he had heard of the supernatural beings who were said to frequent these mountains, but the nearer approach of the parties satisfied him that they were mortals like himself. As soon as they came up to him, the man who guided the horse accosted him. "Friend Hunter, you are out late. The better fortune for us. We have ridden far, and are in fear of our lives, which are eagerly sought after. These mountains have enabled us to elude our pursuers, but if we find not shelter and refreshment, that will avail us little, as we must perish from hunger and the inclemency of the night. My daughter, who rides behind me, is now more dead than alive. Say, can you assist us in our difficulty?" "My cottage is some few miles distant," replied my father, "but I have little to offer you besides a shelter from the weather. To the little I have you are welcome. May I ask whence you come?" "Yes, friend, it is no secret now. We have escaped from Transylvania, where my daughter's honour and my life were equally in jeopardy." This information was quite enough to raise an interest in my father's heart. He remembered his own escape. He remembered the loss of his wife's honor and the tragedy by which it was wound up. He immediately and warmly offered all the assistance which he could afford them. "There is no time to be lost then, good sir," observed the horseman. "My daughter is chilled with the frost, and cannot hold out much longer against the severity of the weather." "Follow me," replied my father, leading the way towards his home. "I was lured away in pursuit of a large wolf," observed my father. "It came to the very window of my hut, or I should not have been out at this time of night." "The creature passed us by just as we came out of the wood," replied the female, in a silvery tone. "I was nearly discharging my piece at it," observed the hunter; "but since it did us such good service, I am glad I allowed it to escape." In about an hour and a half, during which my father walked at a rapid pace, the party arrived at the cottage, and, as I said before, came in. "We are in good time, apparently," observed the dark hunter, catching the smell of roasted meat as he walked to the fire and surveyed my brother and sister, and myself. "You have young cooks here, mynheer." "I am glad that we shall not have to wait," replied my father. "Come, mistress, seat yourself by the fire. You require warmth after your cold ride." "And where can I put up my horse, mynheer?" observed the huntsman. "I will take care of him," replied my father, going out of the cottage door. The female must, however, be particularly described. She was young, and apparently 20 years of age. She was dressed in a travelling dress, deeply bordered with white fur, and wore a cap of white ermine on her head. Her features were very beautiful, at least I thought so, and so my father has since declared. Her hair was flaxen, glossy, and shining, and bright as a mirror, and her mouth, although somewhat large when it was open, showed the most brilliant teeth I have ever beheld. But there was something about her eyes, bright as they were, which made us children afraid. They were so restless, so furtive. I could not, at that time, tell why, but I felt as if there was a cruelty in her eye, and when she beckoned us to come to her, we approached her with fear and trembling. Still she was beautiful, very beautiful. She spoke kindly to my brother and myself, patted our heads and caressed us, but Marcella would not come near her. On the contrary, she slunk away and hid herself in the bed, and would not wait for the supper, which half an hour before she had been so anxious for. My father, having put the horse into a close shed, soon returned, and supper was placed upon the table. When it was over, my father requested that the young lady would take possession of his bed, and he would remain at the fire and sit up with her father. After some hesitation on her part, this arrangement was agreed to, and I and my brother crept into the other bed with Marcella, for we had as yet always slept together. But we could not sleep. There was something so unusual, not only in seeing strange people, but in having those people sleep at the cottage, that we were bewildered. As for poor little Marcella, she was quiet, but I perceived that she trembled during the whole night, and sometimes I thought she was checking a sob. My father had brought out some spirits, which he rarely used, and he and the strange hunter remained drinking and talking before the fire. Our ears were ready to catch the slightest whisper, so much was our curiosity excited. "You said you came from Transylvania," observed my father. "Even so, mynheer," replied the hunter. "I was a serf to the noble house of undisclosed. My master would insist upon my surrendering up my fair girl to his wishes. It ended in my giving him a few inches of my hunting knife." "We are countrymen and brothers in misfortune," replied my father, taking the huntsman's hands and pressing it warmly. "Indeed! Are you then from that country?" "Yes, and I too have fled for my life, but mine is a melancholy tale." "Your name?" inquired the hunter. "Krantz." "What? Krantz of undisclosed. I have heard your tale. You need not renew your grief by repeating it now. Welcome, most welcome, mynheer, and I may say, my worthy kinsman, I am your second cousin, Wilfred of Barnsdorf," cried the hunter, rising up and embracing my father. They filled their horn mugs to the brim, and drank to one another after the German fashion. The conversation was then carried on in a low tone, All that we could collect from it was that our new relative and his daughter were to take up their abode in our cottage, at least for the present. In about an hour they both fell back in their chairs and appeared to sleep. "Marcella, dear, did you hear that?" said my brother in a low tone. "Yes," replied Marcella in a whisper, "I heard all. Oh, brother, I cannot bear to look upon that woman, I feel so frightened." My brother made no reply, and shortly afterwards we were all three fast asleep. When we awoke the next morning, we found that the hunter's daughter had risen before us. I thought she looked more beautiful than ever. She came up to Marcella and caressed her. The child burst into tears, and sobbed as if her heart would break. But, not to detain you with my too long a story, the huntsman and his daughter were accommodated in the cottage. My father and he went out hunting daily, leaving Christina with us. She performed all the household duties, was very kind to us children, and, gradually, the dislike even of little Marcella wore away. But a great change took place in my father. He appeared to have conquered his aversion to the sex, and was most attentive to Christina. Often, after her father and we were in bed, he would sit up with her, conversing in a low tone by the fire. I ought to have mentioned that my father and the huntsman Wilford slept in another portion of the cottage, and that the bed which he formerly occupied, in which was in the same room as ours, had been given up to the use of Christina. These visitors had been about 3 weeks at the cottage, when one night, after we children had been sent to bed, a consultation was held. My father had asked Christina in marriage, and had obtained her own consent and that of Wilford. After this, a conversation took place, which was, as nearly as I can recollect, as follows: "You may take my child, Mynheer Krantz, and my blessing with her, and I shall then leave you and seek some other habitation. It matters little where. Why not remain here, Wilford?" "No, no, I am called elsewhere. Let that suffice, and ask no more questions. You have my child. I thank you for her, and will duly value her. But there is one difficulty. I know what you would say. There is no priest here in this wild country. True, neither is there any law to bind. Still must some ceremony pass between you, to satisfy a father. Will you consent to marry her after my fashion? If so, I will marry you directly." "I will," replied my father. "Then take her by the hand. Now, Mynheer, swear." "I swear," repeated my father, "by all the spirits of the Hartz mountains." "Nay, why not in heaven?" interrupted my father. "Because it is not my humour," rejoined Wilford. "If I prefer that oath, less binding perhaps, than another, surely you will not thwart me." "Well, be it so then. Have your humour. Will you make me swear by that in which I do not believe?" "Yet many do so, who in outward appearance are Christians," rejoined Wilford. "Say, will you be married, or shall I take my daughter away with me?" "Proceed," replied my father impatiently. "I swear by all the spirits of the Hartz mountains, by all their power for good or evil, that I take Christina for my wedded wife, that I will ever protect her, cherish her, and love her, that my hand shall never be raised against her to harm her." My father repeated the words after Wilford. "And if I fail in this my vow, may all the vengeance of the spirits fall upon me and upon my children. May they perish by the vulture, by the wolf, or other beast of the forest. May their flesh be torn from their limbs, and their bones blanch in the wilderness. All this I swear." My father hesitated as he repeated the last words. Little Marcella could not restrain herself, and as my father repeated the last sentence, she burst into tears. This sudden interruption appeared to discompose the party, particularly my father. He spoke harshly to the child, who controlled her sobs, burying her face under her bedclothes. Such was the second marriage of my father. The next morning the hunter Wilfred mounted his horse and rode away. My father resumed his bed, which was in the same room as ours, and things went on much as before the marriage, except that our new mother-in-law did not show any kindness towards us. Indeed, during my father's absence, she would often beat us, particularly little Marcella, and her eyes would flash fire, as she looked eagerly upon the fair and lovely child. One night my sister awoke me and my brother. "What is the matter?" said Caesar. "She has gone out," whispered Marcella. "Gone out?" "Yes, gone out at the door, in her night clothes," replied the child. "I saw her get out of bed, look at my father to see if he slept, and then she went out at the door. What could induce her to leave her bed, all undressed, to go out, in such bitter wintry weather, with the snow deep on the ground, was to us incomprehensible. We lay awake, and in about an hour we heard the growl of a wolf, close under the window. "There is a wolf," said Caesar. "She will be torn to pieces." "Oh no!" cried Marcella. In a few minutes afterwards our mother-in-law appeared. She was in her night-dress, as Marcella had stated. She let down the latch of the door, so as to make no noise, went to a pail of water and washed her face and hands, and then slipped into bed, where my father lay. We all three trembled. We hardly knew why, but we resolved to watch the next night. We did so, and not only on the ensuing night, but on many others, and always at about the same hour would our mother-in-law rise from her bed and leave the cottage, and after she was gone, we invariably heard the growl of a wolf under our window, and always saw her, on her return, wash herself before she retired to bed. We observed also that she seldom sat down at meals, and that when she did, she appeared to eat with dislike. But when the meat was taken down to be prepared for dinner, she would often furtively put a raw piece into her mouth. My brother Caesar was a courageous boy. He did not like to speak to my father until he knew more. He resolved that he would follow her out and ascertain what she did. Marcella and I endeavoured to dissuade him from this project, but he would not be controlled, and the very next night he lay down in his clothes, and as soon as our mother-in-law had left the cottage, he jumped up, took down my father's gun, and followed her. You may imagine in what a state of suspense Marcella and I remained during his absence. After a few minutes we heard the report of a gun. It did not awaken my father, and we lay trembling with anxiety. In a minute afterwards we saw our mother-in-law enter the cottage. Her dress was bloody. I put my hand to Marcella's mouth to prevent her crying out, although I was myself in great alarm. Our mother-in-law approached my father's bed, looked to see if he was asleep, and then went to the chimney and blew up the embers into a blaze. "Who is there?" said my father, waking up. "Lie still, dearest," replied my mother-in-law. "It is only me. I have lighted the fire to warm some water. I am not quite well." My father turned round and was soon asleep, but we watched our mother-in-law. She changed her linen and threw the garment she had worn into the fire, and we then perceived that her right leg was bleeding profusely, as if from a gunshot wound. She bandaged it up, and then dressing herself, remained before the fire until the break of day. Poor little Marcella! Her heart beat quick as she pressed me to her side. So indeed did mine. Where was our brother Caesar? How did my mother-in-law receive the wound unless from his gun? At last my father rose. Then for the first time I spoke, saying, "Father, where is my brother Caesar?" "Your brother!" exclaimed he. "Why, where can he be?" "Merciful heaven! I thought as I lay very restless last night," observed our mother-in-law, "that I had heard some one open the latch of the door. And, dear me, husband, what was become of your gun?" My father cast his eyes above the chimney, and perceived that his gun was missing. For a moment he looked perplexed. Then, seizing a broad axe, he went out of the cottage without saying another word. He did not remain away from us long. In a few minutes he returned, bearing in his arms the mangled body of my poor brother. He laid it down and covered up his face. My mother-in-law rose up and looked at the body, while Marcella and I threw ourselves by its side, wailing and sobbing bitterly. "Go to bed again, children," said she sharply. "Husband," continued she, "your boy must have taken the gun down to shoot a wolf, and the animal has been too powerful for him. Poor boy! He has paid dearly for his rashness." My father made no reply. I wished to speak, to tell all, but Marcella, who perceived my intention, held me by the arm, and looked at me so imploringly that I desisted. My father, therefore, was left in his error, but Marcella and I, although we could not comprehend it, or conscious that our mother-in-law was in some way connected with my brother's death. That day my father went out and dug a grave, and when he hid the body in the earth, he piled up stones over it so that the wolves should not be able to dig it up. The shock of this catastrophe was to my poor father very severe. For several days he never went to the chase, although at times he would utter bitter anathemas and vengeance against the wolves. But during this time of mourning on his part, my mother-in-law's nocturnal wanderings continued with the same regularity as before. At last my father took down his gun to repair to the forest, but he soon returned and appeared much annoyed. Would you believe it, Christina, that the wolves, perdition to the whole race, have actually contrived to dig up the body of my poor boy, and now there is nothing left but his bones? Indeed, replied my mother-in-law. Marcella looked at me, and I saw in her intelligent eye all she would have uttered. A wolf growls under our window every night, father, said I. Ay, indeed. Why did you not tell me, boy? Wake me the next time you hear it. I saw my mother-in-law turn away. Her eyes flashed fire, and she gnashed her teeth. My father went out again, and covered up with a larger pile of stones the little remnants of my poor brother, which the wolves had spared. Such was the first act of tragedy. The spring now came on, the snow disappeared, and we were permitted to leave the cottage. But never would I quit for one moment my dear little sister, to whom since the death of my brother I was more ardently attached than ever. Indeed, I was afraid to leave her alone with my mother-in-law, who appeared to have a particular pleasure in ill-treating the child. My father was now employed upon his little farm, and I was able to render him some assistance. Marcella used to sit by us while we were at work, leaving my mother-in-law alone in the cottage. I ought to observe that, as the spring advanced, so did my mother-in-law decrease her nocturnal rambles, and that we never heard the growl of the wolf under the window after I had spoken of it to my father. One day, when my father and I were in the field, Marcella being with us, my mother-in-law came out, saying that she was going into the forest to collect some herbs my father wanted, and that Marcella must go to the cottage and watch the dinner. Marcella went, and my mother-in-law soon disappeared into the forest, taking a direction quite contrary to that in which the cottage stood, and leaving my father and I, as it were, between her and Marcella. About an hour afterwards we were startled by the shrieks from the cottage, evidently the shrieks of little Marcella. Marcella has burnt herself, father, said I, throwing down my spade. My father threw down his, and we both hastened to the cottage. Before we could gain the door, out darted a large white wolf, which fled with the utmost celerity. My father had no weapon. He rushed into the cottage, and there saw poor little Marcella expiring. Her body was dreadfully mangled, and the blood pouring from it had formed a large pool on the cottage floor. My father's first intention had been to seize his gun and pursue, but he was checked by the horrid spectacle. He knelt down by his dying child and burst into tears. Marcella could just look kindly on us for a few seconds, and then her eyes were closed in death. My father and I still hanging over my poor sister's body, when my mother-in-law came in. At the dreadful sight she expressed much concern, but she did not appear to recoil from the sight of blood, as most women do. "Poor child!" said she, "it must have been that great white wolf which passed me just now, and frightened me so. She's quite dead, Krantz." "I know it, I know it!" cried my father in agony. I thought my father would never recover from the effects of this second tragedy. He mourned bitterly over the body of his sweet child, and for several days would not consign it to its grave, although frequently requested by my mother-in-law to do so. At last he yielded, and dug a grave for her close by that of my poor brother, and took every precaution that the wolves should not violate her remains. I was now really miserable as I lay alone in the bed which I had formerly shared with my brother and sister. I could not help thinking that my mother-in-law was implicit in both of their deaths, although I could not account for the manner. But I no longer felt afraid of her. My little heart was full of hatred and revenge. The night after my sister had been buried, as I lay awake, I perceived my mother-in-law get up and go out of the cottage. I waited some time, then dressed myself, and looked out through the door, which I half opened. The moon shone bright, and I could see the spot where my brother and my sister had been buried. And what was my horror when I perceived my mother-in-law busily removing the stones from Marcella's grave! She was in her white night-dress, and the moon shone full upon her. She was digging with her hands and throwing away the stones behind her with all the ferocity of a wild beast. It was some time before I could collect my senses, and decide what I should do. At last I perceived that she had arrived at the body, and raised it up the side of the grave. I could bear it no longer. I ran to my father and awoke him. "Father, father!" cried I, "dress yourself and get your gun." "What!" cried my father, "the wolves are there, are they?" He jumped out of bed, threw on his clothes, and in his anxiety did not appear to perceive the absence of his wife. As soon as he was ready I opened the door. He went out, and I followed him. Imagine his horror, when, unprepared as he was for such a sight, he beheld, as he advanced towards the grave, not a wolf, but his wife, in her night-dress, on her hands and knees, crouching by the body of my sister, and tearing off large pieces of the flesh, and devouring them with all the avidity of a wolf. She was too busy to be aware of our approach. My father dropped his gun. His hair stood on end. So did mine. He breathed heavily. Then his breath for a time stopped. I picked up the gun, and put it into his hand. Suddenly he appeared as if concentrated rage had restored him to double vigour. He levelled his piece, fired, and with a loud shriek down fell the wretch whom he had fostered in his bosom. "God of heaven!" cried my father, sinking down upon the earth in a swoon, as soon as he discharged his gun. I remained some time by his side before he recovered. "Where am I?" said he. "What has happened? Oh, yes, yes, I recollect now. Heaven forgive me." He rose, and we walked up to the grave. What again was our astonishment and horror to find that, instead of the dead body of my mother-in-law, as we expected, there was, lying over the remains of my poor sister, a large white she-wolf. "The white wolf!" exclaimed my father. "The white wolf which decoyed me into the forest. I see it all now. I have dealt with the spirits of the Hartz mountains." For some time my father remained in silence and deep thought. He then carefully lifted up the body of my sister, replaced it in the grave, and covered it over as before, having struck the head of the dead animal with the heel of his boot, and raving like a madman. He walked back to the cottage, shut the door, and threw himself on the bed. I did the same, for I was in a stupor of amazement. Early in the morning we were both roused by a loud knocking at the door, and in rushed the hunter Wilford. "My daughter, man, my daughter! Where is my daughter?" cried he in rage. "Where the wretch, the fiend, should be, I trust," replied my father, starting up, and displaying equal choler. "Where should she be? In hell! Leave the cottage, or you may fare worse." "Ha! ha!" replied the hunter. "Would you harm a potent spirit of the Hartz mountains? Poor mortal, who must needs wed a werewolf. Out, demon! I defy thee and thy power. Yet shall you feel it. Remember your oath, your solemn oath, never to raise your hand against her, to harm her. I made no compact with evil spirits. You did, and if you failed in your vow, you were to meet the vengeance of the spirits. Your children were to perish by the vulture, the wolf. Out, out, demon! And their bones blanch in the wilderness. Ha! ha!" My father, frantic with rage, seized his axe, and raised it over Wilford's head to strike. "All this I swear," continued the huntsman mockingly. The axe descended, but it passed through the form of the hunter, and my father lost his balance, and fell heavily on the floor. "Mortal!" said the hunter, striding over my father's body, "we have power over those who have committed murder. You have been guilty of a double murder. You shall pay the penalty attached to your marriage vow. 2 of your children are gone, and the 3rd is yet to follow, and follow them he will, for your oath is registered. Go! It were kindness to kill thee. Your punishment is, that you shall live." With these words the spirit disappeared. My father rose from the floor, embraced me tenderly, and knelt down in prayer. The next morning he quitted the cottage forever. He took me with him, and bent his steps to Holland, where we safely arrived. He had some little money with him, but he had not been many days in Amsterdam before he was seized with brain fever, and died raving mad. I was put into the asylum, and afterwards was sent to sea before the mast. You know now all my history. The question is, whether I am to pay the penalty of my father's oath. I am myself perfectly convinced that, in some way or another, I shall. On the 22nd day the high land of the South Sumatra was in view. As there were no vessels in sight, they resolved to keep their course through the straits, and run for Pulo-Pelong, which they expected, as their vessel lay so close to the wind, to reach in 7 or 8 days. By constant exposure, Philip and Krantz were now so bronzed that, with their long beards and Mussulman dresses, they might easily have passed off for natives. They had steered the whole of the days exposed to a burning sun. They had lain down and slept in the dew of the night, but their health had not suffered. But for several days since he had confided the history of his family to Philip, Krantz had become silent and melancholy. His usual flow of spirits had vanished, and Philip had often questioned him as to the cause. As they entered the straits, Philip talked of what they should do upon their arrival at Goa, when Krantz gravely replied, "For some days, Philip, I have had a presentiment that I shall never see that city." "You are out of health, Krantz," replied Philip. "No, I am in sound health, body and mind. I have endeavoured to shake off the presentiment, but in vain. There is a warning voice that continually tells me that I shall not be long with you. Philip, will you oblige by making me content on one point? I have gold about my person, which may be useful to you. Oblige me by taking it, and securing your own." "What nonsense, Krantz!" "It is no nonsense, Philip. Have you not had your warnings? Why should I not have mine? You know that I have little fear in my composition, and that I care not about death; but I feel the presentiment which I speak of more strongly every hour. It is some kind of spirit who would warn me to prepare for another world. Be it so. I have lived long enough in this world to leave it without regret, although to part with you and Amine, the only two now dear to me, is painful, I acknowledge. May not this arise from your overexertion and fatigue, Krantz? Consider how much excitement you have laboured under within these last 4 months. Is not that enough to create a corresponding depression? Depend upon it, my dear friend, such is the fact. I wish it were, but I feel otherwise, and there is a feeling of gladness connected with the idea that I am to leave this world, arising from another presentiment which equally occupies my mind. I hardly can tell you, but Amine and you are connected with it. In my dreams I have seen you meet again, but it has appeared to me as if a portion of your trial was purposely shut from my sight in dark clouds, and I have asked, may not I see what is there concealed? And an invisible has answered, no, 'twould make you wretched. Before these trials take place you will be summoned away, and then I have thanked heaven and felt resigned. These are the imaginings of a disturbed brain, Krantz. That I am destined to suffering may be true, but why Amine should suffer, or why you, young, in full health and vigour, should not pass your days in peace, and live to a good old age, there is no cause for believing. You'll be better tomorrow. Perhaps so, replied Krantz, but still you must yield to my whim, and take the gold. If I am wrong, and we do arrive safe, you know, Philip, you can let me have it back, observed Krantz with a faint smile. But you forget, our water is nearly out, and we must look out for a rill on the coast to obtain a fresh supply. I was thinking of that when you commenced this unwelcome topic. We had better look out for the water before dark, and as soon as we have replenished our jars we will make sail again. At the time that this conversation took place, they were on the eastern side of the strait, about 40 miles to the northward. The interior of the coast was rocky and mountainous, but it slowly descended to low land of alternate forest and jungles, which continued to the beach. The country appeared to be uninhabited. Keeping close in to the shore, they discovered, after 2 hours' run, a fresh stream which burst in a cascade from the mountains and swept its devious course through the jungle, until it poured its tribute into the waters of the strait. They ran close in to the mouth of the stream, lowered the sails, and pulled the Pecora against the current, until they had advanced far enough to assure them that the water was quite fresh. The jars were soon filled, and they were again thinking of pushing off, when, enticed by the beauty of the spot, the coolness of the fresh water, and wearied with their long confinement on board of the Pecora, they proposed to a bath, a luxury hardly to be appreciated by those who have not been in a similar situation. They threw off their Mussulman dresses and plunged into the stream, where they remained for some time. Krantz was the first to get out. He complained of feeling chilled, and he walked on the banks where their clothes had been laid. Philip also approached nearer to the beach, intending to follow him. "And now, Philip," said Krantz, "this will be a good opportunity for me to give you the money. I will open my sash and pour it out, and you can put it into your own before you put it on." Philip was standing in the water, which was about level with his waist. "Well, Krantz," said he, "I supposed if it must be so, it must. But it appears to me an idea so ridiculous. However, you shall have it your own way." Philip quitted the run, and sat down by Krantz, who was already busy in shaking the doubloons out of the folds of his sash. At last he said, "I believe, Philip, you have got them all now. I feel satisfied. What danger there can be to you which I am not equally exposed to, I cannot conceive," replied Philip. "However," hardly he had said these words, when there was a tremendous roar, a rush like a mighty wind through the air, a blow which threw him on his back, a loud cry, and a contention. Philip recovered himself, and perceived the naked form of Krantz carried off with the speed of an arrow by an enormous tiger through the jungle. He watched with distended eyeballs. In a few seconds the animal and Krantz had disappeared. "God of heaven! would that thou hadst spared me!" cried Philip, throwing himself down in agony on his face. "Oh, Krantz, my friend, my brother, too sure was your presentiment. Merciful God, have pity! But thy will be done." And Philip burst into a flood of tears. For more than an hour did he remain fixed upon the spot, careless and indifferent to the danger by which he was surrounded. At last, somewhat recovered, he rose, dressed himself, then again sat down, his eyes fixed upon the clothes of Krantz, and the gold which still lay on the sand. He would give me that gold. He foretold his doom. Yes, yes, it was his destiny, and it has been fulfilled. His bones will bleach into the wilderness, and the spirit hunter and his wolfish daughter are avenged. The shades of evening now set in, and the low growling of the beasts in the forest recalled Philip to a sense of his own danger. He thought of Amine, and hastily making the clothes of Krantz and the doubloons into a package, he stepped into the Pecora, with difficulty shoved it off, and with a melancholy heart and in silence hoisted the sail and pursued his course. "Yes, Amine," thought Philip, as he watched the stars twinkling and coruscating, "yes, you are right, when you assert that the destinies of men are foreknown, and may by some be read. My destiny is, alas! that I should be severed from all I value upon earth, and die friendless and alone. Then welcome death, if such is to be the case, welcome 1,000 welcomes. What a relief wilt thou be to me! What joy to find myself summoned to where the weary are at rest! I have my task to fulfil. God grant it that it may soon be accomplished, and let not my life be embittered by any more trials such as this." Again did Philip weep, for Krantz had been his long-tried, valued friend, his partner all his dangers and privations, from the period that they had met when the Dutch fleet attempted the passage round Cape Horn. After 7 days of painful watching and brooding over bitter thoughts, Philip arrived at Pulupulong, where he found a vessel about to sail for the city to which he was destined. He ran his Pecora alongside of her, and found that she was a brig under the Portuguese flag, having, however, but 2 Portuguese on board, the rest of the crew being natives. Representing himself as an Englishman in the Portuguese service, who had been wrecked, and offering to pay for his passage, he was willingly received, and in a few days the vessel sailed. Their voyage was prosperous. In 6 weeks they anchored in the roads of Goya. The next day they went up the river. The Portuguese captain informed Philip where he might obtain lodging. In passing him off as one of the crew, there was no difficulty raised as to his landing. Having located himself at his new lodging, Philip commenced some inquiries of his host relative to Amine, designating her merely as a young woman who had arrived there in a vessel some weeks before, but he could obtain no information concerning her. "Signor," said the host, "tomorrow is the grand auto da fe. We can do nothing until that is over. Afterwards I will put you in the way to find what you wish. In the meantime you can walk about the town. Tomorrow I will take you to where you can behold the grand procession, and then we will try what we can do to assist you in your search." Philip went out, procured a suit of clothes, removed his beard, and then walked about the town, looking up at every window to see if he could perceive Amine. At a corner of one of the streets he thought he recognized Father Matthias, and ran up to him, but the monk had drawn his cowl over his head, and when addressed by that name made no reply. "I was deceived," thought Philip, "but I really thought it was him," and Philip was right, it was Father Matthias, who thus screened himself from Philip's recognition. Tired, at last he returned to his hotel, just before it was dark. The company there were numerous. Everybody for miles distant had come to Goya to witness the auto da fe, and everybody was discussing the ceremony. "I will see this grand procession," said Philip to himself, as he threw himself on his bed. "It will drive thought from me for a time, and God knows how painful my thoughts have now become. Amine, dear Amine, may angels guard thee." End of The White Wolf of the Hartz Mountains by Frederick Marryat.
John Connors and the Fairies by Jeremiah Curtin. There was a man named John Connors who lived near Killarney and was the father of 7 small children, all daughters and no sons. Connors fell into such rage and anger at having so many daughters without any sons, that when the 7th daughter was born, he would not come from the field to see the mother or the child. When the time came for christening, he wouldn't go for sponsors, and didn't care whether the wife lived or died. A couple of years after that, a son was born to him, and some of the women ran to the field and told John Connors that he was the father of a fine boy. Connors was so delighted that he caught the spade he had with him and broke it on the ditch. He hurried home then and sent for bread and meat with provisions of all kinds to supply the house. "There are no people in this parish," said he to the wife, "fit to stand sponsors for this boy, and when night comes I'll ride over to the next parish and find sponsors there." When night came he bridled and saddled his horse, mounted and rode away toward the neighboring parish, to invite a friend and his wife to be godfather and godmother to his son. The village to which he was going was Beaufort, south of Killarney. There was a public house on the road. Connors stepped in and treated the bystanders, delayed there a while, and then went his way. When he had gone a couple of miles, he met a stranger riding on a white horse, a good-looking gentleman wearing red knee breeches, swallow-tailed coat, and a Caroline hat, a tall hat. The stranger saluted John Connors, and John returned the salute. The stranger asked where he was going at such an hour. "I'm going," said Connors, "to Beaufort, to find sponsors for my young son." "Oh, you foolish man," said the stranger, "you left the road a mile behind you. Turn back and take the left hand." John Connors turned back as directed, but never came to a crossroad. He was riding about half an hour when he met the same gentleman, who asked, "Are you the man I met a while ago going to Beaufort?" "I am." "Why, you fool, you passed the road a mile or more behind. Turn back and take the right-hand road. What trouble is on you that you cannot see a road when you are passing it?" Connors turned and rode for an hour or so, but found no side road. The same stranger met him for the 3rd time, and asked him the same question, and told him he must turn back. "But the night is so far gone," said he, "that you'd better not be waking people. My house is nearby. Stay with me till morning. You can go for the sponsors tomorrow." John Connors thanked the stranger, and said he would go with him. The stranger took him to a fine castle then, and told him to dismount and come in. "Your horse will be taken care of," said he. "I have servants enough." John Connors rode a splendid white horse, and the like of him wasn't in the country round. The gentleman had a good supper brought to Connors. After supper he showed him a bed, and said, "Take off your clothes, and sleep soundly till morning." When Connors was asleep, the stranger took the clothes, formed a corpse just like John Connors, put the clothes on it, tied the body to the horse, and, leading the beast outside, turned its head towards home. He kept John Connors asleep in bed for 3 weeks. The horse went towards home and reached the village next morning. The people saw the horse with the dead body on its back, and all thought it was the body of John Connors. Everybody began to cry and lament for their neighbor. He was taken off the horse, stripped, washed, and laid out on the table. There was a great wake that night, everybody mourning and lamenting over him. For wasn't he a good man and the father of a large family? The priest was sent for to celebrate Mass and attend the funeral, which he did. There was a large funeral. 3 weeks later, John Connors was roused from his sleep by the gentleman, who came to him and said, "It is high time for you to be waking. Your son is christened. The wife, thinking you would never come, had the child baptized, and the priest found sponsors. Your horse stole away from here and went home." "Sure, then, I'm not long sleeping." "Indeed, then, you are. It is 3 whole days and nights that you were in that bed." John Connors sat up and looked around for his clothes, but if he did, he could not see a stitch of them. "Where are my clothes?" asked he. "I know nothing of your clothes, my man, and the sooner you go out of this, the better." Poor John was astonished. "God help me, how am I to go home without my clothes? If I had a shirt itself, it wouldn't be so bad, but to go without a rag at all on me." "Don't be talking," said the man. "Take a sheet and be off with yourself. I have no time to lose on the like of you." John grew in dread of the man, and taking the sheet, went out. When well away from the place, he turned to look at the castle and its owner, but if he did, there was nothing before him but fields and ditches. The time, as it happened, was Sunday morning, and Connors saw at some distance down the road people on their way to Mass. He hurried to the fields for fear of being seen by somebody. He kept to the fields and walked close to the ditches till he reached the side of a hill, and went along by that, keeping well out of sight. As he was nearing his own village at the side of the mountain, there happened to be 3 or 4 little boys looking for stray sheep. Seeing Connors, they knew him as the dead man buried 3 weeks before. They screamed and ran away home, some of them falling with fright. When they came to the village, they cried that they had seen John Connors, and he with a sheet on him. Now it is the custom in Ireland, when a person dies, to sprinkle holy water on the clothes of the deceased, and then give them to poor people, or to friends for God's sake. It is thought that by giving the clothes in this way, the former owner has them to use in the other world. The person who wears the clothes must wear them 3 times to Mass one Sunday after another, and sprinkle them each time with holy water. After that they may be worn as the person likes. When the women of the village heard the story of the boys, some of them went to the widow and said, "'Tis your fault that your husband's ghost is roaming around in nakedness. You didn't give away his clothes." "I did indeed," said the wife. "I did my part. But it must be that the man I gave them to didn't wear them to Mass, and that is why my poor husband is naked in the other world." Now she went straight to the relative and neighbor who got the clothes. As she entered, the man was sitting down to breakfast. "Bad luck to you, ye heathen," said she. "I did not think you the man to leave my poor John naked in the other world. You neither went to Mass in the clothes I gave you, nor sprinkled holy water on them." "I did indeed. This is the 3rd Sunday since John died, and I went to Mass this morning for the 3rd time. Sure, I'd be a heathen to keep a relative naked in the other world. It wasn't your husband that the boys saw at all." She went home then, satisfied that everything had been done as it should be. An uncle of John Connors lived in the same village. He was a rich farmer and kept a servant girl and a servant boy. The turf bog was not far away, and all the turf at the house being burned, the servant girl was told to go down to the reek, a long pile of turf, and bring home a creel or basket of turf. She went to the reek and was filling her creel, when she happened to look towards the far end of the reek, and there she saw a man sticking his head out from behind the turf, and he with a sheet on him. She looked a second time and saw John Connors. The girl screamed, threw down the creel, and ran away, falling every few steps from terror. It was to the reek that Connors had gone, to wait there in hiding till dark. After that he could go to his own home without anyone seeing him. The servant girl fell senseless across the farmer's threshold, and when she recovered, she said, "John Connors is below in the bog, behind the reek of turf, and nothing but a sheet on him." The farmer and the servant boy laughed at her and said, "This is the way with you always when there's work to do." The boy started off to bring the turf himself, but as he was coming near the reek, John Connors thrust his head out, and the boy ran home screeching worse than the girl. Nobody would go near the creek now, and the report went out that John Connors was below in the bog minding the turf. Early that evening, John Connors' wife made her children go on their knees and offer up the rosary for the repose of their father's soul. After the rosary, they went to bed in a room together, but were not long in it when there was a rap at the door. The poor woman asked who was outside. John Connors answered that it was himself. "May the Almighty God and His Blessed Mother give rest to your soul," cried the wife, and the children crossed themselves and covered their heads with the bedclothes. They were in dread. He'd come in through the keyhole. They knew a ghost could do that if it wished. John went to the window of 2 panes of glass and was tapping at that. The poor woman looked out, and there she saw her husband's face. She began to pray again for the repose of his soul, but he called out, "Bad luck to you! Won't you open the door to me, or throw out some clothes? I'm perishing from cold." This only convinced the woman more surely. John didn't like to break the door, and as it was strong, it wouldn't be easy for him to break it, so he left the house and went to his uncle's. When he came to the door, all the family were on their knees repeating the rosary for the soul of John Connors. He knocked, and the servant girl rose up to see who was outside. She unbolted and unlatched the door, opened it a bit, but seeing Connors, she came near to cutting his nose off. She shut it that quickly in his face. She bolted the door then and began to scream, "John Connors' ghost is haunting me. Not another day or night will I stay in the house if I live to see morning." All the family fastened themselves in a room and threw themselves into bed, forgetting to undress or to finish their prayers. John Connors began to kick the door, but nobody would open it. Then he tapped at the window and begged the uncle to let him in or put out some clothes to him, but the uncle and children were out of their wits with fear. The doctor's house was the next one, and Connors thought to himself, "I might as well go to the doctor and tell all to him. Tell him that the village is gone mad." So he made his way to the doctor's, but the servant boy there roared and screeched from terror when he saw him, ran to his master and said, "John Connors' ghost is below at the door, and not a thing but a sheet on him." "You were always a fool," said the doctor. "There is never a ghost in this world." "God knows, then, the ghost of John Connors is at the door," said the boy. To convince the boy, the master raised the upper window. He looked out and saw the ghost, sure enough. Down went the window with a slap. "Don't open the door," cried the doctor. "He is below. There's some mystery in this." Since the doctor wouldn't let him in any more than the others, John Connors was cursing and swearing terribly. "God be good to us," said the doctor. "His soul must be damned, for if his soul was in purgatory, it is not cursing and swearing he'd be, but praying. Surely 'tis damned he is, and the Lord have mercy on the people of this village. But I won't stay another day in it. I'll move to the town tomorrow morning." Now John left the doctor's house and went to the priest, thinking that he could make all clear to the priest, for everyone else had gone mad. He knocked at the priest's door, and the housekeeper opened it. She screamed and ran away, but left the door open behind her. As she was running towards the stairs, she fell, and the priest, hearing the fall, hurried out to see what the matter was. "Oh, father," cried the housekeeper, "John Connors' ghost is below in the kitchen, and he with only a sheet on him." "Not true," said the priest. "There's never a person seen after parting with this world." The words were barely out of his mouth when the ghost was there before him. "In the name of God," said the priest, "are you dead or alive? You must be dead, for I said mass in your house, and you a corpse on the table, and I was at your funeral." "How can you be foolish like the people of the village? I'm alive. Who would kill me?" "God, who kills everybody. But for your being dead, how was I to be asked to your funeral?" "'Tis all a mistake," said John. "If it's dead I was, it isn't here I'd be talking to you tonight. If you're alive, where are your clothes?" "I don't know where they are or how they went from me, but I haven't them sure enough." "Go into the kitchen," said the priest. "I'll bring you clothes, and then you must tell me what happened to you." When John had the clothes on, he told the priest the day the child was born he went to Beaufort for sponsors, and being late he met a gentleman who sent him back and forth on the road and then took him to his house. I went to bed, said John, and slept till he waked me. My clothes were gone from me then, and I had nothing to wear but an old sheet. More than this I don't know, but everybody runs from me, and my wife won't let me into the house. Oh, then it's Daniel O'Donoghue, King of Loch Lane, that played the trick on you, said the priest. Why didn't you get sponsors at home in this parish for your son, as you did for your daughters? For the remainder of your life, show no partiality to son or daughter among your children. It would be a just punishment if more trouble came to you. You were not content with the will of God, though it is the duty of every man to take what God gives him. 3 weeks ago your supposed body was buried, and all thought you dead through your own pride and willfulness. That is why my wife wouldn't let me in. Now, your reverence, come with me and convince my wife, or she will not open the door. The priest and John Connors went to the house and knocked, but the answer they got was a prayer for the repose of John Connors' soul. The priest went to the window then and called out to open the door. Mrs. Connors opened the door, and seeing her husband behind the priest, she screamed and fell. A little girl that was with her at the door dropped speechless on the floor. When the woman recovered, the priest began to persuade her that her husband was living, but she wouldn't believe that he was alive till she took hold of his hand. Then she felt of his face and hair and was convinced. When the priest had explained everything, he went away home. No matter how large his family was in after years, John Connors never went from home to find sponsors. End of John Connors and the Fairies. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Goth, from Uncanny Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paddy Finnegan. Uncanny Tales, compiled by Cyril Arthur Pearson. Chapter 6. The Goth. Young Cargill smiled as Mrs. Lardner finished her account. "And do you really think that the fact the poor chap was drowned had anything to do with it?" he asked. "Why, you admit yourself that he was known to have been drinking just before he fell out of his boat." "You may say what you like," returned his hostess impressively, "but since first we came to live at Trenier-Wilfer, only 4 people besides poor Roberts have defied the fates, and each of them was drowned within the year. They were all tourists," she added, with something suspiciously like satisfaction. "I'm not a superstitious man myself," supplemented the Major, "but you can't get away from the facts, you know, Cargill." Cargill said no more. He perceived that they had lived long enough in retirement in this little Welsh village to have acquired a pride in its legend. The legend and its mountains are the 2 attractions of Trenier-Wilfer. The official guidebook divides an equal amount of space to each. It will tell you that the bay, across which the quarry's tramp steamers now sail, was once dry land on which stood a village. Deep in the water, the remains of this village can still be seen in clear weather. But whosoever dares to look upon them will be drowned within the year. A local publication gives full details of those who've looked and perished. The legend had received an unexpected boom in the drowning of Roberts, which had just occurred. Roberts was a fisherman who had recently come back from the south. One calm day in February, he had rowed out into the bay in fulfilment of a drunken boast. He was drowned 3 days before midsummer. After dinner, young Cargill forgot about it. He forgot almost everything except Betty Lardner. But, oddly enough, as he walked back to the hotel, it was just Betty Lardner who made him think again of the legend. He was in love, and being very young, wanted to do something insanely heroic. to defy the fates by looking at the sunken village was an obvious outlet for heroism. He must have thought a good deal about it before he fell asleep, for he remembered his resolution on the following morning. After breakfast, he sauntered along the brief strip of asphalt which the villagers believed to be a promenade. He was not actually thinking of the legend. To be precise, he was thinking of Betty Lardner. But he was suddenly reminded of it by a boatman pressing him for custom. "Yes," he said abruptly, "I will hire your boat if you'll row me out to the sunken village. I want to look at it." The Welshman eyed him suspiciously, perceived that he wasn't joking, and shook his head. "Come," persisted Cargill, "I will make it a sovereign if you care to do it." "Thank you, but indeed no, sir," replied the Welshman. "Not if it was 100 sovereigns." "Surely you're not afraid?" "It is not fit," retorted the Welshman, turning on his heel. It was probably this opposition that made young Cargill decide that it would be really worth while to defy the legend. He did not approach the only other boatman. He considered the question of swimming. The knowledge that the distance there and back was nearly 5 miles did not render the feat impossible, for he was a champion swimmer. But he soon thought of a better way. He went back to the hotel and sought out Bissett. Bissett was a fellow member of the Middle Temple, as contentedly briefless as himself. And Bissett possessed a motorboat. Bissett was not entirely keen on the prospect. "Don't you think it's a rather silly thing to do?" he reasoned. "Of course, it's all rot in a way, it must be. But isn't it just as well to treat this sort of thing with some respect?" Eventually, he agreed to take the motorboat to within a few hundred yards of the spot. They would tow a dinghy, in which young Cargill could finish the journey. It took young Cargill half an hour to find the spot, but he did find it, and he did look upon and actually see all that remained of the sunken village. He felt vaguely ashamed of himself when he returned to dry land. He noticed that several of the villagers gave him unfriendly glances, and he resolved that he would say nothing of the matter to the Lardners. They were having tea on the lawn when he dropped in. He thought Mrs. Lardner's welcome was a trifle chilly. After tea, Betty executed a quite deliberate manoeuvre to avoid having him for a partner at tennis, but he ran her to earth later when they were picking up the balls. "How could you?" was all she said. I didn't know you knew," he stammered weakly. "Of course everybody knows. It was all over the village before you returned. Can't you see what that legend meant to us?" she went on. "It was a thing of beauty, and now you've spoiled it. It's like burning down the trees of the fairy glen. You Goth!" "But suppose I'm drowned before the year is out, like Roberts," he suggested jocularly. "Then I'll forgive you," she said. And to Cargill it sounded exactly as if she meant what she said. A few days later he returned to town. For 6 months he thought little about the legend, and then he was reminded of it. He had been spending a weekend at Brighton. On the return journey he had a first-class smoker in the rear of the train to himself. Towards the end of the hour he dozed and dreamed of the day he had looked upon the sunken village. He was awakened when the train made its usual stop on the bridge outside Victoria. It had been a pleasant dream, and he was still trying to preserve the illusion when his eye fell lazily on the window, and he noticed there was a dense fog. "Bit rough on the legend that I happen to be a Londoner," he mused. "It isn't easy to drown a man in town." He stood up, with the object of removing his dressing case from the rack. But before he reached it there was the shriek of a whistle, a violent shock, and he was hurled heavily into the opposite seat. It was not a collision in the newspaper sense of the word, No one was hurt. A local train, creeping along at 4 miles an hour, had simply missed its signal in the fog and bumped the Brighton train. Young Cargill, in common with most other passengers, put his head out of the window. He saw nothing, except the parapet of the bridge. By God, he muttered, if that other train had been going a little faster. He could just hear the river gurgling beneath him. He'd got over his fright by the time he reached Victoria. Just a commonplace accident, he assured himself, as he drove in a taxi cab to his chambers. That's the worst of it. If I happened to be drowned in the ordinary way, they'd swear it was the legend. I suppose for that reason I'd better not take any risks. Anyhow, I don't need to go near the sea until the year's out. The superstitious would doubtly affirm that the fates had sent him one warning and, angered at his refusal to accept it, had determined to drive home the lesson of his own impotence. For when he arrived at his chambers, he found a cablegram from Paris awaiting him. "Hello, this must be from Uncle Peter," he exclaimed, as he tore open the envelope. "Fear uncle dying. Come at once. Machel." Machel was the elder Cargill's secretary, and young Cargill was the old man's heir. It was not until he was in the boat train that he realized he was about to cross the sea. It was a coincidence, an odd coincidence. When the ship tossed in an unusually rough crossing, he was prepared to admit to himself that it was an uncanny coincidence. He stayed a week in Paris for the uncle's funeral. When he made the return journey, the channel was like the proverbial mill pond. But it was not until the ship had actually put into Dover that he laughed at the failure of the fates to take the opportunity to drown him. He laughed, to be exact, as he was stepping down the gangway. At the end of the gangway, the fold of the rug which he was carrying in his arm caught in the railings. He turned sharply to free it, and stepping back, cannoned into an officer of the dock. It threw him off his balance on the edge of the dockside. Even if the official had not grabbed him, it is highly probable that he could have saved himself from falling into the water because the gangway railing was within easy reach. And if you remember that he was a champion swimmer, you will agree that it's still more probable that he would not have been drowned, even if he had fallen. But the incident made its impression. His thoughts reverted to it constantly during the next few days. Then he told himself that his attendance at the last rites of his uncle had made him morbid, and was more or less successful in dismissing the affair from his mind. He had many friends in common with the Lardners. Early in February, he was invited for a week's hunting to a house at which Betty Lardner was also a guest. She had not forgotten. She did her best to avoid him and succeeded remarkably well, in spite of the fact that their hostess, knowing something of young Cargill's feelings, made several efforts to throw them together. One day at the end of the hunt he came alongside of her, and they walked their horses home together. When he was sure they were out of earshot, he asked, "You haven't forgiven me yet?" "You know the conditions," she replied banteringly. "You leave me no alternative to suicide," he protested. "Oh, that would be cheating," she said. "You must be drowned honestly, or it's no good." Then he made a foolish reply. He thought her humour forced, and it annoyed him. Remember that he was exasperated. He had looked forward to meeting her, and now she was treating him with studied coldness over what still seemed to him a comparatively trifling matter. "I'm afraid," he said, "that it's hardly likely to occur. The fact of my being a townsman instead of a drunken boatman doesn't give your legend a fair chance." Less than an hour afterwards he was having his bath before dressing for dinner. The water was deliciously hot, and the room was full of steam. As he lay in the bath, A drowsiness stole over him. Enjoying the keen physical pleasure of it, he thought what a wholly delightful thing was a hot bath after a hard day's hunting. His mind, bordering on sleep, dwelt lazily on hot baths in general. And then, with a startling suddenness, came the thought that, before now, men had been drowned in their baths. With a shock, he realized that he had almost fallen asleep. He tried to rouse himself, but a faintness had seized him. That steam! He could not breathe. He was certain he was going to faint. With a desperate effort of the will, he hurled himself out of the bath and threw open the window. It must have been the bath episode that first aroused the sensation of positive fear in Cargill. For it was almost a month later when he surprised the secretary of that swimming club of which he was the main pillar by his refusal to take part in any events for the coming season. He was beginning to take precautions. Late one night, when taxicabs were scarce, he found that his quickest way to reach home would be by means of one of the tubes. He was in the descending lift when suddenly he remembered that this particular tube ran beneath the river. Suppose an accident should occur, a leakage? After all, such a thing was within the bounds of possibility. Instantly there rose before him the vision of a black torrent roaring through the tunnel. Without waiting for the lift to ascend, he rushed the staircase, and sweating with terror gained the street and bribed a loafer to find him a cab. He made an effort to take himself seriously in hand after that. More than one acquaintance had lately told him that he was looking very nervy. In the last few weeks his sane and normal self seemed to have shrunk within him. But it was still capable of asserting itself under favourable conditions. It would talk aloud to the rest of him, as if to a separate individual. "Look here, old man, this is superstitious nonsense, and it's becoming an obsession to you," it said one fine April morning. "Yes, I mean what I say, an obsession. You must pull yourself together, or you'll go stark mad, and then you'll probably go and throw yourself over the embankment. That legend is all bosh. You're in the 20th century, and you're not a drunken fisherman. Hello, young Cargill." The door burst open, and Stranach, oozing health and sanity, glared at him. "Jove, what a wreck you look," continued Stranach. "You've been frousting too much. I'm glad I came. The car's outside, and we'll run down to Kingston, take a skiff, and pull up to Molesley." The river! Young Cargill felt the blood singing in his ears. "I'm afraid I can't manage it. I've got an appointment this afternoon," he stammered. Stranach perceived that he was lying, and wondered. For a few minutes he gossiped, while young Cargill was repeating to himself, "You must pull yourself together, man. It's becoming an obsession. You must pull yourself together." He was vaguely conscious that Stranach was about to depart. Stranach was already in the doorway. His chance of killing the obsession was slipping from him. A special effort, and then, "Stop!" cried Cargill. "I'll come with you, Stranach." Oddly enough, he felt much better when they were actually on the river. He had never been afraid of water as such, and the familiar scenery, together with the wholesome exercise of sculling, acted as a tonic to his nerves. They pulled above Molesley Lock. When they were returning, Stranach said, "You'll take her through the lock, won't you?" It was a needless remark, and if Stranach had not made it, it might have all been well. As a fact, it set Cargill asking himself why he should not take her through the lock. He was admitted to be a much better boatman than Stranach, and everyone knew that it involved a certain amount of skill to manage a lock properly. Locks were dangerous if you played the fool. Before now, people had drowned in locks. The rest was inevitable. He lost his head as the lower gates swung open, and broke the rule of the river by pushing out in front of a launch. The launch was already under way, and young Cargill, trying to avoid it better, thrust with his boat hook at the side of the lock. The thrust was nervous and ill-calculated, and the next instant the skiff had blundered under the bows of the launch. It happened very quickly. The skiff was forced broadside on against the lock gates and was splintered like firewood. Cargill fell backwards, struck his head heavily against the gates, and sank. He returned to consciousness in the lockkeeper's lodge. He'd been under water a dangerously long time before Strannock, who'd suffered no more than a wetting, had found him. It had been touch and go for his life, but artificial respiration had succeeded. He soon went to pieces after that. From one of the windows of his chambers, the river was just visible. One morning he deliberately pulled the blind down. The action was important. It signified that he had definitely given up pretending that he had the power of shaking off the obsession. But if he could not shake it off, he could at least keep it temporarily at bay. He started a guerrilla action against the obsession with the aid of the brandy bottle. He was rarely drunk, and as rarely sober. He was sober on the day he was compelled to call on an aunt who lived in the still prosperous outskirts of Paddington. It was one of his good days, and in spite of his sobriety, he had himself in very good control when he left his aunt. In his search for a cab, it became necessary for him to cross the canal. On the bridge he paused, and, gripping the parapet, made a surprise attack upon his enemy. Some children playing on the towpath helped him considerably. Their delightful sanity in the presence of the water was worth more to him than a brandy. He was positively winning the battle when one of the children fell into the water. For an instant he hesitated, and then, as on the night of the tube episode, panic seized him. The next instant, the man who was probably the best amateur swimmer in England was running with all his might away from the canal. When he reached his chambers, he waited, with the assistance of the brandy, until his man brought him the last edition of the evening paper. A tiny paragraph on the back sheet told him of the tragedy. An hour later, his man found him face downwards on the hearthrug, and, wrongly attributing his condition wholly to the brandy, put him to bed. He was in bed about 3 weeks. The doctor, who was also a personal friend, was shrewd enough to suspect that the brandy was the effect rather than the cause of the trouble. About the first week in June, Cargill was allowed to get up. "You've got to go away," said the doctor one morning. "You're probably aware that your nerves have gone to pieces. The sea is the place for you." The gasp that followed was scarcely audible, and the doctor missed it. "You went to Tryn-yr-Wylfa about this time last year," continued the doctor. "Go there again. Go for long walks in the mountains, and put up at a temperance hotel." He went to Tryn-yr-Wylfa. The train journey of 6 hours knocked him up for another week. By the time he was strong enough for the promenade, it was the 14th of June. He noticed the date on the hotel calendar and realized that the fates had another 10 days in which to drown him. He did not call on the Lardners. He felt that he couldn't, not after the canal episode. 4 of the 10 days had passed before Betty Lardner ran across him on the promenade. She noticed at once the change in him, and she was kinder than she'd ever been before. "Next Saturday," he said, "is the anniversary." For answer, she smiled at him, and he might have smiled back had he not remembered the canal. She met him each morning after that, so she was with him on the day when he made his atonement. There had been a violent storm in the early morning. It had driven one of the quarry streamers on the long sandbank that lies submerged between Tryn-yr-Wylfa and Puffin Island. The gale still lasted, and the steamer was in momentary danger of becoming a complete wreck. There is no lifeboat service at Tryn-yr-Wylfa. It was impossible to launch an ordinary boat into such seas. Colonel Denby, the owner of the quarry and a local magnate who had been superintending what feeble efforts had been made to effect a rescue, answered gloomily when Betty Lardner asked him if there were any hope. "It's a terrible thing," he jerked. "First time there's been a wreck hereabouts, and it's hopeless trying to launch a boat." "Suppose a fellow were to swim out to the wreck with a lifeline in tow?" It was young Cargill who spoke. The colonel glared at him contemptuously. "It'd need to be a pretty fine swimmer," he returned. "I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I am considered to be one of the best amateur swimmers in the country," replied Cargill calmly. "If you'll tell your men to get a line ready, I'll borrow a bathing suit from somewhere." They both stared at him in amazement. "But you're still an invalid!" cried Betty Lardner. "You—" She stopped short and regarded him with fresh wonder. Somehow he no longer looked an invalid. Mechanically she walked by his side to the little bathing office. Suddenly she clutched his arm. "Jack," she said, "have you forgotten the legend?" "Betty," he replied, "have you forgotten the crew?" While he was undressing, the attendant asked him some trivial question. He didn't hear the man. His thoughts were far away. He was thinking of a group of children playing on the bank of a canal. To the accompaniment of the colonel's protests, they fixed a belt on him, to which was attached a lifeline. He walked along the sloping wooden projection that is used as a landing stage for pleasure skiffs, walked until the water splashed over him, and then he dived into the boiling surf. Thus it was that he earned Betty Lardner's forgiveness. End of chapter 6.
The Thing in the Hall by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. The Thing in the Hall by E. F. Benson. The following pages are the account given me by Dr. Ashton of the thing in the hall. I took notes, as copious as my quickness of hand allowed me, from his dictation, and subsequently read to him this narrative in its transcribed and connected form. This was on the day before his death, which indeed probably occurred within an hour after I had left him, and, as readers of inquests and such atrocious literature may remember, I had to give evidence before the coroner's jury. Only a week before, Dr. Ashton had to give similar evidence, but as a medical expert, with regard to the death of his friend, Louis Fielder, which occurred in a manner identical with his own. As a specialist, he said he believed that his friend had committed suicide while of unsound mind, and the verdict was brought in accordingly. But in the inquest held over Dr. Ashton's body, though the verdict eventually returned was the same, there was more room for doubt. For I was bound to state that only shortly before his death I read what follows to him, that he corrected me with extreme precision on a few points of detail, that he seemed perfectly himself, and that at the end he used these words: "I am quite certain as a brain specialist that I am completely sane, and that these things happened not merely in my imagination, but in the external world. If I had to give evidence again about poor Louis, I should be compelled to take a different line. Please put that down at the end of your account, or at the beginning, if it arranges itself better so. There will be a few words I must add at the end of this story, and a few words of explanation must precede it. Briefly, they are these. Francis Ashton and Louis Fielder were up at Cambridge together, and there formed their friendship that lasted nearly till their death. In general attributes no two men could have been less alike, for while Dr. Ashton had become at the age of 35 the first and final authority on his subject, which was the functions and diseases of the brain, Louis Fielder, at the same age, was still on the threshold of achievement, Ashton, apparently without any brilliance at all, had by careful and incessant work arrived at the top of his profession, while Fielder, brilliant at school, brilliant at college, and brilliant ever afterwards, had never done anything. He was too eager, so it seemed his friends, to set about the dreary work of patient investigation and logical deductions. He was forever guessing and prying, and striking out luminous ideas, which he left burning, so to speak, to illumine the work of others. But at bottom the two men had this compelling interest in common, namely, an insatiable curiosity after the unknown, perhaps the most potent bond yet devised between the solitary units that make up the race of man. Both, till the end, were absolutely fearless, and Dr. Ashton would sit by the bedside of the man stricken with bubonic plague to note the gradual surge of the tide of disease to the reasoning faculty with the same absorption as Fielder would study X-rays one week, flying machines the next, and spiritualism the third. The rest of the story, I think, explains itself, or does not quite do so. This, anyhow, is what I read to Dr. Ashton, being the connected narrative of what he himself had told me. It is he, of course, who speaks. After I returned from Paris, where I had studied under Charcot, I set up practice at home. The general doctrine of hypnotism, suggestion, and cure by such means had been accepted even in London by this time, and, owing to a few papers I had written on the subject, together with my foreign diplomas, I found that I was a busy man almost as soon as I had arrived in town. Louis Fielder had his ideas about how I should make my debut, for he had ideas on every subject, and all of them original, and entreated me to come and live not in the stronghold of doctors, Chloroform Square, as he called it, but down in Chelsea, where there was a house vacant next to his own. Who cares where a doctor lives, he said, so long as he cures people? Besides, you don't believe in old methods. Why believe in old localities? Oh, there is an atmosphere of painless death in Chloroform Square. Come and make people live instead. And on most evenings I shall have so much to tell you. I can't drop in across half London. Now, if you have been abroad for 5 years, it is a great deal to know that you have any intimate friends at all still left in the metropolis, and, as Louis said, to have that intimate friend next door is an excellent reason for going next door. Above all, I remembered from Cambridge days what Louis' dropping in meant. Towards bedtime, when work was over, there would come a rapid step on the landing, and for an hour or 2 hours he would gush with ideas. He simply diffused life, which is ideas, wherever he went. He fed one's brain, which is the one thing which matters. Most people who are ill because their brain is starving, and the body rebels and gets lumbago or cancer. That is the chief doctrine of my work, such as it has been. All bodily disease springs from the brain. It is merely the brain that has to be fed and rested and exercised properly to make the body absolutely healthy and immune from all disease. But when the brain is affected, it is as useful to pour medicines down the sink as to make your patient swallow them, unless, and this is a paramount limitation, unless he believes in them. I said something of the kind to Louis one night, when, at the end of a busy day, I had dined with him. We were sitting over coffee in the hall, or so it is called, where he takes his meals. Outside, his house is just like mine, and 10,000 other small houses in London, but on entering, instead of finding a narrow passage with a door on one side leading into the dining room, which again communicates with a small back room called the study, he has had the sense to eliminate all unnecessary walls, and consequently the whole ground floor of his house is one room, with stairs leading up to the first floor. Study, dining room, and passage have been knocked into one. You enter a big room from the front door. The only drawback is that the postman makes loud noises close to you as you dine, and just as I made these commonplace observations to him about the effect of the brain on the body and the senses, there came a loud rap somewhere close to me that was startling. "You ought to muffle your knocker," I said, "anyhow during the time of meals." Louis leaned back and laughed. "There isn't a knocker," he said. "You were startled a week ago and said the same thing, so I took the knocker off. The letter's sliding now. But you heard a knock, did you?" "Didn't you?" said I. "Why, certainly, but it wasn't the postman. It was the thing. I don't know what it is. That makes it so interesting. Now, if there is one thing that the hypnotist, the believer in unexplained influences, detests and despises, it is the whole root notion of spiritualism. Drugs are not more opposed to his belief than the exploded, discredited idea of the influence of spirits on our lives. And both are discredited for the same reason. It is easy to understand how brain can act on brain, just as it is easy to understand how body can act on body, so that there is no more difficulty in the reception of the idea that the strong mind can direct the weak one than there is in the fact of a wrestler of greater strength overcoming one of less. But that spirit should rap at furniture and divert the course of events is absurd as administering phosphorus to strengthen the brain. That was what I thought then. However, I felt sure it was the postman, and instantly rose and went to the door. There were no letters in the box, and I opened the door. The postman was just ascending the steps. He gave the letters into my hand. Louis was sipping his coffee when I came back to the table. "Have you ever tried table turning?" he asked. "It's rather odd." "No, and I have not tried violet leaves as a cure for cancer," I said. "Oh, try everything," he said. "I know that that is your plan, just as it is mine. All these years that you've been away, you've tried all sorts of things, first with no faith, then with just a little faith, and finally with mountain-moving faith. Why, you didn't believe in hypnotism at all when you went to Paris." He rang the bell as he spoke, and his servant came up and cleared the table. While this was being done, we strolled about the room, looking at prints, with applause for a Bartolozzi that Louis had bought in the new cut, and dead silence over a Perdita which he had acquired at considerable cost. Then he sat down again at the table on which we had dined. It was round and mahogany heavy, with a central foot divided into claws. "Try its weight," he said. "See if you can push it about." So I held the edge of it in my hands, and found that I could just move it. But that was all. It required the exercise of a good deal of strength to stir it. "Now put your hands on the top of it," he said, "and see what you can do." I could not do anything. My fingers merely slipped about on it. But I protested at the idea of spending an evening thus. "I would much sooner play chess or noughts and crosses with you," I said, "or even talk about politics than turn tables. You won't mean to push, nor shall I, but we shall push without meaning to." Louis nodded. "Just a minute," he said. "Let us both put our fingers only on the top of the table, and push for all we are worth, from right to left." We pushed. At least I pushed, and I observed his fingernails. From pink they grew to white, because of the pressure he exercised, so I must assume that he pushed too. Once, as we tried this, the table creaked, but it did not move. Then there came a quick peremptory rap, not, I thought, on the front door, but somewhere in the room. "It's the thing," said he. Today, as I speak to you, I suppose it was. But on that evening it seemed only like a challenge. I wanted to demonstrate its absurdity. "For 5 years, on and off, I've been studying rank spiritualism," he said. "I haven't told you before, because I wanted to lay before you certain phenomena, which I can't explain, but which now seem to be at my command. You shall see and hear, and then decide if you will help me. And in order to let me see better, you are proposing to put out the lights?" I said. "Yes, you will see why." "I am here as a skeptic," said I. "Skep away," said he. Next moment the room was in darkness, except for a very faint glow of firelight. The window curtains were thick, and no street illumination penetrated them, and the familiar cheerful sounds of pedestrians and wheeled traffic came in muffled. I was at the side of the table towards the door. Louis was opposite me, for I could see his figure dimly silhouetted against the glow from the smouldering fire. "Put your hands on the table," he said, "quite lightly, and, how shall I say it, expect." Still protesting in spirit, I expected. I could hear his breathing rather quickened, and it seemed to me odd that anybody could find excitement in standing in the dark over a large mahogany table, expecting. Then, through my fingertips, laid lightly on the table, there began to come a faint vibration, like nothing so much as the vibration through the handle of a kettle when water is beginning to boil inside it. This got gradually more pronounced and violent, till it was like the throbbing of a motor car. It seemed to give off a low humming note. Then, quite suddenly, the table seemed to slip from under my fingers, and began very slowly to revolve. "Keep your hands on it, and move with it," said Louis, and as he spoke I saw his silhouette pass away from in front of the fire, moving as the table moved. For some moments there was silence, and we continued, rather absurdly, to circle round, keeping step, so to speak, with the table. Then Louis spoke again, and his voice was trembling with excitement. "Are you there?" he said. There was no reply, of course, and he asked it again. This time there came a rap like that which I had thought during dinner to be the postman. But whether it was that the room was dark, or that despite myself I felt rather excited too, it seemed to me now to be far louder than before. Also it appeared to come neither from here nor there, but to be diffused through the room. Then the curious revolving of the table ceased, but the intense, violent throbbing continued. My eyes were fixed on it, though owing to the darkness I could see nothing, when quite suddenly a little speck of light moved across it, so that for an instant I saw my own hands. Then came another and another, like the spark of matches struck in the dark, or like fireflies crossing the dusk in southern gardens. Then came another knock of shattering loudness, and the throbbing of the table ceased, and the lights vanished. Such were the phenomena at the first séance at which I was present, but Fielder, it must be remembered, had been studying expecting, he called it, for some years. To adopt spiritualistic language, which at that time I was very far from doing, he was the medium, I merely the observer, and all the phenomena I had seen that night were habitually produced or witnessed by him. I make this limitation, since he told me that certain of them now appeared to be outside his own control altogether. The knockings would come when his mind, as far as he knew, was entirely occupied in other matters, and sometimes he had even been awakened out of sleep by them. The lights were also independent of his volition. Now, my theory at the time was that all these things were purely subjective in him, and that what he expressed by saying that they were out of his control meant that they had become fixed and rooted in the unconscious self, of which we know so little, but which, more and more, we see to play so enormous a part in the life of a man. In fact, it is not too much to say that the vast majority of our deeds spring, apparently without volition, from this unconscious self. All hearing is the unconscious exercise of the aural nerve, all seeing of the optic, all walking, all ordinary movement seem to be done without the exercise of will on our part. Nay, more, should we take to some new form of progression, skating, for instance, the beginner will learn with falls and difficulty the outside edge, but within a few hours of his having learned his balance on it, he will give no more thought to what he learned so short a time ago as an acrobatic feat than he gives to the placing of one foot before the other. But to the brain specialist all this was intensely interesting, and to the student of hypnotism, as I was, even more so, For, such was the conclusion I came to after this first séance, the fact that I saw and heard just what Louis saw and heard was an exhibition of thought transference which, in all my experience in the Charcot schools, I had never seen surpassed, if indeed rivalled. I knew that I was myself extremely sensitive to suggestion, and my part in it this evening I believed to be purely that of the receiver of suggestions so vivid that I visualized and heard these phenomena which existed only in the brain of my friend. We talked over what had occurred upstairs. His view was that the thing was trying to communicate with us. According to him, it was the thing that moved the table and tapped, and made us see streaks of light. "Yes, but the thing," I interrupted. "What do you mean? Is it a great-uncle? Oh, I've seen so many relatives appear at séances, and heard so many of their dreadful platitudes. Or what is it? A spirit? Whose spirit?" Louis was sitting opposite to me, and on the little table before us there was an electric light. Looking at him, I saw the pupil of his eye suddenly dilate. To the medical man, provided some violent change in the light is not the cause of the dilation, that meant only one thing: terror. But it quickly resumed its normal proportion again. Then he got up and stood in front of the fire. "No, I don't think it is great-uncle anybody," he said. "I don't know, as I told you, what the thing is. But if you ask me what my conjecture is, it is that the thing is an elemental." "And pray explain further. What is an elemental?" Once again his eye dilated. "It will take 2 minutes," he said. "But listen, there are good things in this world, are there not? And bad things? Cancer, I take it, is bad, and fresh air is good. Honesty is good, lying is bad. Impulses of some sort direct both sides, and some power suggests the impulses. Well, I went into this spiritualistic business impartially. I learned to expect, to throw open the door into the soul, and I said, 'Anyone may come in.' And I think something has applied for admission, the thing that tapped and turned the table and struck matches, as you saw, across it. Now the control of the evil principle in the world is in the hands of a power which entrusts its errands to the things which I call elementals. Oh, they have been seen. I doubt not that they will be seen again. I did not and do not ask good spirits to come in. I don't want the Church's one foundation played on a musical box. Nor do I want an elemental. I only threw open the door. I believe the thing has come into my house and is establishing communication with me. Oh, I want to go the whole hog. What is it? In the name of Satan, if necessary. What is it? I just want to know." What followed, I thought then, might easily be an invention of the imagination, but what I believe to have happened was this. A piano with music on it was standing at the far end of the room by the door, and a sudden draught entered the room, so strong that the leaves turned. Next, the draught troubled a vase of daffodils, and the yellow heads nodded. Then it reached the candles that stood close to us, and they fluttered, burning blue and low. Then it reached me, and the draught was cold and stirred my hair. Then it eddied, so to speak, and went across to Louis, and his hair also moved, as I could see. Then it went downwards towards the fire, and flames suddenly started up in its path, blown upwards. The rug by the fireplace flapped also. "Funny, wasn't it?" he asked. "And has the elemental gone up the chimney?" said I. "Oh no," said he. "The thing only passed us." Then suddenly he pointed at the wall just behind my chair, and his voice cracked as he spoke. "Look, what's that?" he said. "There, on the wall." Considerably startled, I turned in the direction of his shaking finger. The wall was pale grey in tone, and sharp cut against it was a shadow that, as I looked, moved. It was like the shadow of some enormous slug, legless and fat, some 2 feet high by about 4 feet long. Only at one end of it was a head shaped like the head of a seal, with open mouth and panting tongue. Then, even as I looked, it faded, and from somewhere close at hand there sounded another of those shattering knocks. For a moment after there was silence between us, and horror was thick as snow in the air. But somehow neither Louis nor I were frightened for more than one moment. The whole thing was so absorbingly interesting. "That's what I meant by its being outside my control," he said. "I said I was ready for any visitor to come in, and by God, we've got a beauty." Now I was still, even in spite of the appearance of this shadow, quite convinced that I was only taking observations of a most curious case of disordered brain, accompanied by the most vivid and remarkable thought transference. I believed that I had not seen a slug-like shadow at all, but that Louis had visualized this dreadful creature so intensely that I saw what he saw. I found also that his spiritualistic trash books, which I thought a truer nomenclature than textbooks, mentioned this as a common form for elementals to take. He, on the other hand, was more firmly convinced than ever that we were dealing not with a subjective, but an objective phenomenon. For the next 6 months or so we sat constantly, but made no further progress, nor did the thing or its shadow appear again, and I began to feel that we were really wasting time. Then it occurred to me to get in a so-called medium, induce hypnotic sleep, and see if we could learn anything further. This we did, sitting as before round the dining-room table. The room was not quite dark, and I could see sufficiently clearly what happened. The medium, a young man, sat between Louis and myself, and without the slightest difficulty I put him into a light hypnotic sleep. Instantly there came a series of the most terrific raps, and across the table there slid something more palpable than a shadow, with a faint luminance about it, as if the surface of it was smouldering. At the moment the medium's face became contorted to a mask of hellish terror. Mouth and eyes were both open, and the eyes were focused on something close to him. The thing, waving its head, came closer and closer to him, and reached out towards his throat. Then, with a yell of panic, and warding off this horror with his hands, the medium sprang up, but it had already caught hold, and for the moment he could not get free. Then, simultaneously, Louis and I went to his aid, and my hands touched something cold and slimy. But pull as we could not get it away. There was no firm handhold to be taken. It was as if one tried to grasp slimy fur, and the touch of it was horrible, unclean, like a leper. Then, in a sort of despair, though I still could not believe that the horror was real, for it must be a vision of diseased imagination, I remembered that the switch of the 4 electric lights was close to my hand. I turned them all on. There, on the floor, lay the medium. Louis was kneeling by him with a face of wet paper, but there was nothing else there. Only the collar of the medium was crumpled and torn, and on his throat were 2 scratches that bled. The medium was still in hypnotic sleep, and I woke him. He felt at his collar, put his hand to his throat and found it bleeding, but, as I expected, knew nothing whatever of what had passed. We told him that there had been an unusual manifestation, and he had, while in sleep, wrestled with something. We had got the result we wished for, and were much obliged to him. I never saw him again. A week after that he died of blood poisoning. From that evening dates the second stage of this adventure. The thing had materialized. I use again the spiritualistic language which I still did not use at the time. The huge slug, the elemental, manifested itself no longer by knocks and waltzing tables, nor yet by shadows. It was there in a form that could be seen and felt. But it still, this was my strong point, was only a thing of twilight. The sudden kindling of electric light had shown us that there was nothing there. In this struggle, perhaps the medium had clutched his own throat. Perhaps I had grasped Louis' sleeve and he mine. But though I said these things to myself, I am not sure that I believed them in the same way that I believe the sun will rise tomorrow. Now, as a student of brain functions and a student in hypnotic affairs, I ought perhaps to have steadily and unremittingly pursued this extraordinary series of phenomena. But I had my practice to attend to, and I found that with the best will in the world I could think of nothing else except the occurrence in the hall next door, so I refused to take part in any further séance with Louis. I had another reason also. For the last 4 or 5 months he was becoming depraved. I have been no prude or Puritan in my own life, and I hope I have not turned a pharisaical shoulder on sinners. But in all branches of life and morals, Louis had become infamous. He was turned out of a club for cheating at cards, and narrated the event to me with gusto. He had become cruel. He tortured his cat to death. He had become bestial. I used to shudder as I passed his house, expecting I knew not what fiendish thing to be looking at me from the window. Then came a night only a week ago, when I was awakened by an awful cry, swelling and falling and rising again. It came from next door. I ran downstairs in my pyjamas and out into the street. The policeman on the beat had heard it too, and it came from the hall of Louis's house, the window of which was open. Together we burst the door in. You know what we found. The screaming had ceased but a moment before, but he was dead already. Both jugulars were severed, torn open. It was dawn, early and dusky, when I got back to my house next door. Even as I went in, something seemed to push by me, something soft and slimy. It could not be Louis's imagination this time. Since then, I have seen glimpses of it every evening. I am awakened at night by tappings, and in the shadows in the corner of my room there sits something more substantial than a shadow. Within an hour of my leaving Dr. Ashton, the quiet street was once more aroused by cries of terror and agony. He was already dead, and in no other manner than his friend, when they got into the house. End of The Thing in the Hall. Recording by Rafe.